Chapter 37, Episode 37, Slave Auction. 3. The way to take down an underground economy is really quite simple. You just have to get to the heart of the matter between the dots. Vikier repeated the words he'd spoken to the Chihuahua, the vast underground economy of an underdog city and the big players who control it. Vikier already knew the place, thanks to his pre-regression knowledge, but it would be impossible for a single man to take down such a large operation. So Vikier had planned for this. I was wondering if I could borrow. A conversation with Hugo before leaving Baskerville. I'm pretty sure that's when Vikier said, I was wondering if I could borrow the Templars. Hugo thought long and hard about it, and then granted permission. He gave her the right to use one night for half a day, a piece of House Baskerville's military power. I trust you will do nothing foolish, my son. The implications of giving up military power, however limited, were significant. He recognized Vikier as his son and would treat him accordingly. Thus, the Pitbull Knights, one of the pillars of Baskerville's military might, came under Vikier's control. For the next 6 hours, all 100 of the graduators, the iron-blooded knights who are known for leaving no survivors behind, will be Vikier's subjects. And now, Vikier was using them to sweep away the corruption of Underdog City in one fell swoop. Hugo was particularly sensitive to the military. It's a good thing we got the Pit Bull back in one piece. Given Hugo's tendency to be extremely wary of local officials having private soldiers, it was expected that he would not give up his knighthood easily. But Hugo's trust in Vikier was surprisingly strong, and it made things easier. Vikier glanced at the group of Pit Bull Knights lined up behind him. A Zagoro fighter must never show his teeth. A third-rate fighter believes in his own strength and looks down on his enemies. A second-class fighting dog reacts too quickly to the enemy's actions. A first-class fighting dog has patience and composure, but not the life in his eyes. And finally, the pinnacle of the fighting dog is as calm as an inanimate object, not reacting at all, no matter how furious or threatening the enemy is. Woody virtue, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. It's as if they were carved out of a tree. In that sense, the Pit Bull Knights are a very disciplined group of fighters. They now stood behind Vikier like chunks of wood. Waiting for orders, Vikier started the engine. Bite them all to death. 100 pit bulls bared their teeth. Vikier shouted at the running dogs. Don't kill the ones that stay down, but if they move, kill them without mercy. It was a warning. Vikier's words were loud enough for his enemies to hear. Those who lost the will to fight quickly dropped their weapons, dropped to the ground, and raised their hands and feet upward. The majority, however, could not. Aya, help me. As she screamed and writhed, her head was mercilessly sliced off. I could see her fat head rolling around under her fur coat, which was stained red. The fleeing middle-aged man is disemboweled on the spot. Men, women, and children alike were dying as they fled or screamed. That didn't mean that those who stayed down were unharmed. Let's just get down. We'll jump out when it's a little quieter. Several people lay down on their stomachs on the floor and put their hands and feet up. It was a sign that they were waiting for handcuffs, but we don't carry handcuffs. A Pitbull Templar smirked as he stepped in front of them, just as they were about to ask what they were going to use to bind their hands and feet. Thud, thud, the Pitbull Templar's sword sliced through their limbs, wrists and ankles snapped off. They crawled across the floor, showing signs of escape, and then quickly dropped like bugs. The Pitbull Knights, of course, are completely unperturbed and launch themselves at the other moving prey. Meanwhile, beside Vikier, a dark-haired, middle-aged man stands with a thick cigar in his mouth. He is an imposing man with an inverted triangle of muscle, a square jaw, sunken cheeks, sunglasses shading his eyes, and scars all over his face. Countless Baskervilles. A Boston Terrier asks Vikier, "Nephew, are you satisfied?" "Yes, uncle." "HMPH, boy, if there's anything else I can do for you, just say the word." He was quite fond of his nephew, Vikier, for no particular reason, just because he liked the way the rice leaves fluttered. The Boston Terrier figured it couldn't hurt to have a nephew who was also the favorite of his master, Hugo. Vikier didn't feel bad for the Boston Terrier, who was not interested in power, honor, or political battles, but purely in blood and fight. Just then, the Chihuahua beside him spoke up in a shaky voice. "Your Excellency, but would you mind if I cut off their wrists and ankles like that, even though they're nobles?" "What the hell, they're about to be executed anyway." And the handcuffs aren't worth the trouble, just make sure they can't get away. Hearing Vicky's answer, the Boston Terrier Count laughed with even more satisfaction. HMPH, nephew. You must join our pit bull nights someday. This uncle will raise you properly. Vicky could only reply with a faint smile. A minute or so later, the pit bull nights stormed in and the situation was over. It was literally over. All the big bads in Underdog City were either dead or captured. Of course, there were some who were casually absent, but that could easily be traced back to their captors' ledgers and contact records. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. It's so perfect. The Chihuahua shivered with excitement as he watched the criminals being led away in the distance. The war on crime was suddenly declared, and it was over surprisingly quickly. Now we'll have to clean up the mess, but that will be a piece of cake. Even the indigenous families who lost their sons will not be able to say anything about it. The future of Underdog City was clear, transparent, and bright. Congratulations. No one will dare to speak against Vicky now, will they? The Chihuahua jumped for joy. But Vicky, the one who should have heard it, was long gone. I think it was around. Vicky had already returned to the back of the auction house. The slaughter was still going on in front of the stage across the way. By this time, Vicky had slipped through the back unnoticed and made it to the warehouse where the auction items were being stored. The warehouse was piled high with gold and silver treasures, all paid for in cash by nobles visiting the city. The tax revenue must be good. All of this would be added to the city's treasury, and the Baskervilles' coffers would be even stronger. I didn't like the idea of Hugo being happy, but it didn't matter now, so I let it go. Vicky searched the warehouse for a while, piles of notes and ledgers. He decided to keep all of them, as they would be valuable evidence in his future raids, but there was something else he was really after. Vicky grabbed a white cloth draped over a corner of the warehouse and pulled it open. And there it was. What Vicky saw was not what he was looking for, but something completely different. A cage and a barbarian girl imprisoned in it. The same girl who had been rampaging ferociously just moments before, cowering in the corner of the cage. Grunt, grunt, a barbarian girl making painful noises. Upon closer inspection, her entire body shows signs of abuse in addition to malnutrition. It looks like she was whipped outside the cage. She must have been corporally punished after biting the trader's fingers earlier. Vicky clicked his tongue for a moment. Then he reached into his belt and pulled out a potion reserved for the Templars. He opened the door to the cell and sprinkled the potion over the girl's body. Chi ye prophet, with a loud crackling sound. The wounds healed and new flesh sprouted. The groaning girl opened her eyes to see Vicky inside the cage, and angrily hid in a corner. Vicky stared at the barbarian girl, a mixture of black and silver hair, pointed ears, charcoal black makeup smeared across her face, the familiar teeth and claw marks on his forearms and thighs. Cerberus, a memory comes flooding back. During his practical exam at the age of 8, Vicky had crossed the safety boundary and entered the waters of the Black Mountain with an enemy and encountered Cerberus. Now that her wounds had healed somewhat, was crouched in the corner of the cage, glaring at Vicky. Vicky spoke briefly. Hebrew lamed Hebrew calf, it means go. The barbarian girl's eyes widened at the words. Vicky shrugged his shoulders once. I can speak basic barbarian. He had fought the enemy and the barbarians of the Black Mountains countless times before his return. Hebrew tav, Hebrew bait, Hebrew resh, Hebrew kate. The barbarian girl's eyes widen in horror at Vicky's command to flee. Only when Vicky leaves the vial with the remaining potion on the ground and walks out of the cage does the barbarian girl cower and follow him out of the cage. She glared at Vicky for a few seconds before ripping open the tent and fleeing. She took the vial of potion that Vicky had set on the ground. Hebrew aleph, Hebrew tav, Hebrew hey, Hebrew tav, Hebrew resh, Hebrew aleph, Hebrew hey, Hebrew aleph, Hebrew vav, Hebrew tav, Hebrew yod, Hebrew shin, Hebrew vav, Hebrew bait. The barbarian girl said something at the last minute, but she spoke too fast for Vicky to understand. Now let's find what you really want. Vicky turned and went back to his work. Gold and silver treasures, notes and ledgers, checkbooks, antiques. Art, but there was something else Vicky wanted. Here it is. With that, Vicky pulled aside the red cloth draped over the innermost corner of the auction room. There lay a large, horned beast of burden, Murcielago, the infernal buffalo. Danger rating, a size, 3 meters found in red and black mountains. Ridge 2, a type of cattle that inhabits the oil realm in the depths of hell. It is said to have 19 hearts and will not stop charging until they all stop. Bing, bing, bing. Beelzebub on the wrist was whining that he was hungry. In the distance, the sound of the pitbull knight's swords and the screams of their enemies were getting closer and closer. I had better finish my meal and get going. Chapter 38, Episode 38 Sponsors. 1. The club burning suspension has closed its doors. Not just closed, but burned to the ground. Vikier burned down the entire hotel building that housed burning suspension. Roar, the club's burning suspension, an enormous pyre of firewood, the great den of devils, where the second and third generations of Sedoga gathered for the ultimate in luxury and pleasure, was burned to the ground in front of all the citizens. Despite the fact that it was night, the city was as bright as day from the light emitted by the burning suspension. A few slacker youths milled about in front of the club, their eyes full of regret. What's the matter? Pigs, they fled with their tails between their legs as the pit bull knights lined up in front of the burning building. Vikier hadn't just burned down the club. The VVIPs who came in and out of the place, the 7 children of the 7 families who spent the most money and played the most extravagantly, were laid out in front of the burning club. Only their heads remained. Their severed heads bore the marks of torture. Underneath, a long list of accusations of misdeeds they had committed in their lifetimes. At dawn the next day, Vikier announced the executioner's position. Without a spokesperson, he stepped out into the square. Before the law, caste is meaningless. Everyone is subject to the law. The tone was nonchalant, but the impact was enormous. Public opinion of Vikier was either favorable or extremely favorable. The unfavorable were few and far between. Everyone in the city of Underdog, in groups of 3 or more, hailed Vikier as a great ruler. Of course, the native families who lost their pampered offspring would not stand idly by. The House of Montblanc, the House of Peer, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Channel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada each sent a letter of protest to the court. But Vikier was adamant. Not only were they involved in all sorts of crimes, but they were directly involved in the most taboo of imperial crimes, the illegal slave trade. There can be no other consequence but death. The imperial emperor treated the illegal slave trade as a felony of the highest quality. This was because most of the slaves traded illegally were barbarians from outside the empire. Of course, this is not because the emperor is concerned about the human rights of barbarians outside the empire. He is wary of the phenomenon of privateering, where another war is fought to capture them. In order for local nobles to engage in privateering, they would have to recruit private soldiers, which could be done by treasonous conspiracy. There was a risk that a slave hunt, conducted secretly and out of sight of the imperial court, could turn into a rebellion or coup. Indeed, the fact that several large-scale rebellions of a few years earlier had their roots in troops organized for slave hunting was evidence of this. So the emperor nominally said, "It is inevitable that war will create slaves, but it is not permissible to wage war to create slaves." From then on, illegal slave trade was treated with the same weight as treason, a first-degree felony in the empire. Vikier cut to the chase. "I have obtained all the notes issued by the 7 executed prisoners, all the books they kept, all the cash they spent. These events are being duly investigated by the Baskervilles and will be reported to the imperial court." To summarize, yes, if you refute, you are a traitor. After this conversation, the 7 families stopped protesting. Now was not the time to sulk with Vikier over their anger and grief at the loss of their son. He couldn't afford to do that when his family was about to be disgraced. In the end, the heads of the 7 haughty families came to the ruler's office in person. An unprecedented occurrence, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. They were forced to bow down to the man who killed their sons and beg for their family's survival. This is the price they pay for miseducating their children. They crouched, foreheads on the marble floor, but Vikier was relentless. "I have already examined all the black ledgers in the burning suspension. Those guilty will be summoned soon, and their treatment will be determined according to their crimes." The results, if written down, would fill countless pages, but here are the key findings. Paragraph 1. All property of the Montblanc, Pier, Louis Vuitton, Channel, Ferragamo, Hermes, and Prada families shall be confiscated and placed in the treasury. Only those properties that have been earned through illegal activities should be confiscated. But at this point it is virtually impossible to distinguish between legal and illegal properties, so they are confiscated in full. Section 2. The House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Channel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada shall be destroyed for treason. The reference point is the 7 people executed on January 0. Section 3. The members of the House of Montblanc, the House of Pierre, the House of Louis Vuitton, the House of Channel, the House of Ferragamo, the House of Hermes, and the House of Prada who are involved in this case shall be punished by double the sentence under the special provisions of the noblesse oblige. Paragraphs 1 and 2 do not overlap. It can also be summarized in 3 short lines. That's it. Fucked. The blood hasn't dried on the floor of the execution chamber in a while, thanks to the arrival of a new deputy magistrate, the foul blood of the vermin that had been feeding on the city. The flower beds will be richer for it. Vicyr muttered to himself as he looked at the flower beds at the foot of the death chamber and the flowers that bloomed there. The white lilies that the Chihuahua had so carefully tended had turned into red lilies. Whatever. The ruling circles in the provincial capital, who had been dictating policy decisions at every turn, dropped their heads in silence, and the provincial tribesmen, who had been farting around, now shuddered at the mere shadow of a government official. The 7 indigenous families who might have been able to play a power game with Vicyr were uprooted and effectively exterminated. Moreover, rumors that Vicyr held some of the Baskerville's military authority had gained traction in other cities. Who in the world wouldn't hold their breath in the presence of a Baskerville military commander? There were no longer any underdog cities that stood in Vicyr's way. On the contrary, a new group of people was emerging to give him wings. Indeed, the viciousness of the 7 native houses has crossed the line. If you're going to accuse the new deputy of cruelty at the hands of the old, you might as well accuse me first. New flesh does not come from begging and pleading. Rotten flesh must be cut out. You deserved it. One after another, clean signers who had been penalized for their honesty, or nobles who had been dismissed for being too clean, or who had been forced to live in foster homes, declared their support for Vicyr. They had no power or wealth, but they were honored and trusted by the common people, known as intellectuals, teachers, and mentors. Their support for Vicyr's bold reforms grew as more and more Confucian intellectuals followed suit. As a watershed moment, Vicyr reinterpreted all past precedents and freed all wrongfully convicted prisoners and prisoners of conscience. As a result of this process, the massive manpower required to uncover the truth of the past led to a massive hiring spree of additional government employees and contractors, which significantly reduced the unemployment rate in the underdog city. The shortfall in the payroll budget was covered by the tax revenues generated by the crackdown on the illegal underground economy. This has prompted the citizens of Underdog City to organize daily mass protests in front of the city hall. Deputy Mayor Vicyr to stay in office permanently. We strongly urge Deputy Vicyr to stay in the city of Underdog forever. I love you. Vicyr, it was a protest for the love of it. Mr. Chihuahua's secretary is single-minded. The distrust and disdain that had greeted Vicyr's arrival had been washed away. Are you at work, sir? Here's your coffee. If you're the head of the office, mind your own business. You don't need to bring me coffee. This is a personal thank you. Didn't you save me from being stabbed by a clown the other day? Then a cup of coffee is too salty for a lifesaver. It's not too salty. It's 2 primes of sugar and 10,000 of water. The two have gotten to know each other well enough that they now joke around like this. Vicyr is currently teaching the Chihuahua how to write, more precisely, how to mimic different typefaces. With that handwriting, Vicyr is creating new laws and updating old ones. Vicyr was making new laws and updating old ones, developing the ruby mines with morgue, stabilizing the price of agricultural products, rewarding those who did good work for the fief, giving slaves immunity from taxes when they did good work, developing backward areas equally, institutionally guaranteeing the benefits of following laws with penalties for breaking them, taxing merchants outside the fief, raising taxes on the wealthy, lowering taxes on the poor, dispelling superstitions, nationalizing land, and more. Of the laws that would be enacted in the future, Bikir cherry-picked the ones that had worked well and refined them to fit the current social climate. Naturally, the legislators were impressed with Bikir's knowledge of the law and scratched their heads even more. The city of Underdog was going from strength to strength. "Are you really 15 years old?" Bikir chewed on the Chihuahua's question in awe. With that, Bikir began the most important task of the day. "Secretary." "Yes." The Chihuahua trotted over and stood beside him. Bikir continued in his nonchalant tone. "Is there any Tio left in the dungeon right now?" Chapter 39, Episode 39 sponsored 2, One ambitious moonless night. Bikir visited the dungeons beneath the city hall. The nearly empty cell was filled with the stench of something decaying. Prisons are inherently creepy, but it's even creepier to see them so dark and empty. The guards had all left work early. Unusually, all of them without a single call. The prisoners have all been executed, pardoned, or transferred, and the area is now completely empty. Bikir made his way to one of the deepest cells, the darkest and most fetid, solitary, the most secluded of the dungeons, with the only securely locked door. And in this dungeon was the only prisoner left. He was a secretary to Baron Gambino, a major player in the underground economy, a woman with greenish-blonde hair cut short, dressed in a prisoner's uniform and wearing heavy handcuffs. She squatted in the corner of the cell. Bikir pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the bars. Druck. The sound of the iron chair legs scraping against the stone floor echoed loudly in the empty prison. "Your name is—" Sen Rose Sintiwendi. "Is that right?" Bikir asked. But she didn't answer. Instead, she stared down at the floor with vacant eyes. "Why did you keep me alive?" Zindiwendi's question was hollow, the freak show, and the pit bull nights. That night when everything that moved was dying, Cindy Wendy gritted her teeth and fled. She could never die like this. Even if she didn't die, her wrists and ankles would be cut off. She had a job to do, and she could never die in a place like this and be a wastrel because of it. Who among the dying was not, or at least Zindiwendi thought she was, far more desperate and needy than the others? But the teeth of the fighting dog before her were cold. One of the pit bull Templars stepped in front of her, and it was a death sentence. She gritted her teeth as the jagged blade sank into her throat. But, earth! The sound the knife made as it plunged into his throat was a bit unexpected. That's because the Pitbull Templar's blade didn't manage to pierce her throat. Bikir, the new deputy magistrate, he holds up a bundle of chains to block the Pitbull Templar's blade. The Pitbull Templar looked very surprised that Bikir had managed to block his blade, but his next words were brief. "This woman is an exception. Capture her alive without hurting a single finger." This is how Zindiwendi has been imprisoned in the dungeon ever since. Bikir stared at her in silence for a while. Finally, he asked, "If you answer my questions truthfully, I will release you from here." That made Zindiwendi's ears perk up, but soon, Zindiwendi shook her head and muttered to herself, "I've already lost the will to escape from the time I was imprisoned here, and I have no reason to do so now." Like it or not, Bikir's questions had already begun. "Are you the reason Baron Gambino, who was nothing more than an insignificant sodomite, has been able to increase his power so dramatically in recent years? I've researched you, and you have a knack for making money, and if that talent had blossomed in a place other than the underworld, you would have made a fine merchant or financier." Zindiwendi laughed bloodily. It was a mocking laugh that seemed to say, "What good is all that now?" Bikir looked into her eyes and held them still. Then he spoke in a pleasant voice. "I assure you. Answer my question and I'll let you out of here." But Bikir trailed off and tilted his head toward the bars, locking eyes with Zindiwendi. Searing red light pierced her green retinas. "If you do not answer, you will regret this day." There was a strange, unknown power in the voice that made the listener feel another kind of intimidation besides fear. Zindiwendi opened her mouth to speak, not even knowing what she was feeling. "If it's something I can answer, I'll answer it." "Good," Bikir asked. "Bluntly, how does it look to you? What do you mean? Do you think I'm doing law enforcement wrong?" Zindiwendi replied in a nonchalant tone. "Who cares about the opinion of a lowly criminal bitch like me? I'm asking an insignificant criminal bitch like you. Then I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. I think you're doing it wrong." At that, Bikir nodded. "Why?" "Virtue is the key virtue of a ruler in all theories of monarchy. A strong rule of law may work to some extent in the beginning, but in the long run, well. Virtue. What is it? It's not getting in a cart when you're tired, not putting a cover on a cart when you're hot, and not having armed soldiers in procession. It is his virtue that when a ruler dies, all the citizens shed tears. Even the children refrain from singing, and even the triggers do not hum. Is it a great blemish that I am not virtuous? If it is a great blemish, it is a great blemish, for you will not live long because of it. You may have established your majesty by beating up on cheap scoundrels with the thrash Furon law, but in the long run you will kill and injure many commoners, which will build up resentment and anger. Do you think I should fear the resentment and anger of the common people? The commoners won't like it, but neither will the Baskervilles, and although it's an underdog city, the citizens will be more afraid of you, the deputy, than they are of the Baskervilles. That's true. The same will be true when your superior arrives or when your successor does, and the reason you changed the law is to assert your authority and hasten your accomplishments, which will have many native factions gnashing their teeth. There are plenty of underworlders in other cities, too, and I don't think you'll have long to live, considering their sentiments. So what do you think I should do? You are as precarious as do right now. If you wish to live to see another day, you must resign as deputy magistrate, return all your powers to House Baskerville, return the balls here to the Gazoo and the Imperial House, and go to a place befitting your age, such as Yazzie in the Red and Black Mountains, or an academy in the center of the Empire, and look forward to the future. And keep yourself as unnoticed as possible, conceal your strength and cultivate your learning, and suggest to your superiors that you seek out and promote undiscovered talent, honor the elderly, care for orphans, praise the unmerited, and honor the virtuous. And what will I gain by doing so? Your mind will be at ease for one thing, and by that time, the patriarch of House Baskerville will have taken all the blame you deserve. And even if he takes away your immediate credit, you are only 15 years old anyway. Isn't that old enough to have a reputation that has spread to the ecliptic, even if it's only a sham? At Zin Dai Wendy's long-winded advice, Vikyr smiled a rare smile. Her advice was very much in line with Vikyr's own plans for the future. Good, Vikyr nodded. At the same time, clang, the iron gate swung open. Vikyr ripped the padlock off with the force of his grip, then removed all of Zindi Wendy's restraints. As promised, you are now free. Zindai Wendy raised her head and stared at the iron gate in front of her. Then she turned to look at Vikyr. Are you really releasing me? I keep my word. You'll regret it. Won't you? A hint of life returned to Zindi Wendy's eyes. Seeing it, Vikyr smiled wryly. I hope so. Zindi Wendy tilted her head. Finally, Vikyr spoke up. You said something nice to me, so I'll say something nice to you. Zindi Wendy turns to leave the cell but stops short. With her back to him, Vikyr spoke. There were 7 famous native families in Underdog City, the Montblancs, the Peers, the Louisvilles, the Channels, the Ferragamos, the Hermeses, and the Pradas. But a few years ago their number was 8, not 7. At that, Vikyr didn't miss the slight shiver that ran down Zin Duwendi's spine. Originally, there was an 8th family called the Messinadna family, the wealthiest of the merchant families. But they were destroyed overnight, all of their members tragically killed. Do you know why? They had stolen the Baskervilles' sword book, and their 8-year-old son had one day claimed to have learned to be a good swordsman. The patriarch of the Messinadnaro family threw a big party for his son's birthday and asked him to demonstrate his newfound sword skills. Zindi Wendy held up a hand to interrupt Vikyr, but Vikyr was undaunted, and continued. With everyone gathered, my son demonstrated his swordsmanship, but everyone there was in for a big surprise. For what he demonstrated was the Baskerville style of swordsmanship, which is only shared in secret among the Baskervilles. Stop. The Baskervilles are terribly protective of their family's swordsmanship. Believing that a top-secret military secret had been revealed, the Baskerville patriarch unleashed the hounds, and from that day forward, House Messinadnaro would disappear from the face of the earth. Stop it, you bastard, Zindi Wendy shouted sharply, but Vikyr didn't stop. But as it turns out, House Messinadnaro was not guilty. It was the children of the other 7 houses who lured their son with the promise of a good sword book, and they lured a young boy from Baskerville to take it from them and teach it to the child of House Messinadnaro, and the child demonstrated it in front of a group of adults to prove that it was good. It was by design. But there was one survivor of the Messinid family, all of whom were said to have been wiped out. A little girl of 1-year-old Turl, and the 7 wretches managed to sneak her out of that massacre. Yuwa, Wendy staggered, then leaned back against the wall. Her eyes were red and bloodshot. Vikyr finished. That girl had to be subjected to all sorts of cruel, low, and shameful tortures just because she was bright and fair. And the details of those tortures, I can't even begin to tell you. I don't want to hear any more, goodbye. A bloody tear trickled from one of Wendy's eyes. She took her back away from the wall and staggered toward the outside. Then, I told you, if you don't listen, you'll regret this day for the rest of your life. Vikyr stood in place, unmoving, and continued, there's a sequel to this story. Wendy stopped in her tracks. Vikyr shrugged once, and quite a bit of time has passed, and a new deputy magistrate has come to the city. He brought out all the old enemies within the city and punished them. And the trigger for the event was the 7 rascals who drove House Messinid to ruin. Wendy turned her head to look at Vikyr. Vikyr looked him straight in the eye and spoke. The new deputy tortured those 7 brats to death. It was such horrible torture that a torturer who had been working at the castle for 30 years vomited up what he had just eaten. And as they lay dying, the 7 wretches confessed all the sins they had committed, including those against House Messinid. They admitted and apologized for all their sins. Then Wendy cried out sharply, apologize? How dare they apologize to anyone? To the sole survivor of House Messinid, to that girl, to the girl who currently goes by the pseudonym Sen Rose Wendy, and whose real name is Messinid Sen Wendy. Hearing this, Wendy staggered back with a dazed look on her face. You! She vomited out the contents of her stomach. Her vision spun. The darkness of the dungeon was pitch black. The rotten stench that had been hovering in the cell from earlier seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Wendy braced herself against the wall with one hand and held her forehead with the other. She spat on the floor and asked, how can I believe your words? How am I supposed to believe you when you say you caught them, tortured them, got to the bottom of it, and got an apology? Wendy screamed. There was no answer from Vikyr. Only snarl. Vikyr drew fire from the rod in his hand and lit a torch. Suddenly, the dungeon cell was brightly lit. And then, Wendy's eyes widened to tears. 7 headless corpses were kneeling in the corner of the room. Their fingers were all worn out, and the blood that flowed from them had stained the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. The entire room was stained red with blood. Upon closer inspection, the red color of the floor, ceiling, and walls had been covered over and over again with countless letters. Please forgive me for my mistake. I deserve to die. I beg you not to touch me as much as my family. Messinid, we are the ones who destroyed the gate. Please forgive us for our sins. Sincerely apologize to Wendy. We are the ones who have sinned against Leather. Wrong, 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 wrong. Save me, save me, save me, save me. Save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Corpses that smell rotten. And apologies scrawled across the floor, all 10 fingers worn down from when they were alive. The blood that made up the apology stained the entire room red. Wendy stood in the center of the red room, looking at Vikyr with a puzzled expression. Then Vikyr walked in front of her. But the vengeance of House Messinid is far from over. For there is still one family left. Vikyr's meaning was clear. That meant their greatest enemy. House Baskerville remained. Vikyr said, blame the Baskervilles, you deserve it. And apart from that, I speak for all Baskervilles. Vikyr's back bent slowly in front of Wendy. I'm sorry. And at the same time, dip, 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 tears began to fall from Wendy's eyes and land on the stone floor. The two stared at each other for a while, unmoving. Then Wendy spoke. Since you are also a Baskerville, why are you helping me? Vikyr made no reply, and the sharp-eyed Wendy understood the meaning of his silence. The dislike and hatred of Baskerville is within and without, but it is the same. In that way, Vikyr and Wendy understood each other well. And then, Wendy walked out of the prison. She turned to Vikyr, who was still inside, and said in a voice that was uncharacteristically calm, no matter what you do in life, I'll make sure you never run out of money. Vikyr had a new sponsor. Chapter 40, Episode 40, The United Front in Morgoth. 1. The morning dawned. Last night, Vikyr had slept in the pavilion across the street from the city magistrate's office after his night shift. Knowing that, the Chihuahua had been there early in the morning. "Hey, sleepy assistant magistrate, the sun is already up, it's time for you to go to work." "Ooh," after knocking on the door. The Chihuahua didn't get to finish his morning greeting before letting out a grotesque scream. There was blood everywhere. Blood, 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 soaking down the white bedspread and staining the marble tiles on the floor in a grid-like pattern. The walls, the ceiling, the bed, all drenched in blood. "Ah, good morning, sir." Vicar gets up from the bed with too much nonchalance. Judging by his sleepy expression, he really was asleep just a moment ago. And on the bed beneath him lies a corpse, head and torso separated. A dagger is clutched in the hand of a black-cloaked man, clearly an assassin. Vicar looked at the assassin's body on the floor. I don't remember him. He must have killed me in my sleep." Is that true?" "Of course not. It's a light-hearted joke." Vicar tried to make a joke of his own, thinking, wouldn't a 15-year-old be this playful? But the Chihuahua didn't seem to realize it was a joke in the first place. "So, Your Excellency, what kind of childhood did you have back home? Was it not much fun?" "No, it wasn't a matter of fun." The Chihuahua seemed in many ways at a loss for words. Vicar shook his head in disbelief. "I've been getting a lot of these flies lately. 2 poison arrows, 4 poison glasses, 6 street-burying attacks. Stabbings, sulfuric acid spraying, sniping, arson, carriage ramming, etc. All in the last 3 days. This was the first assassin to enter his bedroom, but even he was no match for Vicar. Every warrior who had lived through the age of destruction had mastered the art of sensing the killing around them in their sleep. And Vicar was no different. HMPH, I guess I should look on the bright side. It means I'm getting noticed, right? You've got some nerve, man. You're disrespectful to your superiors." "Sir," I retorted nonchalantly and turned to put on my robe. The Chihuahua stuck out its tongue as Vicar nonchalantly followed her out of the bedroom. "Looking at you, it's hard to believe you're really 15 years old. Where's the blood in that? Even if it is Baskerville blood. I mean, weren't the rest of the Baskervilles like this in the first place? And the previous Archon was." The Chihuahua continued to babble, but Vicar was already tuning out his words. Instead, his mind was on the payoff from his last illegal auction house heist. "Binge fly Beelzebub / all -1 slot. Burn Cerberus A+ -2 slot. Choke Infernal Buffalo A slot -3. Bleed Hellhound B+ Magic Sword Beelzebub." This strange blade, which drains and absorbs the abilities of those it kills, was sealed with the power of Murcielago the Infernal Buffalo, a beast you met at the auction house some time ago. The Troll's C+ ranked danger ability, Super Rapid Regeneration, was gone, replaced by the Infernal Buffalo's tight throat breath. While Super Fast Regeneration is an ability to quickly heal an injured body, Tough Breath is much more versatile, as it makes the body so tough and hard that it cannot be injured in the first place. In the first place, the Infernal Buffalo was a high-level beast that couldn't even be compared to a troll, so it was no wonder its effects were superior. I didn't know there was a Class A demonic corpse in the auction house. I'm lucky. After consuming it, he was able to easily defeat the assassin who came yesterday. The assassin who had infiltrated the palace last night was a gradual. Even though he was only a low-ranked gradual, I remembered that he produced an aura that was as sticky as liquid. It was an unexpected attack, and the dagger slightly pierced my chest. But thanks to a synergistic combination of the protection of the river Styx and the hardiness of the Infernal Buffalo, Vicar's body was left with only a faint scar. The assassin himself would not have known. Mew, whose body is so hard, little did he know that this would be his last words. "I'm going to find out who's behind these assassins and put them out of business." That makes sense. In fact, though he hadn't told the Chihuahua, Vicar was thinking of resigning from his position as deputy magistrate after this job was done. Just like Zindy Wendy had told him not long ago, just then, something happened to help Vicar's plans. The call came from Baskerville itself. A huge black carriage stood in front of the city hall, a luxury carriage emblazoned with the Baskerville's toothy logo. Visiting the town hall early in the morning was a man Vicky knew well, Deacon John Barrymore, who had come to see Vicar personally. "Master, long time no see." "I see. Deacon, you look better." Deacon Barrymore beamed at Vicar's response. "Look at that. Didn't I tell you when you left the main house that you would do well?" The rumors of the outside world had reached the main house. They were all about the underdog city's new deputy magistrate, Lucky in many ways, the timing was right. But the rumor monger himself remains uncharacteristically modest. Deacon Barrymore then revealed the reason for his visit. My lord is looking for you, presumably. He wants an accurate report on this incident. If it was a report, I would have already submitted it in writing. Haha, is that the same as having your son come and tell you in person? After speaking, Barrymore stroked his mustache and narrowed his eyes. You're so excited. I've never seen you smile like that before. Hugo left Baskerville's. He was still sitting at his patriarch's desk, his face expressionless, but Vicyr could sense an alien aura emanating from him. It was, well done, son. It was uncharacteristically warm. Hugo set today's morning paper down on his desk. Underdog City's citizens' favorite person is Vicyr, number 1. Vicyr, the number 1 most trusted person by merchants in Underdog City. Vicyr is the number 1 favorite of the peasants of Underdog City. Vicyr is the number 1 person that children in Underdog City admire the most. Vicyr is the number 1 favorite of intellectuals in the Underdog City. Underdog City's assassins most want to kill. Vicyr, the results of the popularity poll of the citizens were on the front page of the newspaper. You've done a great job. You did what you had to do. There are a lot of dumbasses out there who can't do what they're supposed to do. Hugo looked at Vicyr, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Illegal slave trading is a felony punishable by death for both buyer and seller. Your actions have been commended by the imperial court. I am honored. This is your chance to dispel the myth that Baskervilles are only good with a sword and bad with their heads. You've done a great job. Vicyr's special law, his performance in proclaiming it, and his vigorous enforcement of the law set a precedent for all the cities under the Baskervilles' control, and even the imperial family. Hugo's unorthodox appointment was rewarded by Vicyr's unorthodox performance. One of the Baskervilles' customs is to be sure of reward and punishment. If you do well, you get rewarded. If you don't, you get punished. Vicyr had done an outstanding job and should be rewarded accordingly. And today, Hugo had summoned Vicyr to the main house to discuss the reward. Admission to the academy. The Colosseo, the Imperial Academy, the place where every elite in the world dreamed of entering. Hearing that, Vicyr asked, "Isn't it customary to enter the academy at the age of 20? If you're good enough, there's no age limit. You can be an early adopter or a late adopter, as long as you fulfill the following conditions: no more than 25 years old when you enter and no more than 30 years old when you graduate. I will live up to your expectations." Vicyr interjected with a short testimonial. Hugo, who normally would have ended the conversation at this point, showed a rare willingness to continue. I'm sending a few people, including you, to the academy, but I haven't gotten around to organizing the entries yet. Do you have any close brothers who would like to go with you? The question was completely unexpected. Didn't it sound like something a father would ask his son? Oh, you're a father. But then Vicyr remembered something he had forgotten himself. He is Hugo's son. After all, he hadn't been treated like a son for so long that he had forgotten. Vicyr hesitated a moment, then spoke. I'm best friends with the triplets, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. What's the big deal about being best friends if you want them around, your best friends? Is that so? Hugo's eyes widened a little in surprise, but then he nodded in understanding. I'll keep it in mind. That was the end of the conversation about the academy. Vicyr had just finished his chaplaincy and was about to leave. Oh, by the way, son, stay a minute. Vicyr stopped in his tracks and turned around, and Hugo rose briefly from his seat. Then he spoke in a low voice. I've been looking over the laws of your Underdog City. They are immature. You've made quite a few changes to the agricultural laws. You've done a very efficient job. That's very flattering. Vicyr had once reorganized the laws governing the large farms on the outskirts of Underdog City, in the area where the Red and Black Mountains met in the lower reaches and wide open plains. In addition to the ruby mines, there are many fields of sugar cane, tobacco, cotton, and other crops. They were mainly worked by savage captives. Is that why? The savages who occasionally raided across the border often targeted farms on the outskirts of Underdog City. Hugo said, why don't you take a quick tour of the estate before you enter the academy? See if the laws you've established are being followed. It would be good experience. As you wish, Vicyr obeyed, still unwilling to argue. Then, Hugo, who had been watching the scene with satisfaction, suddenly asked, by the way, Are you going alone? Vicyr scratched his head. So he's going to go on a territorial tour by himself. When Vicyr looked at Hugo with a puzzled expression, he settled back into his chair and spoke in a relaxed voice. This is a joint operation. At Hugo's words, Vicyr remained silent. It was an indication that he needed a little more explanation. Understanding that, Hugo got down to business. Do you remember the operation you organized when you were 8 years old? Why, the Ruby Mine. Of course. I seem to recall that it involved leasing the Ruby Mines area to the Morgue and driving the barbarians towards it, keeping the two factions apart untouched. Aka the Carnage map. The idea was that if they wanted to expand their borders, they'd have to deal with the barbarians anyway, so they might as well use the Morgue to get rid of them. Hugo's mouth curled into a wry smile. The plan worked. And by worked, you mean the Morgue made the first offer very low-key. Hugo hadn't looked this happy in a long time. He turned to Vicyr. They're talking about a joint war of attrition. Chapter 41, Episode 41, Morgue's United Front 2, Farewell. I'll leave you to your administrative duties. Vicyr left the city hall of Underdog City with a Chihuahua salute. Leading a single black horse toward the outskirts of the estate, Vicyr was followed by another black horse. Phil, good to see you again, master. He was Lord Baskerville of Staffordshire, a knight of the Knights of the Pit Bull. He'd been in charge of Vicyr's training once, and had stood by his side when they'd taken down an illegal slave auction house. How is Uncle Boston Terrier? Yes, he's still alive, and ever since that day at the slave auction, he's been urging me to bring Master Vicyr into the Pitbull Knights. He's also insisted that I do the same. What? To never let the Wolfhound Knights take him away from me. Never, Staffordshire chuckled as he finished. Vicyr nodded in agreement. They led the servants, supplies, and other entourage that followed them to the Red All Mountain on the outskirts of the estate. As the name suggests, a red mountain juts out steeply from the ground. At its base was a wide, flat basin that accentuated the mountain's pointedness. Here, near the trunk of the great tributary to the Red and Black Mountains, the river is rich in sediment and the land is fertile, and farming is quite profitable. Crops of sugar cane, cotton, and tobacco were growing, and these were the main products of Baskerville's estate. And as you make your way across this vast expanse of farmland, you'll see strata lined with reddish veins ahead. Here and there in the seismically fractured sections of the strata is a glint of red light, the ruby veins. There, men from the Morgue family were digging for rubies. Simple forts of wood and stone rose high above the ground. From now on, the Baskervilles would have to be vigilant, as the Morgue had leased the area to them. Vicyr's sharp eyes scanned the farmland to the rear and the mining fields to the front. He didn't see anything illegal going on, just the usual scene of slaves tending and harvesting crops, or digging with pickaxes. The Morgas hadn't violated any treaties, either, perhaps because of the Baskervilles' emissaries. Staffordshire explained to Vicyr in a low voice. This mission is nominally an inspection of our lands and goodwill, but I know that it is an outpost for the extermination of the barbarians behind the mountains. Otherwise, there would be no reason for Baskerville's knights to be following so closely behind. The Baskervilles had entered Morgue's territory, disguised as a routine manor inspection party. The Morgans, of course, were aware of this. For some time now, Morgue's armed forces have also been gathering here, disguised as miners. Now Morgue and Baskerville will join forces to crush the barbarians. The barbarians, unaware that a large force of swordsmen and wizards from both houses has gathered here, will rush in as usual, plundering crops and slaves, and that will be the beginning of the end. Staffordshire said, I hear that there are 1 deputy and 12 senators from the Light Party in Morga, and 1 deputy and 19 senators from the Dark Party, and it seems that there are other wizards who are not senators. The Morgas have put their money where their mouth is. While the Morgas have made this much of a commitment, the Baskervilles have, at best, brought a few dozen lay knights with Vicyr, a member of the House of Representatives. It didn't matter, though, because the real elite of the Baskervilles were lying in ambush on the other side of the mountains, and that had also been agreed upon with Morgue. Vicyr was really here to inspect the estate and socialize. Well, if Hugo's right, it would be nice to be able to examine the ecology of the barbarians. Soon, the Baskervilles began to traverse the mining district. Everywhere they looked, they saw coal mines, and they saw palisades, stockades, and watchtowers rising high above them. Just then, Vicyr slowed his horse as he spotted something. His nose caught the scent of burning, the smell of meat roasted to the limit and then charred to blackness. As if on cue, the horses are frightened and hesitate. Ahead of me, I see something perpendicular to the ground. It was long and pointed, sprouting vertically from the ground and reaching for the sky, and in the middle of it was something. Vicyr kicked his hesitant horse in the back and pushed forward. The identity of the strange sculptures was now clear. It was a giant skewer of iron. Only one being could have created such a thing. An iron skewer forged from the trace elements of iron contained in the soil. A mage. It's not surprising to see something like this in the grounds of the Morg family, who are known for their mage sect. However, the things pierced by the skewers and nailed to the ground are quite alien: skulls and charred flesh. The bodies impaled on the skewers had all been burned to death. The bodies were mixed and matched, demonic and human alike, and some of them had been burned to the bone, leaving nothing but empty skewers, whirling. With each gust of wind, the skewered corpses crumble into black powder. Gross. A lump of charcoal, unknown to the barbarians or the demons, falls from the skewer and scatters ash on the ground. "You've been warned," Staffordshire said, looking up at all the things that had been impaled on the skewer and burned to death. This must be a warning to the demons and barbarians of Morgoth, and Vicyr already knew of one person who did this. "You must have grown up." Then Vicyr was reminiscing in his mind. "Who's there? Stand down. Identify yourself." Ankelgen's shouts came from the watchtower up ahead. Vicyr looks up and sees 3 women descending from the top of the watchtower, elderly women, treading on thin air as if it were a staircase. Fiery red hair, dresses out of place in a murderous fortress. Victor already knew their identities from his knowledge before the regression. Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis, triplets of Morgoth, 16 wives of the year, each a master of water, grass, and earth magic, and the synergy of the 3 of them together. Born on the same day and at the same hour, they were called the 3 flowers of Morgoth. However, the world called them something different. Samwa, Chinese letter. It means 3 plagues. Each one of them was said to have an insane personality, and together, they were said to be unstoppable. They were notorious in Baskerville for their pride and arrogance. It's no wonder they're the ones who ruin the friendly competition every year. To top it all off, they have strong magical skills that make up for their nasty personalities. And here they were, the 3 sisters of Morgoth, guarding the gateway fortress to Morgoth territory. Vicyr stepped forward and spoke. "We are emissaries of House Baskerville." Hysis, at the head of the line, smirks. So, we're here to inspect the estate and exchange goodwill. Open the gates of the fortress." "Not now. I've sent a report to those in charge, so wait." The horse said wait. "Not wait and see," Vicyr asked. "How long do we have to wait?" "I don't know, maybe tomorrow." Ho ho ho, it was more than a plea. It was an argument. Vicyr's eyes narrowed. "In what name are you preventing Baskerville from entering Baskerville's land? You are arrogant for a tenant." "What? You call me a tenant? Don't you know the Tenant Protection Act? That's a law of your own making. Don't you even know your own family's laws? If that's the law, I've already changed it. I've already amended it to allow me to evict true tenants." Vicyr urged his horse forward a little more while Hysis was speechless. "I am the deputy magistrate of the city of Underdog. I am here by appointment, and this is the last time I will speak to you. Open the door." Hearing Vicyr's words, the 3 Morg sisters exchanged glances for a moment. Then the eldest, Hysis, smirked. "I've heard that there's a younger one in the city of Underdog." "Oh, but what are we going to do about it?" "If it's a young rascal, we've had enough of them." The 3 sisters drew mana into their palms, and then, quack, 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 water, grass, and earth magic unfolded, and Baskerville crashed down in front of them. Vicyr frowned slightly and reared his horse back. The 3 sisters' laughter rang out from beyond the billowing mushroom cloud. "Giggle, giggle, we'll wait for you, you ignorant swordsmen. Not even Baskerville dares to enter Morg's land. Shall these sisters see what a supernova a Baskerville is?" Then Staffordshire came to Vicyr's side and said, "I don't think we should tell them." Vicyr was thinking the same thing just then. "How dare you bitches who don't even know the subject speak in front of anyone? You're a fool. You're a fool." 3 shouts erupted from the Baskerville's emissary. Soon, 3 familiar faces emerged from the dirt. highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. The Baskervilles triplets, who had been at the back of the delegation, stepped forward. They stood side by side, now friendly again, and glared at the three Morgue sisters as they descended. They snorted. "Don't you know the subject? So you guys are higher up than us? Don't you dare." But the three brothers denied their words. "Not us. Not us. Not us." "Then who?" The three siblings turned their heads in unison at the question. "This is our Baskerville Street sign." The direction the three brothers stare in awe and fear. That's where Vicyr was standing. Chapter 42, Episode 42, Morgue's United Front. 3. Vicyr thought. What kind of situation is this? For the first time since his return, something unexpected had happened. The three infamous young Baskervilles, who had come to be known as Hugo's Trident, had begun pretending to be friendly with Vicyr. The trio had even crossed the line of fire several times before Vicyr regressed, and crucially, it was their fault that he was captured and executed at the last minute. But what about now? The high, middle, and low brothers stood in a circle around Vicyr, whereas before they had surrounded him to harass him. Now they were surrounding him to protect him. "He's the poster boy for our line. You can't let him fight just anyone. He has to pull his weight. Protect! Protect!" Lowbro even turned his head and winked at Vicyr. Vicyr was even more bewildered. "I just got my finger chopped off. And this is what he's going to do." But this wasn't the first time Vicyr had encountered this behavior from the triplets. Certainly, they've been noticeably more civilized since the last time they hunted a troll in front of everyone. Maybe even before that. Maybe since he'd killed a Cerberus in his first practical assessment at the age of 8. I knew something was off when I walked up to Vicyr while he was scarfing down a haggis and pretended to be friendly. Vicyr had spent his entire life avoiding the attention of his siblings. They were too weak and young to be worthy of his attention. But this indifference must have caused a mutation in the triplets' minds. After all, it was in the Baskervilles' nature to follow the philosophy of the strongest. What's more, they seemed to be under a strange illusion. "Leave this place to us, Vicyr. We'll repay you for recommending us to the academy." "Leave it to us." "Vicyr will repay you." "Leave it to us." "Vicyr will make it up to you." The triplets speak with determination. Vicyr suddenly remembered his conversation with Hugo not long ago. He had mentioned the triplets without thinking when asked who he was close to, and it had apparently impressed them. Vicyr decided to keep his mouth shut. It's always cute to see a kid who thinks he's doing something great. Plus, these triplets have a fucked-up personality, so that's one cute thing about them. Vicyr thought for a moment. They could be useful. These triplets will surely grow up to be very useful killing machines. They might not have the brains to make their own decisions, but they certainly knew how to do what they were told. They've been used for all sorts of sneaky and dirty jobs, so they've proven to be both skilled and loyal. Hounds, literally, fiercely obedient to their master's command. And that was something Vicyr knew all too well, having been bitten by their teeth. Finally, Vicyr gritted his teeth in defeat. "I'll give you a chance." "Brothers," the triplets' faces lit up. They stood in front of Vicyr, looking even more pleased than when they'd received Hugo's praise at the end-of-the-month review. "Well, if they're going to go to all that trouble, why shouldn't I?" Vicyr decided to stay in the background for now. Next, the three sisters of Morgue and the three brothers of Baskerville were about to face off. The three sisters of Morgue and the three brothers of Baskerville had already met at several annual events, and they had a reputation for getting along very badly. The three sisters struck first. "What a bunch of idiots. All you know how to do is stick together in threes." Lossie's was the first to bring her hands to the ground. With her powerful water realm magic, she formed countless water droplets and began to shoot them out. Puff, puff, puff. The force of the water droplets flying at high speed was powerful. It was said that falling water could take a long time to pierce through rocks, but the monoladen droplets she was sending out could pierce through rocks in an instant. The ground is devastated. The droplets of water that Losis unleashed pierced countless holes in the ground, drenching the earth with moisture. Middlesea followed suit. She specializes in powerful earth magic, and with a sweep of her hands she gathers the loose soil together. Crunch, 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 at Middlesea's command. The waterlogged and deformable soil formed an earth wall that surrounded the three sisters. What's more, sharp rocks protruded from its surface like blades, allowing for both defense and offense. Finally, the eldest sister, Hissis, stepped forward. Specializing in powerful grass magic, she flicked her hands together and pulled the grass seeds from beneath the ground. Thick plant stalks sprouted and vines grew, feeding on the waters of Lothais and the soil of Middlethiz. Land, water, and plant life worked in synergy to make Morg's fortifications stronger and stronger, while at the same time putting pressure on their enemies. Indeed, these are the qualities that have earned it the name, the Three Flowers of Morg. But Baskerville's three brothers were no slouches either. Heh, 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 heh. What are we going to do with all that grass and no meat? What are you going to do? What are we going to do? Hive was the first to jump up. A pale aura of gaseous form drew out a single sharp tooth and slammed it into the dirt wall in front of him. Then, pow, pow, the earthen wall cracked open, revealing the inside. It was only one circle of magic, so its defense was obviously limited. The blades of middle brow and low brow followed suit, slashing down. The high-speed rotating auras vaporized the flying water droplets and shredded the plant stalks. Clang, clang, pow, sword and magic clashed ferociously. The magic was drawing in more mana, recreating the power of the elements more strongly, and the sword was exploding with firewood from the mana and life force in his body. Which is stronger, magic or sword? It was an ever-present debate between the neighboring realms of Morg and Baskerville, and at the forefront of that debate today stood these three sisters and three brothers. Each of the six was fighting to prove their family's banner. Watching on, Vikyr was bored to tears. After all, what tension could there be in a battle between three first-class mages who could only use first-circle magic, and three lowly sword expert juniors who had just mastered the first form of Baskerville? What's more, Vikyr is a cripple from across the river, with no real attachment or brotherhood to the Baskervilles. I wish they'd all just die. It's an extremely cynical attitude, but the other knights of Baskerville, with the exception of Vikyr, had a different attitude. They all seemed to be quite excited, even if they didn't say so. Staffordshire turned to Vikyr, who had a sullen expression on his face. Aren't you having fun? What? Isn't it a competition of talent and potential among young dreamers who will one day carry the family name in tow? If you put it that way, I'm a dreamer. Master, you're already, and you're not fit to play in that age group. It's just a waste of time. I must pass quickly. I have a meeting with the head of the fort to discuss. But Vikyr couldn't finish his sentence. Quack, 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 a powerful explosion ripped through the area. Kaya! The three sisters of the Morg family and the three brothers of the Baskerville family were all stunned. Flames roared, consuming everything around them. Skewers of steel rose from the ground, turning the area into a field of thorns. Puff, 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 the skewered wall of earth collapses in an instant. The searing heat burned away the water and vegetation before Baskerville pushed back the triplets' blades and sent them flying. A line of fire and iron, red and black, separates the Morgans from the Baskervilles in an instant. The magic was so powerful that even the other Baskervilles, who had been watching the children's fight with amusement, half-sheathed their swords in surprise. Crackle, 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 in the blink of an eye, the surrounding cotton fields turned into an inferno. The Baskerville triplets barely made it beyond the wall of fire, but their hair was already charred to a crisp. Hey, what the hell? You almost burned me. What the hell? What? The triplets jerked their heads up to protest Morg's overreach, but Morg's three sisters on the other side of the room were treated even worse. Not only are they scorched by the flames, but they've been skewered, scratched, and torn all over. Crawling on the floor, Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis had dark horror in their eyes. HMPH, HMPH, I almost died just now. If you had dodged a little later, you would have died, HMPH. Sisters, I'm scared. Seeing them stutter, the Baskerville triplets quickly shut their mouths to protest. Morg was unrelenting, even against his own family. All heads turned toward the direction the fire magic had come from. Then from beyond the barrier of fire came a calm voice. What is this? A cold voice, but somehow familiar, and with it, an enforcer of iron skewers and hot flames. The distant nickname that would later come to be known as Giant Tian Muhu. Morg's mistress, who would come to be known as the Queen of Fire and Skewers, or the Queen of Red and Black. But she is still young. Vikyr looked up, an 8-year-old girl in a blur of memories, and now a fully grown 15-year-old girl, Morg Camus. She looked down at him, reunited after 7 years. Chapter 43, Episode 43, The Fiancé, 1, A Morgue Supernova. The only daughter of Morgue Respain, the patriarch of the house. Bloodline for bloodline, talent for talent. Personality for personality. Looks for looks. No one can doubt that she will be the future head of Morgue's household. And yet a child of 15. Vikier lifted his head and looked beyond the barrier of fire and the dead pool of skewers. Morgue Kamu. She stood in an arrogant pose. Looking down, her 3 sisters, sprawled out on the floor, tremble at the sight of her. Oh, it's a camel, sisters. Ooh, they're just trying to ward off intruders. They started the fight. Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis are a year older than Kamu. But they were crushed by the overwhelming force of Kamu's strength, unable to catch their breath. It was an unusual sight for the Morgue, a martial arts family where the hierarchy between siblings is strictly based on age and achievement. And then, Kamu smiled seductively. Kamu, are you talking to me, sisters? Hick. Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. Get out of the way if you don't want to be like that. The camel stretches out a finger in annoyance. There, impaled on iron skewers, burned corpses lined the border. It became clear who had created this murderous landscape. Gah! The 3 sisters fled, shaken by the words of their 1-year-old brother. An eerie silence falls over the battlefield as they disappear. Even the Baskervilles triplets, who had just bared their teeth, cowered before the camel. Then the camo reined in his horse and rode toward the Baskervilles. She stopped exactly in front of Vikier, locked eyes with him, and opened her mouth. Welcome, partner. She was referring, of course, to the joint operation against the demons and barbarians that was about to unfold. After 7 years, Morgue's straight face had changed quite a bit. The freckles on his face are gone, and his wisdom teeth are gone. Her cheeks were still plump from lack of milk, but she was already showing signs of what she would grow into and how beautiful she would be. Vikier recalled her appearance from a distance a few times before her regression. She must have been about 30, and she was pretty. Dazzling could not have been a more apt description of her beauty, a beauty that even Vikier, who had never cared much for a woman's appearance, admired. With all the love letters and marriage proposals coming in from Kamu, Morga would have enough firewood for the winter, and the Camus themselves enjoyed the situation. She had all the ladies by the skirts and was involved in scandals here and there. It was a strategic move. Of course, while she despised the men who clung to her beauty, she played with their minds, fomenting rivalries and conflicts between the houses, and absorbing all the byproducts into the Morgue's service. In a highly political move, she refused to give her heart or body to any man until the end, which made all men crave her love all the more. She ruled over countless captive men. She greatly multiplied Morgue and revolutionized the war against the demons. But this was before the regression. In this life, the camouflage is somehow less scandalous. She is surprisingly quiet, considering that by the time she turned 15, she was already managing fisheries for the imperial family, as well as the other powerful men of the other 6 families. Rumor has it that she is not seeing a single man despite her age. I don't understand. Vikier reined in his horse with a bit of puzzlement. Beside him, Camus reined in his horse, following closely behind. So this is not how things are in Baskerville. The damage done by the barbarian tribes is, so we've sorted them out, and in Morgue, we've decided to forge an alliance with Baskerville against them. He rambled on and on. Vikier didn't say much other than a few dry chuckles. Kamu turned to Vikier and asked, apparently, the Baskervilles don't know much about the enemy and the barbarians of the Black Mountains, do they? Of course not. They fight them all the time, and they should know better than you. Then, why did you send only your own men, all of whom are young and raggedy hounds? Camouflage had finally realized the quality of Baskerville's envoys. Vikier was about to reply that they were Moors, but then he shut his mouth. It had already been agreed with Morgue that Baskerville's true home lurked in the mountains on the other side. What do you ask when you know? The camo chuckled. I was just wondering if you knew about it. Of course I know. It's a family affair, and I'm in charge of the mission here. It could have been a scarecrow used as a discard pawn within the house, but I get it now. Kamu urged his horse forward. Toward Vikier, he looked back at Vikier and smiled. That you are quite trusted within the clan. The camo continued with his questions. Do you know which of the barbarian tribes is the most troublesome? Of course I don't. It was one of Vikyr's primary duties to search out and destroy the enemy and the Black Mountains before returning home. From Morg's perspective, it would be the Balak, a warrior tribe, and the Rokoko, a shaman tribe. The Balak are the most common warrior tribe in the borderlands, and while their numbers are small, each member of the tribe is a powerful warrior, making them a headache for Baskerville. Their archery is far more powerful than that of the Empire, and its principles are not well understood. That's right, they're a mysterious people. Kamu nodded, then looked back at Vikyr, his eyes shining. You're very knowledgeable about the ecology of savage tribes, 8 points. On a scale of 100, you're flunking. Kamu stuck out his tongue, and Vikyr frowned slightly. I answered well. So why is your score like that? Because you answered well. When Vikyr still looked puzzled, the camel grinned, a wry smile curving the corners of his mouth. What's a man to do with being smart? I don't like smart men. Zagoro males are supposed to be dumb. Apparently, the mindset that had gripped and shaken so many men before the regression wasn't going anywhere. Vikyr spurred his horse faster, as if he didn't deserve an answer, but the camouflage followed him, giving him a long list of ratings. Horsemanship, 6. Maybe it's because you're shorter than me, but you're riding a horse that's too big for you. Fashion, 4. Your clothes are too drab. No answer, 1 point for manners. Well, your face is a 99, you've grown up nicely, but I'm deducting 1 point for not managing your facial expressions. My ears began to burn from listening. Vikyr cut him off. Stop giving me stupid grades. Why is it useless? And where is it useful? Of course it's for our future. Isn't it, our future? At Vikyr's incredulous look, Kamu shrugged and puffed out his chest. You're my future husband, so I'm going to weigh in. If I'm flirting with you, then you should evaluate me too, right? No. I'd rather be judged because I need to know what you think of me, Vikyr asked in disbelief. Why do you think I'm your husband? Why, you passed your uncle's test the other day. As Vikyr thought about what he was saying, he remembered a time when he had competed against Morg's deputy, Adolf. At the time, Adolf the Mad had a jar of water on his head, and Victor had broken his sword at the end of the duel and used the shards to break the jar, passing Adolf's test. But that was already 7 years ago. But now he was saying it as if it had happened yesterday. Kamu shuddered and said, how could my uncle judge my husbandliness by such a crude test? He made that promise in front of everyone. And now I'm a married woman, but what can I do? A promise is a solemn law. I have to obey it, even if I don't want to. I'll obey it, I'll obey it, I'll obey it. No one said anything, but he was burning hot. Vikyr watched and thought, what an accomplished fire mage. If he had mastered fire magic to the extreme, would he be able to spontaneously combust like that? Vikyr was mildly curious. Anyway, that's that and this is this. It would do no good to go against the wishes of the woman who was to become the head of Morg's household. So Vikyr was considerate of Kamu. Forget what happened that day, I'll pretend it never happened. For a moment, the camel stiffened. Vikyr watched and thought. A paralyzing spell? That's amazing for a moment, but why did he cast it on himself? Sometimes wizards could do things you couldn't understand. I didn't really care. But diplomacy dictates that I should at least ask what's going on. Vikyr had just opened his mouth to say, hey, how do you make something that wasn't there? Make something that was, Kamu suddenly screeched. For the first time since his regression, Vikyr panicked. He had just opened his mouth to say something. I know because I'm a genius and I never forget what I've seen. With the camo's shout, something flew into Vikyr's face, a shredded piece of cloth. It was a blood-red robe, the size of an 8-year-old's. Boldly emblazoned with the Baskerville sigil, it was the cloak Vikyr had once used to cover the naked camo. 7 years old, the cloak still smelled faintly of that day's sweat. Holding it in his hand, Vikyr scowled at the camel as it moved away. You're giving it away without washing it. Chapter 44, Episode 44. The Fiancé, 2. The fortifications of Morg came into view. Huge earthen walls stood in a circle, dotted with wooden and iron watchtowers. Kamu and Vikyr were walking around the fortress, talking about this and that. The barbarians are raiding the ruby mines and plundering the native slaves and crops. They're taking the slaves not to save their own people, but to sell them as slaves elsewhere. Exactly. There are many barbarian tribes and they do not consider each other kin. so they would not hesitate to sell criminals of their own tribe or captives of other tribes into slavery. I see, and I'm glad I don't have to answer the stupid question of why barbarians fight amongst themselves. Kamu reached out and gestured to the mud wall in front of them. These walls were built by earth and iron mages for a month. The size of the wall was enormous. If ordinary people had built it, it would have taken a year, not a month. It would have taken hundreds of men to build it. Vikir moved closer to the earthen wall. Then he saw something strange. There was a grid of steel beams embedded in the hardened earth wall, but they were only visible to Vikir because of the holes in the wall. The earthen wall was pockmarked with holes that looked like the surface of a biscuit, hundreds of them. Vikir studied the size of the holes. They looked to be about 3 centimeters in diameter. The marks of the Balak. Vikir's sharp eyes were identifying the enemy, the famous barbarian tribe beyond the Black Mountains. Kamu nodded. The Balak are the most troublesome. Their arrows carry a powerful aura, and many a man has been killed by them while standing guard at night. They can punch through an earthen wall 2 or 3 meters thick. So do you have what it takes to defeat them? Even shield magic won't stop it, they fly so fast. Yes, that's why my uncle almost got himself in trouble once not long ago. The camel smirked. Not long ago, he said. He'd been sniped at while searching for Mad King Adolf himself. I think the arrow pierced his shield and it freaked him out. He was lucky to escape with his life, but his pride must have been bruised. Come to think of it, my lord, said Vikir, you had a similar experience, and I heard that you had a scar on the bridge of your nose. Vikir remembered the scar on the bridge of Hugo's nose, wounding Swordmaster Hugo and Class 6 Master Adolf. Balak's archery was indeed something to be wary of. It seems the barbarians have some talent. Who is it? I think it's a woman, but she's too far away to make out her identity, and they wear black paint on their faces, so it's hard to memorize. Kamu threw up his hands in annoyance. Anyway, the Balak are the most threatening, even though they only number about 300, and the next most threatening, the Rococo, are 10 times less numerous. A warlike tribe, the Balak. They are a nomadic, plundering, warlike barbarian people who belong neither here nor there. They have been on the move for unknown reasons in the last 7 years, and have come into increasing conflict with Baskerville. The Morgue, who have recently leased some of Baskerville's territory to develop ruby mines, are equally annoyed with Balak. Kamu looked out over the water on the distant horizon and spoke. The Morgue have their fingers crossed, but barbarian raids are so stealthy that it's hard to detect them. Besides, we have a gap in our vigilance about once a month. Gaps? Vikir asked, and Kamu arched an eyebrow. The Morgue are a matriarchal society, so women are overwhelmingly in charge. Even the wizards who stand guard are women. But what does that have to do with the gap? Well, about once a month, because there's magic. But you're mages, aren't you? Vikir asked, and the camo opened his mouth for a moment, then chuckled. You've got a bit of a stupid side to you, don't you? Okay, I like it. Bonus points for being a man's man. It took Vikir a few slaps on the shoulder before he understood what the camel meant. Just then, Booyo, in the distance. Someone was looking for the camo. A female wizard rushed to the cage and bowed before him. The Hermitage's search party has captured a barbarian scout alive. A prisoner had been taken. The one being dragged away in ropes was a man with brown skin and black hair. From the tattoos on his body, Vikir could guess his tribe. You're from the shaman tribe, Rococo. I don't know how he ended up here, but his fate is already sealed. Morgue Kamu, she faced her captive with a fearsome aura. Did you get any information? The mages beside her cringed. We're not talking. For now, what about mind magic? It doesn't work. The powerful spell makes it impossible to read their memories. The camouflage turned away. He walked over and stood in front of his captive. You raided Morgue's fortress once before and took some slaves. Among those slaves was a Morgue woman. She is my half-sister. Her name is Rose. Kamu glared at Rococo's captive with searing eyes. What did you do with her? The captive's tightly closed mouth slowly opened. Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew He, Hebrew Resh, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Gimel. At the word, the camo raised an eyebrow. Interpretation, where is the barbarian returnee? But no one answered him. They just glanced at each other uneasily. One wizard spoke up apologetically. They were all killed or taken away when the barbarians attacked. Vice-captain, then there is no one to translate his words. For the moment, no. It was an awkward moment. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. I speak a little Rococo. Vikyr stepped forward. Kamu stared at him. Wide-eyed, you can do that. 2. What are you not good at? Not very well, I just know the basic vocabulary. Vikyr stood in front of Kamu. Kamu asked. Ask him where my half-brother is, the girl you kidnapped in the last raid. She has red hair, red eyes, and unusually white skin. She's about 12 years old. Vikyr nodded, then turned to Rokoko's captive in front of him. Hebrew mame, Hebrew hey, Hebrew tayin, Hebrew shin, Hebrew yod, Hebrew tav, Hebrew tayin, Hebrew mame, Hebrew hey, Hebrew kate, Hebrew tate, Hebrew vav, Hebrew pay, Hebrew hey. A short reply came back. Hebrew aleph, Hebrew kaf, Hebrew lamed. Vikyr's expression hardened for a moment. Then he turned to the camel and shook his head. He's dead. At that, the faces of all the morgue turned grim. He had expected death when he was kidnapped, but hearing it was a different story. Then Kamu stepped forward. She growled in a low voice at her captive. When this war is over, your language will be the language of hell. Those were the last words the prisoner heard. Kamu said, the delegate from the light party is being treated now. The delegate of the dark party is now inspecting the opposite estate, and I, Morg Kamu, a member of the council and deputy fortress master, will make the judgment here. That was the end of the summary trial, and now, with a flick of his hand, Kamu drew a circle of magic in the air. Then, poof, a large iron skewer sprouted from the ground. The iron elements hidden among the earth elements came together and exploded, and the skewer that formed impaled Rokoko's prisoner in one fell swoop, from groin to crown. The prisoner struggled, unable to even scream. He was nailed high up in the air, impaled on a metal skewer. Flames began to crackle beneath him. Crackle, the skewer burns in the blink of an eye. The camouflage had burned Rokoko's captive to death. All the slaves who saw it looked at it in fear. It was the same with the people of Morgue. Purr, 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 the sound of someone being skewered and burned to a crisp. Black powder scattered in the wind along with the smell of burning meat. In front of that terrifying fire, the camel smiled nonchalantly. Let's go. She grabbed Vikyr from beside her and they were out of there in no time. Everyone around them could only stare after them with a faint sense of dread. Meanwhile, back behind the earthen wall, Vikyr was a little surprised. Not that he was surprised to see a man skewered alive and burning. Vikyr had spent decades rolling on the battlefields before his return, and had seen much worse. It was the expression on the camel's face that startled Vikyr. Blah, blah, blah. The camel had gone to a place where no one was around, and now it was crying. His face contorted, his eyes red, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks. Vikyr's mouth was half open in disbelief. Oh my God, to see the weather goddess crying. Of course, she had seen it when she was 8 years old, but it felt very different now that she was 15. But I'm still 15, I thought. After staring at the crying camel for a while, Vikyr finally spoke up. Why are you crying? Why would I cry? The camel screeched and looked around for anyone to hear. Vikyr closed his mouth for a moment, then opened it again. You must have been very close to your brother. I was. She was very protective of me, an innocent, good child not fit for morgue. After speaking, Kamu squatted down against the earthen wall. They were about the same height, but somehow she seemed much smaller now. Vikyr thought to himself, don't be so sad, he must have gone in peace. When Vikyr offered his awkward words of comfort, the camel snapped back. Who do you think you are? The question was a mixture of anger and sadness. Vikyr noticed. The camel understood him. I'm a genius, I can't talk, so I can't listen. Tell me straight, tell me if I heard right. Vikyr could only nod with a heavy expression at Camus' words. Rokoko's captive's last words hadn't been dead. Eaten. The Rokoko are a tribe of shamans and cannibals. It is their custom to eat their captives. Hearing Vikyr's confirmation, Kamu began to tear up again. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry for you. Kamu cried and cried. Vikyr stood still beside her and remained silent, surprised that Morg Kamu, the queen of red and black, of fire and skewers, would hide such a thing behind her mask. And after some time had passed, Kamu rose from her seat. She dabbed at her cheeks with her sleeve, wiping away the dried tears. She returned to her original cold expression. She looked at Vikyr, who stood off to the side. That wasn't so bad. I would have killed him if he'd shown any flimsy sympathy. There was no way a lowly threat from a 15-year-old girl was going to have any effect on a 100-year-old man who'd seen it all. But Vikyr gave a grim nod anyway. Whatever. Sometimes it's comforting to just be there. Not knowing what to do with a 15-year-old girl who was crying, staying still had paid off this time. Next, Kamu patted Vikir on the chest. No time to mourn. Boy, we need to recover and get revenge as soon as possible. Come with me, there's something we need to do together. The camo sounded quite determined. Chapter 45, Episode 45. The fiancé, 7 years ago. There was an 8-year-old girl in the Morgue family who was broken. Morgue Kamu, the youngest member of House Morgue, a renowned mage family. Her extraordinary talents were evident from the earliest days. The young children of Morgue gathered for a lesson in magic. Now, the road to magehood is hard. As you look into the abyss looks into you. You must always be careful and cautious because if you look into the depths, you might be eaten by a giant demon. When the children heard the tutor's words, each of them felt a vague sense of fear and terror. Only one, Camouflage, snorted, "Nonsense." The tutor furrows her brow. "Mr. Camouflage, why do you say it's nonsense?" "You said that when I look into the abyss. The abyss looks into me. That's bullshit." Camouflage gives you a stern look. "The abyss of Motto is so wide and deep that no human mind can comprehend it. Because I look into the abyss looks into me? Nonsense. Just because an ant can see me doesn't mean I can see the ant, and the abyss doesn't know I'm looking into it, and it doesn't care. It doesn't care. So being afraid of the abyss looking into you is overly self-conscious." "Well, maybe once you get to a certain level, but don't instill fear in kids who can't even handle their mana yet." At that, the tutor fell silent. The tutor's jaw dropped. In all the years he'd been able to reach Class 5 and roll 5 mana circles, he'd never once fallen into the abyss of Motto. Unless, of course, you're knocking on the door of Class 7, the ultimate in Motto. When the tedious lesson was over, the camel shook himself out of his seat and stood up. "What's my uncle up to?" The only person in the family who understood his talent and whom he felt comfortable confiding in. Kamu favored her younger brother, Morgue Adolf, even more than her mother, Morgue Rispain, the head of the household. Then, Kamu overheard her mother, Rispain, and her uncle, Adolf, talking in the parlor. "You say that a ruby vein runs underground on the Baskerville family estate." "Yes, sister, it looks like a collision is inevitable." "That's a big deal, Hugo, and I don't want to have to bow down to that bastard. Plus, that's where the barbarians are raging, so does that make it a three-way war?" "Well, for one thing, the lode runs into the Baskervilles' territory, so we're at a legal disadvantage. Also, your barbarians are a group that the Baskervilles have been struggling with for years, so a local conflict would be very damaging to the family in more ways than one." Rispain and Adolf looked grave, then Camus stepped forward. "I'll take a look." Lesbarn and Adolf gasped in surprise. "Does he know what's wrong with this?" "Wait, sister, let's hear what the kid has to say. He's a genius. You know, and maybe he can point out something the grown-ups don't see." This is why the camel likes his uncle Adolf. Rispain and Adolf nodded in disbelief at what the camel was saying. Let's give it a try. Shall we, after that? Let's solidify our cooperation and push for joint development. Not a bad idea." It's hard to believe they came from the mind of an 8-year-old. And wouldn't it be great if we also discussed the issue of nepotism? I like the idea of in-laws going into business together, rather than just bowing out, aka the prenup strategy. Kamu had another good suggestion. Lesbain's eyes lit up and he asked, "You mean a pact with the Baskervilles? Who do you think we should send?" "Well, what about the triplets? Highseas, Middleseas, and Lowseas, who are useless to anyone?" Kamu answered nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. Morger immediately begins to negotiate. Adolf took Kamu with him to Baskerville, and Kamu used his status as a child to talk to Hugo. He used his status as a child to speak to Hugo, comparing the underground veins to his hands and forearms. But, for the first time in his life, Camo had to suffer a bitter defeat. That one, from the opposing camp came an 8-year-old kid. I don't know the logic behind it, but he was definitely outgunned. The camel was so angry that he started crying and almost lost his mind. I've never experienced anything like this in my life. No one else, not even his 8-year-old peers, not even teenagers, had ever done this to him, not even adults. Everything in the world had always gone the way he wanted it to, and he had never been caught off guard. But that day was different. Everything had gone against Kamu's will, and the reason for this was the dark-haired boy she had met that day. The one, If it weren't for you. So the camel was furious. He wanted to show the first person he'd ever met his true colors, so he challenged him to a fight in the training grounds. Where swords and magic clashed, he fought with all his might, but the creature was cowardly and dodged the blows. Crackle, 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 he flicked his fingers at his forehead as if he was just playing around, and it really hurt, too. As I kept getting hit, his face zoomed in for a close-up. I felt blinded by anger. You feel like it's just you and him in the world. All I could think about was punching him in the face. Right then, boom, there was an accident in the next room. There was a huge explosion and my clothes were burned to a crisp. I hastily tried to hide behind the dust and smoke, but it only saved me a few seconds of nakedness. It was only then that she became worried. There are tons of people here besides me and him. What an embarrassment. Morg's supernova, her genius, her next big thing. The person she respected and trusted, all in one moment, naked in front of everyone. Even 8-year-olds have their virginity. He has his pride. Camus fought desperately to keep the tears from falling. He was about to be stripped naked in front of all the kids his age who had always looked down on him. Especially when the sneaky sisters Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis were in the next room. I didn't want to cry naked in front of them. They would make fun of me for the rest of my life. But what can I do? But there was no way out of this situation. Soon the dust would settle and she would be the laughing stock of the world. I should die, Camus thought to himself. Just then, flutter, his vision went black. Something heavy but warm and cozy covered the camel's naked body. She looked up and saw him right in front of her. He had removed his own clothes and covered her, leaving her naked. Isn't he ashamed? The camel thought so, but he didn't seem to think so. He flaunted his nakedness for all to see, without a trace of shame. The camel felt his heart pound in his chest as he stared at his naked body. The first time he'd ever seen his number. The first time he'd ever suffered a defeat. The first time he'd ever seen a confident demeanor. The first time he'd ever seen the naked body of someone his own age. So many firsts were jumbled together in Camus' mind. For the first time in her life, her good hair stood on end, and so did the time that flowed around her. For what seemed like an eternity, she stared at him, secretly thinking to herself that it was a good thing that she had brought out the marriage pact strategy before she left the clan. And then, one after another, he was pitted against his uncle. The camel had always liked and followed his uncle, but for that moment he thought he was being unfair. He's a grown man, and he's persecuting a child. She had always been grateful to her uncle for treating her like an adult, but not as much as she was at this moment. What? The kid continued to challenge his uncle, an indomitable spirit that refused to back down in the face of such a stark disparity in skill. Camus felt mixed feelings. He knew of his uncle's strength and greatness, but he couldn't stop his gaze from drifting too. Inwardly, he was surprised that he was hoping for such a ridiculous situation, that guy would defeat his uncle, and then, the fantasy became a reality. In a situation that even the strongest Camus thought was hopeless, the one surprisingly overcame his uncle. Chirp, 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 a broken water jar, a stream of water and a dazed uncle. The Camus cheered at this shocking outcome. It even jumped up and down in place. Her uncle looked shocked and expressed his disappointment, but it was none of her business. She had always despised the frivolous laughing and jumping of 8-year-olds her age, but before she knew it, she was laughing and jumping like a normal 8-year-old. After the negotiation went well, arriving home, the camel went to bed. The stuffed animal she always hugged when she went asleep. She decided to put it aside. I'm not a child anymore. Instead, her usual cuddle had changed. Baskerville's black blood. The cloak that he had wrapped her in became her first love. Camus slept in it every night, always burying his face in it as he fell asleep. The smell of musty sweat was somehow thought to be a good thing, and I slept better with my nose buried in it. Sometimes my heart would suddenly thump in my chest. Other times I would feel a tingling sensation all over my body, and other times I would nibble my collar with my teeth on a sudden impulse. When the nanny would suggest doing the laundry, Camus would raise his hand and firmly stop her. These things aren't worth washing. After that, she never washed it, and so the seasons changed and a few birthday cakes came and went, and the camel always thought the same thing. Where would she be now? What would she be doing, and how tall would she be? And just like that, the little girl became a lady. She went to the ruby mines all the time because she loved rubies, but she never saw him. She had only heard rumors on the wind that he had gone on a long training run, and time passed. One day, Kamu heard a rumor. There was a fairly large city on the edge of the Baskerville estate, adjacent to the Morgue estate. It was rumored that a young deputy had been appointed there. Apparently, he caused several major accidents upon his arrival. Of course, by accidents, I don't really mean accidents. I mean mega achievements. Upon hearing that he had burned 10 billion on a single stick, the camel slapped his knee. "You've grown up." She made her way over to Gadusel. "What? You want me to send you on a joint operation with the Baskervilles?" "Yes, Mom, right now." Camouflage pawed at her patriarch Lesbin as they made their way to the Baskervilles' estate. Before doing so, he made sure to identify the new deputy magistrate of Underdog City as his partner in the joint operation. And a day before the Baskervilles were due to arrive, Camo had made all the arrangements. The fort's watchtower, with its many beautiful cotton blossoms, was chosen as the meeting place. A little embarrassed, he kept Morg's prying eyes as far back as possible. There, among the white flowers and their delicate scent, the 7-year wait would end. The camel went to bed with a puffed-up chest. And that day, the camel was furious. He had picked an atmospheric spot, but it was already in shambles. His sisters, who had been so disrespectful when he was younger, and who now dared not even breathe in his presence when he was older, had ruined it. "What the do you think you're doing?" Kamu asked with infernal fury. The aftermath of Romantic's destruction was horrifying. Morg's 3 sisters sobbed, unable to speak English. Kamu, my sisters are..." "Woohoo. We just wanted to keep the intruders out." Well, they started the fight, but Kamu's mood was already low. The reunion he'd been waiting 7 years for had been ruined. "Camo, are you talking to me, sisters?" "Hick, no, no. No, 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 no. Get out of the way if you don't want to be like that." The camel didn't really intend to kill the 3 sisters, but he did intend to spank them really badly. But he didn't have to, because they scurried away on their own. Then, Camu reined in his horse and stood in front of him. "Welcome, partner." Seeing him again after 7 years, he didn't look much different than when they first met. He wasn't much taller than her, as if he was still growing, but his face had changed slightly. His jawline was more defined, and his nose was more prominent. It was better than the version that had been glorified and beautified in Kamu's imagination. "You've grown a lot, You've grown." The camel nodded, his face flushed red of its own accord. Why did the naked body under the blood wind of the 8-year-old suddenly appear in his mind? "Mo, has your body changed a lot?" It was a camouflage that didn't use any magic, but it was unnecessarily hot. Chapter 46, Episode 46, The Husband Hunt 1. "So this is what we're supposed to do together." Vikir looked down, frowning. In front of him, the camel cupped his chin in his hands and grinned broadly. In front of him now was a steaming pile of bread, potatoes, boiled meat, and vegetables. "You need to eat to stay strong. Here, eat." Vikir pressed a hand to his forehead as the camouflage man practically shoved food at him. They had been in the fort for over 10 days now. In that time, the camo had gotten over the grief of his brother's death. But the way he'd gotten over it was causing Vikir quite a headache, because he'd been coming to the door of his quarters every day, demanding to eat with him 6 times a day. What kind of meals do you eat 6 times a day? It's healthy to eat small and often. "I tend to binge eat 1 meal a day. Maybe I should skip the next meal." Don't you know that starvation leads to loss of combat power? It's against military law." "Then you're not really eating." At Vikir's point, the camo frowned and averted his gaze. He shoves a bit of salad into his mouth and grunts. "I get full just watching you eat." Vikir chewed her meat and frowned. He couldn't figure out why a 15-year-old girl from another family he hadn't seen in 7 years was being so hard on him. Is she trying to arrange a marriage? Before his regression, Camus had discussed strategic marriage with a number of prospects, but none of them had actually gotten married. It would be troubling if he had chosen himself as a candidate for an arranged marriage. "I'm leaving Baskerville. If you leave, I will destroy you. What has been your reward for doing all the dirty work in the house? You must repay me for all the foul and disgusting sensations of that moment when you stood on the gallows waiting for guillotine. So it's better not to get involved with Morg's women. The last thing I need is a scandal or a love triangle later on." This was true not only of Kamu, but of any woman in the world. Unaware of Vicur's thoughts, the camel still looks innocent and asks, "Is there poop in the meat? You look like you chewed shit." Hearing the camel's words, Vicur blinked a few times with a nonchalant expression before picking up his fork and eating again. All the while, she never looked up. Meanwhile, Vicur's cold demeanor was a breath of fresh air for Kamu. Usually, when she asks to join her for a meal, everyone is happy to oblige, men and women, young and old. Especially men outside the clan, whose faces were already lit up with anticipation before they even sat down to eat. It was only natural. Camus was young, brilliant, beautiful, and a future ruler, but Vicur's 15 years of common sense and experience had been thoroughly discredited. "I think we should eat separately from now on." "What? Why? It's uncomfortable," Vicur said, slamming his fork down. At that, Kamu nodded as if he could agree. He was right, the cafeteria where Vicur ate was almost exclusively filled with women. Women receiving their meals, women serving them, hardly a man in sight. Kamu chuckled. "Alas, what can I say? Morgue is a matriarchal society, so most of the fighters are women, and the men do most of the cooking in the kitchen back there. It's not like the Baskervilles, an extreme macho society. Just as males have a slight advantage when it comes to swordsmanship, females have a slight advantage when it comes to magic, so naturally Morg's army is made up mostly of women. Instead, the men are in charge of supply in the rear, a job that is actually just as important as combat. My uncle, who is in charge of supply, is currently ill with chest pains, so we don't have many supplies. Eat up." Though Kamu ignored Vicur's offer to eat separately. Instead, he scooped some boiled potatoes onto Vicur's plate and slyly changed the subject. "You don't have this in your house, do you?" The potatoes were the object of Kamu's shrug. It was a super potato that had been modified by Morg's plant-based magic, making it far more nutritious and faster to absorb than a normal potato. The downside was that they were so nutritious that they lacked flavor. Kamu chewed on the fluffy potato and said, "The only flaw in the nutritional improvement is the lack of taste, but it's still better than the haggis you eat back home, right?" Vicur looked away from the potato and picked up his fork. Apparently, it's hard to shoo away a camel that's been looming over you for a while. This was Morg's territory, and she was in charge. Vicur decided to go along with the camel's change of subject for now. "It's not bad," Kamu repeated. Vicur picked up Morg's potatoes with a serious look on her face. "They're not bad, it's just that you guys cook them badly." "I'm sorry, but the cook in this fortress used to be a chef in the Imperial City, and I have a picky palate, so he's specially brought in. If it's cooked by him and it doesn't taste good, it's not there." Vicur shook his head at that. "Well, with the supply disruption, we'll have to eat this for a while anyway." Vicur picked up the potatoes, stood up, and headed to the kitchen. Using a knife, Vicur cut the potatoes into small pieces and lightly rolled them in salt and vinegar. Then, she added the dried leaves of the mandrake and the juice of the sabak tree to the pot with the potatoes and started steaming. The chef in the kitchen saw Vicur and came over in surprise. "Hey, what are you doing?" But the chef is interrupted by a camel that has just entered the kitchen. She's watching Vicur's handiwork closely. Next, Vicur holds a lightly steamed potato in front of the chef. This will remove the earthy flavor and bring out the sugar, and the texture will be as crisp as a regular potato. The chefs in the kitchen let out a collective gasp. "Wow, there's a way to prepare these potatoes like this. It's amazing, it's a new breed, how?" "It's true, it doesn't have an earthy flavor, and the texture is just like a regular potato." The chefs immediately put Vicur's simple recipe into practice. The Morg warriors were also delighted with the change in flavor of the potatoes in their rations. So did Staffordshire and the highbrow, middlebrow and lowbrow triplets who ate among the Morg. "Master, how did you know how to eat those potatoes? Apparently the Morg didn't either," Staffordshire asked, his eyes wide. Vicur merely looks away, unable to answer. For now, this Morg's potatoes are new to the market. In a few decades, it will be a battlefield staple. In the Age of Doom, when all supplies were scarce, warriors in the war against demons developed ways to make their limited food supplies as palatable as possible during their countless days in the wilderness. Mercenaries who had been through the ringer had learned to squeeze every last drop of flavor out of the simplest of ingredients, such as those who figured out how to take the astringency and earthy smell out of the potato. Vicur, too, had been in many battles, and was naturally familiar with many survivalist dishes. Many of them were learned while being poisoned or maimed, and some of them were truly eye-opening delicacies. Meanwhile, the camel's eyes widened as he tasted the newly prepared potatoes. "Hey, do you want to come over and cook?" Yeah, I'll just take you in," Vikyr sighed lightly. The camo still had a twinkle in her eye, though. "Speaking of which, when do you get into the academy? I'll match you. I'm probably getting an early entry by a year or two. It would be so much fun if we could be first years together." Just then, the playful camel's eyes immediately changed color. She stops talking and closes her mouth, and then Vikyr's mouth fell open as well. The air outside the window changed in an instant. They both felt it at the same time, a sense of foreboding that the others hadn't yet felt. And then, tinkle, 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 a loud bell began to ring outside the window. It was the signal for a barbarian attack. Chapter 47, Episode 47, The Husband Hunt 2, Ping, the sound of a hole in the air. An arrow flew through the air with a crash and stuck in the dirt wall. Boom! The hard, baked earth wall exploded with a loud bang, leaving a huge hole. A soldier who was taking cover behind it was instantly killed by the arrow. Booming voices echo from the edge of the jungle. Balak, a tribe of brown-skinned savages. They had swords and bows in their hands and were attacking Morg's fortress. Ping! An arrow flies, and a soldier is sent tumbling down the ramparts. In the blink of an eye, Balak's barbarian warriors overturned all the skirmishers and scrambled up the ramparts. Boom, 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 they set fire to the cotton fields below the walls and dragged the barbarian slaves with them. Thump, 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 the barking of dogs everywhere. The barbarians of Balak rode their great wolves in groups of 2 or 3, and in their hands they carried nooses of strong rope. These were thrown into the air, and a slave, always a woman, a man, and a child, was taken alive. It was like a hunt. The surprise was so swift that the fortress was in an uproar. Flames were everywhere, soldiers were dying, and many slaves were being dragged alive. And in the midst of it all, Vikyr descended. Some of the barbarian women's eyes lit up when they saw him. They tossed the nooses into the air, swung them up, and hurled them at Vikyr's throat in unison. And with that, tut tut tut, the 3-strand rope noose snaps around Vikyr's neck. The barbarian warriors kicked at the mounted wolf's loins, driving it like a horse, but crack, the wolf was forced to stop running. Vikyr was standing there unmoving. Thud, the rope noose tightened around his neck, but Vikyr didn't budge. Next, Vikyr twisted the noose with his hands and gave it a firm squeeze. Quack, 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 the wolf and the 3 barbarian female warriors sprawled across the floor. The faces of the barbarian men around them twisted. They shouted something and pointed their bows at Vikyr. Beep, 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 arrows of incredible speed. In unison, they lunged for Vikyr, but Vikyr's hand was much faster. Whoosh! Vikyr quickly drew his longsword and imbued it with an aura. The liquid aura of the gradient symbolized a single point on the tip of the blade. Pap-a-pap-pap. Vikyr drew a figure of 8 with the tip of his blade, slicing all the flying arrows in half. The barbarians shrank back in horror at the sight of Vikyr's aura. They couldn't help but notice. This manipulative power could only be seen by those who touched some singularity. Vikyr squinted, taking in the group of Balak before him. Brown skin, hair of varying shades of silver, gray, and black. Faces painted black, collars with thorns around their necks, riding on the backs of large wolves and using bows as their primary weapons. Just like I remembered before the regression, I've faced Balak's warriors many times before. They are not only belligerent, but each warrior is highly skilled. It is fortunate that this is a plain with a fortress, for if we turned against them in the middle of a dark jungle, we would have had a hard time. Before we set out, Hugo assured me that we were not to engage until we were joined by the main body. This was Baskerville territory, but it was leased to Morg, so Vikyr had no reason to risk his life in dispute with them. Vikyr pressed the barbarian warriors with just the right amount of momentum, and they didn't hesitate to charge at him. They had seen the ghostly swordsmanship Vikyr had displayed just moments before. Then, boom, there was a loud explosion followed by searing flames. An earthen wall collapsed, and a girl stepped out from behind it. The one who would one day be called an enemy and the Queen of Black. Morg Kamu, she glared at the barbarian warriors of Balak with bloodshot eyes. Die! Kamu crossed her hands, quadricasting. 4 offensive spells manifested and began to shake the battlefield upside down. Powerful blasts of fire and wind, steel and rock, drove firestorms and rock showers. Balak's barbarian warriors were biting the wolves back, signaling loudly among themselves. Perhaps it was time to retreat. Khammu kept the invaders at bay, but glanced back at Vikir. Her gaze was drawn to the few drops of black liquid on the tip of Vikir's blade. "You were a gradient? That's amazing." Khammu was genuinely impressed. What kind of mastery was a gradient? An exalted realm that ordinary people couldn't reach even after a lifetime of training. Even the people of Baskerville, who were said to be swordsmanship geniuses, could only reach it by the time they were 30. "I see. You are the only man I can recognize." Khammu smirked and stepped up to Vikir's side. She had taken a defensive stance, as if she thought Vikir was tired of projecting his aura. "Stay back, it's dangerous." Stepping in front of Vikir, the Khammu created a wall of steel and rock while summoning icicles of fire and ice to pound the field. 3 circles of magic, even a quadruple cast. Truly a morgue genius, a talent worthy of a kick in the ass at age 15. "I will avenge my brother's death." Khammu summoned all the mana in his body and hurled it at the barbarians. But the battlefield is a place where even the most genius of talents can't let their guard down. Pow! Khammu frowned at the stinging sensation at the nape of his neck. An arrow, but if it was an arrow, he would be dead before he had a chance to think about it. He reached up and pulled the thing out of his nape. Something so small and thin it could have slipped through the shields floating in the air. It was a cactus needle. Ping Khammu felt his head spin. The thorns must have been laced with paralyzing poison. Hebrew Nun, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Samic. Hebrew Hey, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Tayin, Hebrew Kaf, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Vav. I see one of the barbarian warriors pointing at the camel and jumping up and down with glee. Apparently, he was the one who shot the tranquilizer needle. And now, Whirlylick the barbarian warrior threw the lasso he was holding at the camel. It looks like he intends to capture the camel alive. But Jaws the lasso was intercepted halfway. Vikir reached out and caught the lasso halfway. Kukuk, the barbarian warrior, and Vikir began to struggle. The other man tugged at the noose with all his might, but the already superhuman Vikir was no match for his strength. Boom! The barbarian warrior was thrown off the wolf's back and sprawled on the ground. "That's at least a half-wit." Vikir shook his head as he watched the Balak warrior roll around on his back. Vikir looked back at Khammu. "I think we should retreat from here." "What? But the farmlands and the prisoners." "It would be better to refrain from engaging them until we have rejoined the main body of the Baskervilles." The Khammu looked conflicted. Rationally, it would be better to back off moderately here. But she had just lost her beloved half-brother, and in the heat of the moment, her emotions got the better of her judgment. He was taken alive by a savage tribe. He must have suffered terrible pain and terror until the moment of his death. The image of her brother flashed through her mind, and her fists tightened. Just then, ping, a sharp piercing sound came from somewhere. Vikir instinctively jerked his head back. An arrow whizzes past the nape of his neck, sending him flying into the city wall. Boom! The blow was strong enough to pierce the ear of the rampart. Vikir jerked his head back. A lone female warrior stared back at him, perched on the back of a large wolf. Black hair mingled with silver, tipped with triangular ears, and a face smeared with ash. She threw her lasso right at Vikir, as if she knew he would dodge it. The snake-like lasso swooped down, aiming for Vikir's throat at an exquisite angle. Vikir didn't react, instead calmly reaching for his sword. The black aura that symbolized the Baskervilles drew 4 teeth in the air. The noose snapped in half in midair. Just then, "Danger!" There was a hand on Vikir's back. He turned his head to see a camouflage of stiffened bodies pushing against Vikir's back. And behind him, the barbarian man who had fallen off the wolf's back earlier, tugging at the noose through clenched teeth. "I thought he'd be a half-wit, but he's stronger than I thought." The noose was wrapped tightly around the camel's waist, and the barbarian took off running with the paralyzing poison. "So this is what happens." Vikir sighed softly. "A momentary lapse in judgment is costly. Morg's next patriarch would learn this the hard way. Even in her original history, she was kidnapped by barbarian tribes once, even before the regression. As a young man, Camouflage was captured as a prisoner of war and taken away as a hostage. Of course, it wasn't long before she returned home, slaughtering barbarian tribes. It was during this time that she became known as the Queen of Enemies and Black. But I still have to do my job, even though it's not Baskerville's business. Vikyr has formed a strategic alliance with Morg. Vikyr quickly unleashes her aura. Fang, the silver-haired female warrior's weapon, blocked Vikyr's path. Bow! Vikyr's eyes narrowed as he realized the identity of the thing blocking his sword. The Balak female warrior in front of him had swung her bow with its full length, blocking Vikyr's blade. Then, Vikyr locked eyes with the woman before him. A strange sense of disquiet washed over him. "You look familiar." Just as Vikyr was about to rummage through his memory, the warrior spoke up. "You said you'd see again, didn't you?" She spoke in broken Imperial. Chapter 48, Episode 48, The Husband Hunt 3. Vikyr thought, "She looks familiar. The woman before him must have seen him before." But she didn't have long to think about it. The next moment, the warrior's long legs flew out and kicked Vikyr in the stomach. A tingling sensation down his spine, an unbelievable weight. There was no way she could have pulled off such a move without using her aura. Vikyr somersaulted a couple of times in the air before landing on his feet. Mastery. The barbarian warrior before him was no ordinary bet. With the charcoal black paint on her face, it was impossible to make out her features, but she looked to be in her late teens, early 20s at least. It would be difficult to fight her while hiding her skills. Vikyr lowered his stance and was about to prepare to fight. The female warrior's mouth opened. "You said we'd see each other again, didn't you?" She spoke in broken Imperial. Vikyr suddenly remembered where he had seen this barbarian warrior before. The girl who had once been kept in a cage like a beast during a raid on an illegal slave auction in Underdog City. She was destined to be turned into flesh by perverted nobles. Vikyr had helped her escape by turning the auction house upside down and opening the cage door. He even gave her a potion. "You return the favor." The barbarian girl shook her head at Vikyr's scowl. "Me. A slave. Avenging my capture. Morg, nothing to do with you." Apparently, House Morg had something to do with this barbarian girl's captivity by the slavers. Not surprising, since the Morg have been at odds with the barbarians over the development of their ruby mines. Perhaps this latest raid was in retaliation for the barbarian girl's capture by the slavers and her subsequent treatment. Vikyr narrowed his eyes. That said, she's a pretty high-ranking girl, and then, the barbarian girl jerked her chin at the wolf in the distance. The wolf had a lassoed camel tied around its waist. "For what you've done, we pay him back. We, the woman, the next leader, we take them." Balak and Morg faced off. The girl swung her bow, knocking the wolves around her back. The signal to retreat. All of Balak's warriors began to fall back in unison, as if their purpose was over with the capture of the camouflage. The barbarian girl looked slightly troubled, then turned to Vikyr. "If you want your girl back, follow me." "Do you speak Imperial?" Vikyr continued to speak to her, hoping to gather some more clues. To buy a little time, but that was it. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the barbarian girl turned and disappeared into the jungle. Vikyr was about to give chase. Beep, beep, beep. It was impossible because of the countless showers of arrows falling down. Should I reveal my power? If he unleashed all of his hidden power, he might be able to break through that rain of arrows. But camo, that was impossible. As Adolf, leading his soldiers, charged into the battlefield, Vikyr took a few steps back to avoid the arrows. With so many eyes on him, he couldn't afford to show his strength. "Give me my nephew." Enraged, Adolf cast a great spell, turning the earth upside down. But Balak's warriors were fast and skilled. The vanguard easily sidestepped Adolf's magic and disappeared over the water, while the laggards scattered in countless directions to confuse the pursuit. In the end, Balak's raiders fled into the jungle, most of them, leaving only a few casualties behind. This nonsense? Adolf stood dumbfounded. So did the mages who had brought reinforcements. It took less than 3 minutes for the Morgans to respond to the emergency signal announcing the invasion. But the Balak assault was so methodical and swift that it would have been all over in that time. The raiders were well organized and caught the inexperienced camo off guard. Slaves and crops would have been one thing, but the kidnapping of the next head of the family was a big deal. "How can this be good?" Adolf stamped his foot as he watched the sun set over the water. The waters of the Red and Black Mountains were terrifying, but they became even more dangerous after dark. Entering the waters at night was suicide. And even the wizards of Morgoth were not easily pursued. One wrong move could mean annihilation. Just then, we can still catch up. Vikyr stepped forward. He gazed into the depths of the water. I've been in there when I was a kid. A lie. Of course, he'd only been in there once briefly when he was 8 years old. But Vikyr had searched, scouted, and slaughtered countless times before his return, and he knew most of the geography underwater. Meanwhile, the wizards of Morg were dumbfounded by Vikyr's words. One wizard raised his eyebrows and spoke up. Entering the Black Mountains with a dark enemy is suicide. But he didn't finish his sentence. Those who won't go, I will not trouble you later. Morg Adolf, his eyes bloodshot, stood before Vikyr. He had recognized Vikyr's extraordinary abilities. With that, Adolf bent down at the waist to be eye level with Vikyr. Boom! Adolf squeezed Vikyr's hand with both of his hands and he said desperately, "Please, I beg you, help me save my niece." Vikyr nodded. The raiders from earlier had obviously thrown their nooses at him, and it was the camel who had returned the favor. A debt must be paid, and without another word, Vikyr turned and walked into the tangled jungle of roots. Maybe this is my chance to get out from under Hugo's control. They say a crisis is an opportunity, and Vikyr thought he might be able to use this to his advantage. Dusk fell. The Earth Spider was losing. The watery terrain between the enemy and the Black Mountains is littered with all manner of fiends, poisonous plants, and traps. Bone-sucking mosquitoes, venomous thorns, spiders that walk without making a sound, narrow, deep cliffs between rocks hidden by fallen leaves. A normal person wouldn't be able to survive even a few hours in these waters, and the situation isn't much different for beings who have reached the pinnacle of nothingness. What's more, the nights are so deep and dark that even barbarians are reluctant to pass through them. All sorts of dangerous things are awakened from their daytime slumber, so it's no wonder that even the bravest of Morg's warriors wouldn't dare venture into the murky waters. But, in the jungle, among all these potential killers, there was a being who seemed to be weaving in and out of them with incredible speed. Vikyr van Baskerville. He burned blades of grass to scare away poisonous insects, crossed cliffs hidden beneath dirt and fallen leaves, and rubbed animal feces on his clothes to hide his scent and creep, all in a series of extremely skillful movements. The Morg and Baskervilles who followed could only hold their tongues. Are all Baskerville boys like that? Of course not. You're a special case. Staffordshire shrugged at Adolf's quizzical look, but Vikyr, who is actually leading the way, is nonchalant. It was a universal tracking technique in the Age of Destruction. Swordsmen of that era weren't just good at sword fighting. There was nothing they couldn't do. Foraging, scouting, searching, hiding, ambushing, assassinating, pharmaceutical, healing, and cooking. It was a time of survival. Spot. Vikyr halved a rotting log in his path and stepped through it. The aura of the gradient, vibrating and spinning at lightning speed at the tip of his blade, sliced through everything in an instant. Everyone was truly in awe of Vikyr's ability to find and remove obstacles, both large and small, single-handedly. Especially the Baskervilles triplets, who followed closely behind him. Cool, delicious. The third one stuttered a bit after his finger was cut off and reattached, but they were all on the same page. Then, stop! Vikyr, who had been walking ahead, halted, looking at the bare footprints in the damp mud. Vikyr checked the direction of the wind, then ducked low and circled behind a bush, to hide his scent. The warriors of Morg and Baskerville followed Vikyr back behind the bushes. Then they saw a faint glimmer of light. Balak's hunters were gathered around a small campfire. Rustle ding, ding, ding in the forest at night. Even the smallest sounds of human movement can be as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the Balak hunters had scattered dry leaves and sticks around their makeshift campsite. They had scattered them around their makeshift camp so that they would be heard. Vikyr pondered for a moment how to muffle the sound as they approached. Then, silence! Adolf chanted the words with a terse syllable. Instantly, a translucent aura enveloped everyone's feet. Then, to my surprise, there was no sound as they walked. This is magic, and Adolf's magic specializes in support. Vikyr had once been an assassin himself, and he knew what a ridiculously deceptive perk it was to be silent when approaching a target. Soon, the pursuers were close to their target. Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Kuf, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Beit, Hebrew Tayin, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Yod. Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Hey, Hebrew Bait, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Aleph. Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Hey, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Dalet, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Gimel, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Nun, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Zayin, Hebrew Mame, Hebrew Nun, Hebrew Mame, Hebrew Hey. Hebrew Aleph, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Hey, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Kaf. Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Kaf. Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Pei, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Samek, Hebrew Aleph. Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Tav, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Shin, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Bait. The hunters rested. Unaware that they had become the hunted, Vikyr picked out his targets by the faint light of the remaining fire. Up ahead, he saw the barbarian girl who had parried his sword and kicked him earlier. She was barking out orders as if she were the leader of the group. The barbarian man who had shot the tranquilizer needle and thrown the lasso earlier grumbles as he follows her instructions. And so on and so forth, until in the center of the gathering of Balak's barbarian warriors, the final target was located. Morg Kamu. She could be seen kneeling, naked. Her hands and feet are tied to stakes driven into the ground behind her, and a collar is around her neck. The good news is that there are no signs of beatings or other abuse. The camel was cursing something at the barbarians and didn't seem particularly fazed. Vikyr let out a small sigh. No wonder he's naked every time I see him. Just then, someone touched Vikyr's shoulder. He turned to see Morg Adolf standing there. Immediately, he spoke, his complexion and voice hardened. I will never forget this favor, nephew. The title seemed a little odd, but now was not the time to point it out. No two of the Motto sect. It looks like Motto Star Adolf is about to reveal his true power. Chapter 49, Episode 49, The Husband Hunt 4. The dark forest was eerily silent. The silent forest was eerily dark. The sky was like a handful of coarse salt scattered across a black carpet, but not a single ray of its countless stars could penetrate the dense canopy of vines, roots, and leaves to reach the bottom of this watery mess. Not a single grasshopper whined around him. Crackle, 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 the eerie sound of faint embers gnawing at the firewood. Morg Camus. She was bound and gagged, glaring at the barbarians of Balak. With her powers of observation and memorization, she had been able to pick up some of the names and ranks of her attackers while being dragged here. Beyond the faint warmth and light of the campfire, she could see the silhouettes of the barbarians. The supposed leader is a girl of about 17. Her name is Ayin. Her hair is a mix of silver and black, her ears are pointed and triangular, and her face is charcoal black. But one thing is for sure, she's good. She was powerful enough to hold off Vikyr, a lowly gradient, beside her. A man grumbled as he added wood to the fire. The man who had shot himself with the tranquilizer needle was named Ahun, and his back was still aching from Vikyr's attack earlier. The other women and men were also there, most of them around 17 or 18 years old. They had not made a large bonfire, but had thrown ashes on top of the fire to make a gentle roaring fire, and were sitting around it in a circle. I didn't catch the husband feeling. I liked that girl I met earlier. Maybe we'll catch him again someday. The three women warriors chattered amongst themselves. Kamu could hear, if not speak, the barbarian language, so he could get a sense of what was going on in their conversation. The savages of Balak always go on husband hunts, saxy hunts, son-in-law hunts, and daughter-in-law hunts around this time of year. The targets are other tribes and sometimes even empire borders. The reason for this practice of finding spouses in different areas is simple: to avoid genetic diseases caused by inbreeding and to bring in fresh blood from outside. This is why most warriors who go out to find a mate want a superior seed. Once they've kidnapped the right person, if they're good enough, they'll start making children, and if they're not, they'll enslave or kill them. They especially welcome women because women are more important than men when it comes to calling the population. Is that why? The savage boy, who goes by the name Ahun, has been staring at the camel for a while now and smiling wickedly. The men of the tribe must be happy, having captured such a fine female. Understanding Ahun's words, Kamu gritted his teeth. You want me to take the seed of your barbarians? I'll die for that. Kamu immediately tried to bite her tongue, but Ahun was quicker to gag her. Ahun chuckled and stuck an arrowhead under Kamu's chin. Perhaps this cheeky slave needs an education. He was just about to touch the camel's body. Someone stepped in front of Ahun, Ayin, a female warrior leading a young Balak hunting party. She pressed the knock of her bow to Ahun's sternum. Get out. Ayan's words were short. Ahun's brow furrowed. What the hell? Boss, I got him. Bullshit, just a little less. What do you mean I shot the tranquilizer needle and lassoed him? Who did that for you? Yan asked coldly. Leaving Ahun speechless for a moment, she continued. You would have been dead if I hadn't interrupted that boy with the sword earlier. She is referring to Vikyr. Ahun began to tremble as Ayan mentioned the situation earlier. He cried out in frustration. So, you're saying that this female belongs to you? Of course. The boss is a woman. What does it matter? At Yan's retort, Ahun fell silent as if he were speechless. Then, frosty blue flesh began to erupt from Yan's entire body. A silvery aura emanated from the bow she was clutching. Upon seeing it, the camel's eyes widened. That was the liquid aura, the symbol of the gradient. Although it was faint, it clearly revealed the prowess of a lower-ranked graduator, a 17-year-old grader. There were geniuses like that in the world besides Vikyr and himself. Whether Kamu was surprised or not, Ayan didn't seem to mind at all. Ahun, meanwhile, bowed low before Ayan's power. Come at me whenever you want, I'll beat you to a bloody pulp. And Kuwa, no, whatever, I give up, she's yours. Ahun shook his head, a mixture of anger and bitterness. Ayan tore her gaze away from Ahun and looked back at Kamu. He didn't particularly feel that she had saved him. Neither did he. Good eyes, good constitution, you must have good blood. Ayan looked at the camel with the eyes of a thorough merchant. I too was once captured and sold into slavery by your empire, especially the morgue, and so it will be with you. After speaking, Ayan closes his eyes for a moment, seemingly remembering someone. Only you will not be as fortunate as I was. Opening his eyes, Ayan grits his teeth and stares into Kamu's eyes. I will take my time, slowly, bone by bone, soul by soul. I will make it a daily routine for you to lick your tongue between my toes. But Yan was unable to finish her sentence. Quack! A loud explosion erupted from the bushes behind them. Die, beastly savages. The voice sounded like a death sentence. At the same time, ice picks flew out, piercing through Balak's hunting birds. In less than a second, 3 or 4 of the hunters in the rear were dead. Behind them was Morg Adolf, a reddish mana stalk. Soon, Morg and Baskerville's pursuers were on the battlefield. I'll repay your debt. Baskerville of Staffordshire and the triplets of the Baskerville family slashed at several Balak hunters with their swords. Morg's wizards were desperate. Numerous offensive spells were flying, creating a blaze of light and sound. Somehow, the Balak hunters were unable to respond. Despite the vast disparity in power, if they focused on planning and fleeing rather than fighting back, they should be able to minimize the damage. But why? Balak's hunting party and the wolves they ride are greatly perplexed and restless. It was as if they were more worried about Morg and Baskerville's surprise than they were about the lights and sounds they were creating. Ugh! These lunatics are making such a ruckus in the waters of the night. Ahun jumped back in surprise. His uneasy gaze was fixed not on the swords and magic raging around him, but on the darkness of the water beyond. It was the same for their leader Ayan. Ayan moved quickly. The first thing she did was not to respond to Morg's magic or Baskerville's sword, but to kick up sand to extinguish the campfire. Once the faint glow was gone, Balak's hunting birds made their move. They mounted the wolves' backs, firing arrows as they retreated deeper into the water. They're fleeing. Don't leave a single one alive, Staffordshire shouted to the Baskerville's hounds, spurring them on in pursuit. And through the infernal darkness, a shadow approached the camo, Vikyr. In a flash, he cut the rope and noose from the stake and freed the camel. The camel, still paralyzed by the paralyzing poison, recognized Vikyr's face. It's you, SHHH, in the blink of an eye. Vikyr had the camel in his arms and was falling backwards. No, he tried to pull away. If it weren't for the silver shadow that appeared out of nowhere. I knew you'd come. With the sword, Ayan was facing Vikyr squarely. Her eyes scanned Vikyr's entire body as she spoke. A strong body to cover such a distance in such a short time. A strong mind to see through the darkness of the water. The hot innocence to risk his life to save the woman he loves. Vikyr frowned. Why did he have to listen to this barbarian woman's assessment of him right now? Vikyr was just about to dodge past her to the rear. Ayan points a finger at the camel in Vikyr's arms. I will not ask about the past. The corners of her mouth curved in a gentle arc. Pass. Chapter 50. Vikir wrinkled the bridge of his nose. Past, I don't know what the hell that means, but there was no time to ponder that. Vikir searched his memory and guessed the identity of the barbarian girl in front of him. Information about the barbarian tribe of Balak flashes through his mind before he regresses. Number Balak, number civilized barbarians, number live in the highlands of the Red and Black Mountains, number population. Between 300 and 500 number wolf riding. Bow-wielding hunter-gatherers number friendship with the Empire, is very low number warriors of both sexes, number every single member of the tribe is highly militant. After reviewing the many podiums, I'm starting to get the picture. The Balak were a barbarian tribe with few known personalities, though some of their names were known far beyond the borders of the mountain range. The first name that comes to mind is Adonai the Archer, one of the greatest warriors the Balak have ever known. He was one of the Empire's 3 outer calamities, and a chieftain at the height of Balak's power. He was so famous that he single-handedly declared war on the Empire, sniping and killing 542 gradients during the 100-day war. The number of casualties among the rank-and-file soldiers was uncountable. The Empire suffered untold losses in the short span of 100 days, and from then on, the enemy and the Black Mountains were categorized as extra-legal territory, and all-out war was avoided. It's a much devalued account in the Empire's history books, but a remarkable one all the same. But this is not the age of the Adonai, Vikir thought for a moment. Adonai was from a whole generation before, a great man so long ago that even Vikir had only heard of him in history books. The archer Adonai had disappeared from the scene when the Baskervilles had just migrated to the Western Front and established themselves as pioneers, and he had presumably died around that time. The current patriarch of the Baskervilles, Hugo Les Baskervilles, hadn't even been born yet, so who else could have been of the same age and as famous? If it's relatively recent, it's the Fox of the Night who fought a 10-day battle against the Baskervilles and the Morgans, killing 32 people before disappearing. When Vikir was a boy, Baskerville and Morg had joined forces to wipe out their enemies and the barbarians of the Black Mountains. One of Balak's archers, who played a prominent role in those wars, was known as the Night Fox. Not much else was known about her, only that she was female. In the span of 10 days, she had killed 16 Gradient-class swordsmen in Baskerville, 10 4th-class mages in Morg, and 6 5th-class mages. Vikir was too young to see the devastation with his own eyes, but he could guess at the aftermath, as many of his instructors at the hound level had died. And it was the same in this life. The creature that had left scars on the bridge of Sword Star Hugo's nose and on Adolf's chest in a territorial dispute not long ago was probably the Night Fox. But she doesn't look the right age to be a Night Fox. It was clear that her current age was at least in her early 30s, and most likely in her mid-30s. Even if she was an archery genius, she must have lived and practiced for quite a long time to be able to wound a swordmaster and a Class 6 mage. The barbarian girl in front of him was probably only in her late teens. Although her skills were impressive, she was far too weak to be a Night Fox. It's not in the history books, and I've never heard of her. So what was this, some kind of bloodline from the Night Fox? Not much was written about the Balak in the history books, and even the local Baskervilles who fought them knew little about them. If the Night Fox, who might now be leading the Balak, had left any blood, it could be this girl in front of him. So much for the barbarian researcher. Vikir had thought a lot in such a short time, just then. Hook, the sound of a wind blowing in from somewhere. It was too faint to be the sound of an arrow, but the hunter's senses, trained through the ages of destruction, would not allow for a gap as thin as a hair. Boom! Vikir swung the hem of the bloodwind to stop it in its tracks. It was a cactus thorn, a stinger laced with paralyzing poison, the same ones that had poisoned the camel before. What? How did you stop it? An exclamation of horror echoes across the water. Ahun, hiding beneath the roots of a tree, was panicking, his mouth clamped shut. Vikir debated whether or not to fight back, then withdrew his aura. All that mattered now was getting the camel in his arms to safety, and by extension, erasing his massive debt to the Morgas. Just be patient. I'll take you to your uncle soon enough. But Vikir did not finish his sentence. The camel in his arms was looking up into his face with a blank expression. His complexion was flushed and he was out of breath. His heart was beating too fast. Has it been poisoned with something other than paralyzing venom? Vikir asked the camel, sensing something was wrong. Poisoned? I think so. If so, this is bad news. Vikir hurriedly retreated. Ayan drew his bow with lightning speed, but he couldn't catch Vikir as he darted backward. Whirligig, the rope's snares fly again. The female warriors of Balak have been relentless in their pursuit of Vikir, but Kiririk grrrr, Vikir, too, has unleashed his auras, slicing through the lassos. With so many eyes on him, he was only able to display the swordsmanship and aura of a lower-level gradient, but that was enough to overwhelm the common warriors of Balak. But ping ping, Ayan's arrows were so powerful that even Vikir had to be careful. The good news is that Ayan's arrows are deflected by Vikir's rapid fire. Arrows aimed precisely at Vikir's legs, and the occasional noose flying by. Add to that the fact that Vikir is carrying a camel in his arms, and you've got a recipe for trouble. Meanwhile, the camel clutches at the hem of Vikir's robe in a show of understanding. Ugh, I never thought I'd be an embarrassing heroine who only grabs ankles. Heroine, you're so self-conscious. Vikir scooped the camel up and kept falling backwards. Just then, quack, 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 a loud explosion puts a giant wall of ice between Balak's warriors and Vikir. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice surrounded them, trapping them all. Morg Adolf. Morg is a delegate to the Mage Council, leading the great party known as the Ming Party, one of the highest-ranking members of the Imperial Magisterium. His power, looking beyond the 6th class to the 7th, was unbridled. Stand down, nephew. He drew a number line in the air, calculating complex formulas. The volume of ice, the specific gravity of ice, the latent heat of melting ice, the amount of mana remaining, and the fatigue of magic tools are multiplied and divided, and the results are frightening. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea of water began to freeze. As if an ice age had come, hail and snowflakes scattered through the air, and the ankles of those fleeing were frozen to the ground. Balak's barbarian warriors and their wolves were hardy, so their frozen legs would not be cut off, but there was nothing to be done about being pinned to the ground. Bite them all to death. Baskerville's hound's teeth sank into the defenseless Balak warriors. Morg's wizards joined in, and screams began to erupt from everywhere. By then, Adolf had taken the camo from Vikir. "My nephew, are you all right?" Adolf called out anxiously to the camel, who was still covered in Vikir's blood. At the same time, detoxification magic appeared. Pow, cure poison. It was a very high-class magic, and not just anyone could use it. Adolf succeeded in removing some of the paralyzing poison from the camel's body. That's a lot of paralyzing poison, and it's going to be hard to get it all out. You're going to have to lie down for a few months, and when we get back, we'll start by visiting the Holy House of Quavades. Even Adolf's strength could not remove the poison. Afterward, the camel recovered from the paralyzing poison and leapt to his feet. And then, boom, he rushed to his less paralyzed leg and hugged Vikir around the neck. "You saved me again." Adolf's expression behind him turned to one of frustration and sullenness. "Nephew, here's your uncle." "Why is my uncle here now? I'm going to tell my mom everything." At this, Adolf grew even more sullen. At that moment, Vikir pushed the camo away from him and spoke to Adolf. "My lord, it seems that the camouflage is poisoned with other poisons as well, from what I heard earlier." I don't recall any other poison besides the paralyzing one." "What? I thought it was clear earlier. But not if it's not Adolf." Vikir was just about to turn to look at the camo. Charalac, another rope lasso flew in. This one wasn't like the last one. It was much more sophisticated. With a strange, writhing motion, it was like watching a live snake. Vikir frowned, striking the noose with the back of his sword. Ayan, holding the end of the noose, she glared at him with a determined expression. Not at Vikir, to be precise, but at the camo. "You'd better be caught quietly, we're running out of time." Slurred Imperial, Vikir thought, puzzled. No time? What does this mean? Did he misspeak because he was not fluent in Imperial, even now? The Morg and the Baskervilles are overwhelming Balak. It is only Balak time. Bombastic sounds, bright lights, and high-pitched screams echoed from everywhere. SSSSSSSS. The water reacts to the untimely disturbance. Leaves slowly rustled. Just then came, "It's finally here." Ahun, who was carrying the longsword, shouted in a seizure. All the Balak warriors who heard it stopped moving for a moment. Vikir scratched his head. Even the keen senses of a hunter who has lived through an age of destruction can't pick up on anything. Only a buzzing, Beelzebub, lurking within the arteries of his wrist, was warning him furiously. "It's coming! Madame Eight-Legged! She's coming, she's coming!" Balak's barbarians are hardy souls, whose faces never change in the face of the most severe torture. To see them so terrified now was indeed a grave sign. And now, something peeks out from the darkness, a heavier, darker blackness, casting its shadow across the water. This moment, drawn by the light and commotion of battle, an unknown horror was coming. Chapter 51, Episode 51, The Husband Hunt 6. Something peered out of the darkness, a darker, heavier darkness casting its shadow across the water. Deeper, thicker, heavier, darker. It is it. It had surely been drawn to the lights and commotion of the battlefield by Baskerville and the morgue. Here comes Madame Eight-Legged. Balak's warriors are visibly panicking. The warriors of Morgue and Baskerville realize the gravity of the situation, as do the warriors who are not known for their fearlessness. Vikier, in particular, already had some idea of what was peering out from beyond the darkness. He had seen, heard, and experienced countless incidents in the jungles of the Black Mountains with the enemy before his return. And Vikier remembered the words of an old native he had once stumbled upon while drifting in an unfortunate time. Madam with 8 legs, a piece of ghostly legend. It was a tale of untold horrors that lurked at the bottom of the water, in the depths of rotting root holes. "Shhh, don't make a sound." Vikier placed his hand over the camel's lips in his arms and whispered in its ear. "You may not be able to see very well, but you have sensitive ears and skin, old man. Light and sound, he's sensitive to them. Jaharak, beyond the tangled skeins of roots in the floodwaters." A noise sounded otherworldly. It sounded like the uncomfortable groan of an old man or the last gasp of a drowning man in a swamp. Rustling, rustling, rustling. Soon there was the sound of bristly, dense fur being swept everywhere. From the sound of it, the thing that was now approaching must be of immense size. Even the mighty Morg Adolf was at a loss as to what species this creature lurking in the darkness belonged to. It must be a new creature that hasn't been seen before, but how could such a monster be undiscovered? Adolf's questions were legitimate, but Vikier, who knew how large and vast the enemy and the Black Mountains waters were, had nothing to say. He merely recited the information from his pre-reversion knowledge, information that had been refined and perfected over the course of several more editions, even in the version Adolf now knew. Madame Eight-Legged, an annihilation-level demon, one that will grow into an even more terrifying monster in the next decade. Risk level S dangerous enough that a single entity is capable of destroying a nation. If we were to fight it head-on, we would have no chance. Even here in its home base of Suhai, it's not even at night. Gulp, 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 gulp. Something sticky is dripping down from above onto the leaves, fallen branches, and human heads. The drops of slime falling simultaneously from various locations created the illusion of drizzling rain. Static, perfect static. There hadn't been a sound of a grasshopper in the water since before, and now this. The veteran swordsmen of Baskerville, the seasoned wizards of Morgue, and the fierce barbarian warriors of Balak had all been reduced to nothing more than grasshoppers. All were frozen in place, unable to breathe, praying that the great nightmare in the sky would pass quickly. Just then, "Ka!" A tearing scream came from the air. Vikier turned his head quickly. Standing there was Kamu, his eyes narrowed in horror. "It's not, is it?" She made an X with her hands as if to say, "No more embarrassment." Vikier breathes a sigh of relief. It's Ahun of Balak who's letting out a new scream. My head, Madame's poison." Ahun was running around, shaking out his hair. Was it because he quickly cut it off with a knife? Tsutsutsuts on the ground. Ahun's hair is melting away, but dodging the onrushing water didn't save him from the tsunami that followed. It began to respond to his screams. A thick darkness descended upon the Balak warriors. Ayin quickly grabbed Ahun by the back of the neck and ran. "You fool! If you weren't the eldest son of a shaman, I'd be all over you." Ahun cowered, unable to utter a word as Ian growled. Soon Balak's warriors began to scatter, spreading out across the water. "Let us run," at Adolf's words. Morgue and Baskerville's pursuers retreated, But there was a slight difference in the way the Balak, Morg, and Baskerville alliance retreated. Balak's warriors fled individually, with none of them running in the same direction. The Morg and Baskervilles, on the other hand, fled in unison. This slight difference helped determine the it factor. Passasasak, the sound of blade-like leaves bending so easily. A huge pile of fur was breaking through the dense foliage and thorns, heading this way. Into the room at breakneck speed, puck, thump, thump, dull noises came from all directions. It was the sound of swordsmen and mages being crushed by an unidentified attack. "What the hell is that?" Adolf exclaimed as he ran, scooping up his camel. Staffordshire, too, runs forward, carrying the Baskerville triplets in his arms. The triplets, who had just been knocked out by an unknown attacker, were bleeding from the corners of their mouths, their eyes wide open and glaring at the it behind them. Just then, "That's it!" Victor paused. "At this rate, we're all going to die." Where Victor spins around in his seat, Camus sees him and cries out. "Rain!" "Victor, what?" she gasps in surprise. Facing the camel, Victor doesn't turn around, but waves his hand briefly. "Let me buy you some time. It is not an opponent that can be fought by hiding its power, and this crisis was an opportunity, a golden moment to legally slip off Hugo's radar." Victor instinctively sensed that the time had come to realize a plan he had long thought of. Death and camouflage. Once a hound in the field is dead, all surveillance and control over it ceases. In his mind, he had already memorized the theories of the Baskerville 10th sword art. His mana and aura are slowly recovering to the level of his previous life. All she needs is time, a place away from prying eyes. This is the perfect place to hide and improve, so that when the time is right, she can leave and return to her family. "No, Victor, please come back," the camel cries out. Victor turns his back on the plaintive cry. In the distant future, when he is no match for Hugo, or at least when he is able to hide and control his skills perfectly, he will return to his family and perhaps be treated as a hero. At least he could claim to have sacrificed himself for the sake of Morg's feast. Victor straightened his posture. "Do your best, or die." He had no intention of giving it his all against an opponent who would likely die anyway. It was just a matter of how much she could produce. Victor stood in front of it in an almost sacrificial manner. "If we go on like this, we'll all die. I'll stop it for a while so everyone run away. Tell my family that I was brave at the end." And other lines that Victor didn't bother to say. They must have gotten through without me. "Nephew." Adolf bit his lip, a grim expression on his face. He bites his lip so tightly that it bleeds from the corner of his mouth, but he must return to his family as soon as possible to save his poisoned niece. "Master," Staffordshire, also carrying the injured triplets, looked back at Victor with trembling eyes. "Finally, Camus." She stretched out her hands toward Victor, her face covered in tears and snot, her expression now speechless, her throat hoarse from exhaustion, only to be blocked from moving forward by Adolf's strong forearm. "Go." Victor turned his back on everyone and drew his sword. Then, "Do not let my niece's sacrifice be in vain," Adolf cried out, spitting up blood. With that, the survivors of the Morgans and Baskervilles began to run away from it. Victor watched them all move away, and with that, passa passa passa. The fast-approaching thing broke through the darkness and leaned forward toward Victor. At the same time, Victor unleashes all the power he's been holding back. Mana, fed by the waters of the river Styx. An aura made even more refined by his newfound mastery of Baskerville-style high swordsmanship. In addition, the rare magic sword Beelzebub pierced my wrist, revealing long teeth. Puff puff puff, a pitch-black aura red as blood and dark as the abyss, began to rampage like a demon from Beelzebub's tip. It quickly formed 5 gigantic teeth and clamped down on it. "Jaya!" The monster let out a startled yell, a scream tight with pain. Quack, 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 there was a flash of light like a giant sun falling. Victor's aura surged with power, forcing dawn into the dark waters. He didn't see Adolf and Staffordshire, who were concentrating on running forward, but Camus and the triplets, who were being carried by them and looking backward, saw through the exploding beam of light. Flash, Victor's ridiculous power exploding the aura of a gradual intermediate. Chapter 52, Episode 52, Slaves of the Savage Tribe. 1. Chirp. A small bird chirped. Victor opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming in. The morning light stabbed painfully through her body. as Vikyr tried to sit up. He grimaced at the pain as if his entire body had been shattered. With superhuman strength, he managed to keep his upper body upright, but getting fully to his feet was painful. Where am I? Vikyr thought back to last night, which could have been any number of days ago. He remembered hurling every ounce of his strength at the darkness under the water. Mana squeezed hard, aura burned fiercely. I'd thrown my mid-level gradient power and my magic sword. Beelzebub at it, and the result was devastating. Defeated. Madame Eight-Legged, a gigantic demonic creature shrouded in darkness, was a creature beyond Vikyr's expectations. At the crucial moment, she would have been killed if she hadn't flinched from the sudden blast of light. And for a creature that could generate such firepower, Vikyr's recoil damage was not insignificant. Muscles and veins throughout his body were ruptured. The strain on the bones that had to support them was even worse. The bones of the fingers and forearms that gripped the sword were shattered by comminuted fractures, and the sharp points of spiral-bent ribs pierced his intestines. The leg bones that had been thrown out had suffered comminuted fractures, transverse fractures, and variously shattered segmental fractures. As a result, there was no bone, muscle, blood, skin, or anything else. At least he's alive. Vikyr breathed a sigh of relief. He had the protection of the river Styx and the power of Beelzebub's stiff-necked breath to thank for his survival. The consequences of misjudging Madame Eight-Legged's fighting prowess were painful, but he was glad to be off Hugo's radar for now. His death will be reported to Baskerville soon. There were plenty of eyewitnesses to his death, including Adolf the Mad, a camel, a Staffordshire, and triplets, so I needn't worry about proving it. Furthermore, he did not die for not knowing his fractions, but rather for saving the next head of Morgue from demons and barbarians. The Baskervilles will benefit greatly from future diplomacy with Morgue. Moreover, the Baskervilles are a knightly family, and this tale will contribute greatly to their image both internally and externally. Such a feat would likely be rewarded by the imperial court. Even in death, he would not be treated as a pathetic bastard for bringing honor and profit to the clan. If you return to your family in the future and reveal that you're alive, you'll be treated even better. I must recover quickly and regain my former strength. Vikyr used the power of Murcielago to heal the wounds on his body, bones and wounds that were healing at a ridiculous rate, though not immediately. Then, Vikyr suddenly noticed the ropes around his neck. A noose hung like a collar around Vikyr's neck. This was the other thing that had saved Vikyr's life, besides the protection of the river Styx and the power of Murcielago. If it hadn't been for the noose, which flew up from behind and yanked at his throat just before the creature's attack crushed his entire body, Vikyr would have died. It was a very well-timed snare that nearly broke his neck and killed him. But he's glad to be alive. Vikyr clutched at the noose around his neck. The end of the noose's rope ran through the tent and out the door. Vikyr lifted his head and looked back inside the tent, a cone-shaped tent made of animal skins. A few wooden supports were the only poles, and the floor was littered with dried leaves. Rustle. A glass vial of some sort was lying in a circle beside him, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was a potion bottle with the sigil of the Baskervilles. The smell of dry earth, fallen leaves, animal fur, and stewing potions mingled in the tent. Vikyr crawled like a dog out of the tent. Her whole body burned with each step, but she needed to get a sense of her surroundings. Soon, the landscape outside the tent came into view. Large and small tents made of leather, drums beating everywhere, flames leaping from high piles of wood. A large number of barbarians moved among them. Black or silver hair, brown skin, and well-toned muscles in both men and women. Tops made of deer or jaguar skins, bottoms of cloth dyed with acorn juice. Tattooed and scarred, they dismembered the carcass of a demon and skinned its flesh, while children played with birds. The atmosphere was cheerful and lively, but raw, unrefined, and unprocessed. Vikyr knew instinctively that this was the home of the Balak, a barbarian tribe. In the heart of enemy territory, longtime enemies of the Baskervilles, he should be on his guard, but he was too weak to do so now. Vikyr wondered what to do next. Balak's warriors walked past him, paying him no mind as he stood there alone. The women and children stiffened a little and seemed wary, but that was it, just then. Quick, quick, quick. Walk, a nervous shout came from somewhere. Vikyr turned his head to see several barbarian warriors dragging rope-bound prisoners. The prisoners, standing in a line and staggering, were of various races. Most were black-haired, brown-skinned men of other tribes. Every single one of them had been tortured and abused in some way. Vikyr recognized a few familiar faces among them, warriors whose names he did not recognize, but who were surely members of House Baskerville and House Morgue. Some he'd met in the fortress, others he'd traveled with to this jungle. Their entire bodies hung like fish from ropes, their eyes locked for the briefest of moments with Vikyr, who wore only a single dog collar around his neck. And then they walked past each other. Vikyr stood silent, watching them. Then the Balak warriors stabbed their captives with the tips of their spears. "Climb up quickly, unless you want to be mauled to death by wolves." They led their captives to a tall tree. It was an impossibly tall pole, covered in thorns that jutted out like blades. Balak's barbarians forced their captives to climb this bladed tree with their bare bodies. The captives climb this tower of blades until they are covered in blood. If anyone refused to climb, the barbarians would set fire to the base of the tree. The tree was oiled on the trunk, so the flames continued to climb up the tree faster than most prisoners could climb a tree. Eventually, the prisoners would either bleed to death from being stabbed and cut by the blade-like trunks, burned by the flames from below, or plummet to their deaths on the ground below. Thump, thump, thump. Below the tree, the wolves were howling, pushing their captives up the tree. Some had been impaled by spears or bitten by wolves for refusing to climb the Tree of Blades. The horrific Tree of Thorns punishment was devised by an old Balak shaman. Vikyr could only watch this hellish execution. Then, "Hoo-hoo, be thankful you don't look like that," someone says to Vikyr. Ahun. It was the barbarian warrior who had shot the camel with the tranquilizer needle the other day. He was giving Vikyr a murderous glare, as if he wanted to kill him right now. "If you weren't the captain's pet, I would have boiled you right there. Don't just stand there. Go find your master." Ahun kicked Vikyr hard on the butt with his foot. Vikyr fell to the ground and stared at Ahun. Ahun flinched slightly at the stare. What kind of eyes? There was not an ounce of agitation in those serene eyes, not the horrific deaths of his captives, not the pain of his battered body. Ahun felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized that none of it had stirred Vikyr's soul. Slowly, Vikyr rose from his seat and began to follow the rope around his neck. Ahun could only follow behind, unable to keep up with Vikyr. "The guy from earlier, you said his name was Ahun, didn't you? He probably holds a grudge because he hurt his back falling off the wolf's back the other day." Vikyr hadn't forgotten the face of the man who had just kicked his ass, but he couldn't do anything about it in his current state, so he'd just have to put up with it for now. Even now, the protection of the Styx River and the regenerative powers of Murcielago are slowly restoring Vikyr's body to its former glory. In the meantime, Vikyr has decided to visit the owner of the noose that saved his life. After walking for a while, tugging at the rope around his neck, Vikyr finds himself in a remote area far from the village. A small spring fed a pool with a waterfall cascading down through the rocks. A few crayfish could be seen crawling in the clear water. A rope led to it. Vikyr stopped walking for a moment. He's not sure what to do when he sees that the rope he's been following leads to the center of the pool and goes under the water. Just then, boom, there's a splash and a figure pokes its head out of the water. Water droplets splashing around. Hair a mix of silver and black, pointed triangular ears. A girl with brown skin and big eyes walked out of the water. Naked, the end of the noose's rope was tied tightly around her wrists. Vikyr looked straight into the barbarian girl's face. Dark, half-moon eyebrows, fox-like slant, eyes as clear as the puddle he was in now. Red lips on an intelligent nose. The charcoal-black color of his face was gone, but the look in his eyes was unmistakable. She was the barbarian girl I'd met at an illegal slave auction during the cleanup of Underdog City. They were diametrically opposed then. Vikyr held her eyes steady. A brief silence followed. It was the barbarian girl who broke it first. She tugged at the leash around Vikyr's neck and grinned. "Get down." Chapter 53, Episode 53, Slave of the Savage Tribe 2, Ayan. A Balak warrior and the daughter of a chieftain. She spoke to Vikyr in front of her. "Get down." Was she trying to make the hierarchy clear? But it didn't sound like that was her intention because Vikyr felt a blast of air coming toward him. At the same time, Ayan yanked on the leash around Vikyr's neck. As Vikir ducked, a thin arrow grazed the back of his head and struck the ground with a thud. Ayin shouted, "You boys, can't you go practice somewhere else?" Then a rustling sound came from beyond the bushes, and a group of young children came running. Each one had a bow and arrow in his hand. Vikir lifted his head again and looked at Ayin in front of him, the girl shaking off the water in front of her, the girl he'd rescued from the slave auction before. Ayin said to Vikir, "We're spheres." "Right," Vikir, judging his Balak skills to be better than Ayin's, spoke up, "I see, again." Ayin's eyes widened at the sound of the Balak language coming out of Vikir's mouth. "Do you speak Balak?" "A little." She walked to stand in front of Vikir, eyes wide with wonder. She wore only a few short deer skins around her body, but she showed no sign of shame. Ayin stepped up to stand in front of Vikir. "We were grateful then. We will repay your favor twice and your vengeance tenfold. You saved me once, so I will save you twice. I never thought you'd try to fight her. I ran away and came back just in case." Certainly, Vikir would have been killed by Madame Eight-Legged, the Dark One, if the noose thrown by Ayin had not been caught around his neck in time to pull him back. So, what was the other time? When Vikir looked at him as if demanding an explanation, the corners of Ayin's eyes drew arcs like those of a fox. "Did you not see it on the way here?" She pointed beyond the bushes to the acrid column of smoke rising from the village. Vikir thought of the prisoners he'd met along the way. Perhaps she would share a similar fate. Perhaps it was the Ayin in front of him who had prevented it. If so, that begged a more fundamental question. Why did he let me live? Was it simply to repay a favor? If so, there would be no reason for him to throw the noose around his neck in the first place. And Ayin was not the only one who wanted to put a noose around Vikir's neck. Every female warrior in Balak that day had her sights set on Vikir's neck. As Ayin sneaked a pizza at Vikir, he asked her bluntly, "Is this some kind of husband hunt or something? Oh, you must have heard about it somewhere. It's not just the Balak. Most savages in the jungle kidnap their spouses from outside the tribe. The idea is to avoid inbreeding and bring in fresh blood. The Balak, of course, are a warrior tribe, so the physical strength of the abductee is a big factor." Ayin circled around Vikir once, like an appraiser assessing a prize. In the meantime, Vikir had been thinking a lot. What if they told the Baskervilles that they were alive, and they negotiated a hostage? That would put a damper on their plans. Their plan to stay off Hugo's radar and build up their strength would be ruined. But Vikir had worried for nothing. They didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with him. Ayin glanced at Vikir and said, "Don't be mistaken. I'm not like other women. I don't need a husband." "You have been captured to be used as a slave," she wondered, but didn't say it out loud if it had been necessary to throw the noose so desperately. When Vikir remained still, Ayin waved the dog collar in his hand. "You won't be able to pass for a man with that body anyway, so you might as well get used to life as a slave." By nature, Balak women see nothing but breeding in the men they capture from the outside world. If the man fails to fulfill his role as a male, they usually kill him. But fortunately, Ayin doesn't seem to have the sense to do so. Ayin tossed his clothes to Vikir at the water's edge. Vikir catches it, and the collar pulls taut. Ayin led the way back to the village. "You will live in front of my house and serve me." Vikir's entire body screamed with each step, but he kept his mouth shut nonetheless. The good news is that his body is recovering quickly thanks to the power of Murcielago. To Vikir, Ayin gave his first order briefly. "Let's get our titles straightened out." Walking ahead, Ayin paused at the entrance to the clan and looked back at Vikir. He looked down and narrowed his eyes. "Call me master." Vikir descended again into the village of the Balak. They lived freely in the dense jungle. The concept of personal property seemed remote. If you didn't have a place to sleep, you slept in a friend's tent and no one minded. If they were hungry, they ate from people who had plenty of food and they were happy to share. There seemed to be a shared consciousness that everything comes and goes, so let's share while we have it. They gathered at a friend's house with a large tent, played merrily, and fell asleep. Firewood, meat, and alcohol were shared generously, and there was no yamcha, even if they had been kidnapped from the outside. Once they were recognized as members of the tribe, they could go anywhere and come anywhere. All in all, a lively and friendly atmosphere. But the skeletons of captives hanging from the thorn trees at the tribe's boundary conveyed a different message. This is Balak's clan, a land that is unforgiving to outsiders but endlessly friendly and free to insiders. But within the clan, there is a dignified zone where even insiders are not allowed to roam. Vikyr's destination was one of those few places, a large tent in the center of the village. It looked like it could hold up to 24 people, but even the children playing in front of it were not allowed to approach. Passing warriors always bowed their heads in reverence toward the entrance of this tent. Those grilling meat were careful to keep the smoke from wafting in this direction, and those preparing the entrails of their prey were careful to keep the scent of blood from drifting away. The home of the chieftain, Vikyr guessed from the size of the tent. Ayin grabbed the leash around Vikyr's neck and strode inside. "Mother!" Vikyr could see the figure Ayin sought. Inside the tent, there was a chair with a large eagle carved into it, and a woman sitting cross-legged, reclining at an angle. A grim expression, scars ovipositing over her body. She wears a cloak and bottoms made of eagle feathers, and a long, large bow rests on a scepter behind her back. She wore a cloak of eagle feathers with a long, large bow on her back. Aquila, the current matriarch of the Balak. Vikyr knelt silently before her, drawn by Ayin's touch. Vikyr had already realized that the chieftainess' real name was Night Fox, as she exuded a heavy presence before him, the woman who had scarred the bridge of heavenly sword St. Hugo's nose. Hadn't Adolf, the Mad, also been defeated by her and spent some time in the service? Her presence was the reason why Baskerville and the Morgue were unable to cross the border between the enemy and the Black Mountain. After all, she had killed 16 Gradient-class swordsmen, 10 4th-class mages, and 6 5th-class mages in her short life, all without a single wound. She was also the one who had left arrowhead marks on the flanks of her enemies and the Black Mountain demon Cerberus. What if it was before the regression? If I had been able to unleash the power of my prime, could I have faced this woman? I would have had a 0% chance in a hand-to-hand fight, a 0% chance by assassination, and a 20% chance by running away. That 20%, of course, is the chance of survival. Vikyr's thoughts turned to the woman in front of him. After all, she was up against a Hugo or an Adolf, a top predator that she was no match for right now. Meanwhile, Aquila glared down at Vikyr in front of her. "Daughter, is this the imperial male you've been drooling over?" "No, when did I ever say that much? But yes, he is." He's younger than you, and I recognize his face." Aquila squinted and looked at Vikyr. The gaze was like that of a top predator from a vastly superior vantage point, sizing up its lesser prey below. All Vikyr could do was keep his head down and avoid her gaze as much as possible. Fortunately, Aquila didn't see any sign of Hugo on Vikyr. Hugo had strong lines, a square jaw, and a masculine appearance, while Vikyr had more of his mother's features. Aside from that, though, Aquila seemed to have a pretty good sense of Vikyr's physical condition. "I see. What are you doing picking up a wasted man? If you treat him well, he'll be worth it. He's the one who jumped on Madame Eightlegs." "HMPH. Yes, but rampaging without knowing your place will only get you in trouble," Aquila said. "Sure, it doesn't matter if the body is broken or not as long as the seeds are intact." "Ah, mother, that's not it. He's going to be used as a slave." "What? But isn't that the purpose you've been telling me all along?" "Whoa, that's what it was originally intended for, a slave. I need one to help me hunt." Ayin quickly waved her hand to stop Aquila's words. Aquila looked at her daughter with a puzzled expression, then nodded. "Well, so be it. It is your freedom to use your slave for whatever purpose you choose." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Ayin bowed her head and tugged on Vikyr's leash. Once outside the tent, Ayin's expression was much stiffer than before. Gone was the panicked flailing in front of his mother. "From now on, I will give you a mission." Ayin looked down at Vikyr, who was only one head shorter than her, and spoke in a high-pitched voice. "It will be quite a task, a pretty tough mission. Indeed, Chapter 54, Episode 54, Slaves of the Savage Tribe, 3, Ayin is the youngest hunting leader of the Balak. She leads the young men of Balak through the jungle without fear. However, she has met a foe that has baffled her for a long time. His name is Vikyr, a slave who was recently captured in a raid on imperial territory." Ayin stared at Vikyr with a blank expression. Vikyr moved swiftly with his uncomfortable body, building a tent for himself, as if he didn't need anyone's help. Chug, 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 chug. A dozen or so trees, each just over 2 meters long, are lined up in a row, and a mixture of inky black stone dust, lime powder, and water is applied to the sides. The structure was a mixture of dry and wet, the walls lined with leaves and covered with animal skins. The tents were quickly fitted with doors and windows, and the floors were lined with sawdust and fallen leaves. The few building materials given to the slaves were enough. In less than half an hour, the tent was ready for Vikyr to sleep in alone. Order fulfilled. Vikyr looked back at Ayin, his voice hard and dry. The first order Ayin had given Vikyr was to make him a home of his own. Ayin peered into Vikyr's tent in disbelief. There was a small hole in the ceiling and a flap that could be closed if it rained. There was even a small fire pit on the floor inside, and a hole for the smoke to escape extended outward across the floor of the tent. When the fire was removed for a meal, the smoke would pass under the floor and heat the floor of the tent. The smoke would escape, the heat from the residual fire would be trapped, and the ventilation and light would be perfect. Ai Yan was dumbfounded. How do you build tents so well? She was secretly hoping that Vikyr would grunt in pain. Ayin quickly hid the building materials that Vikyr had been trying to use to make his life more colorful. Sturdy wooden sticks, oil for baking bricks. But Vikyr didn't need any of that. He found calcareous soil, scooped it up, and hardened it with water. He also built a shelter of large leaves to protect against rain and wind. It's been a while. Swordsmen from the Age of Destruction were not just good with knives. They had to be skilled in all sorts of survival skills to be able to camp and survive in the hot and cold polar regions. As such, Vikyr was also a master of many domestic tasks. After building the house, Vikyr trimmed the piles of hides and torn fabrics near Ayin's tent. He also cleared a drainage ditch near the tent and laid out some firewood for tonight. Chug 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 chug. A slave who thinks and acts on his own before his master asks him to do anything, and takes care of all those pesky chores, literally a Class A slave. The bricks under the chieftain's tent look unstable. Your mother's house? Yes, the way it is. The ground beneath the center pole of the tent could shake and leak water during the next rainy season. If you give me the order, I will mix the calcareous soil down there with stone dust from the hill across the street. Make bricks, oil them, bake them and reinforce them. Yes, do that. I was just thinking of that myself. Ayin scratched his head. Vikyr had indeed done so, moving on his limp legs. He scooped up white dirt from the hills behind him and flew in stones from the hill opposite, cracking and breaking them to mix into the soil. Then he added water to make a dough, shaped it into a rectangle, baked it over a fire, and dried the bricks with hyena oil. The bricks were then used to form the base of the tent, making it even stronger. Even Aquila, who was initially annoyed at the extra work, was pleased with the results. The ceiling won't leak anymore. It was annoying that no matter how many leaves or hides I put on the ceiling, it would still leak. But it must have been the foundation. Aquila still didn't pay much attention to Vikyr. He merely ordered him to make his usual rounds around the chieftain's barracks, observing, maintaining, and repairing the shabby things. Ayin was unhappy that his slave should spend most of his time maintaining the chieftain's barracks, but he didn't protest. He just kept whimpering behind him as Vikyr dug drainage ditches around Aquila's barracks and set up gutters to keep leaves and dirt from piling up on top. Hey man, I'm working alone. Is that okay? I'd say, and then do some nervous shuffling. So, are we doing it alone or in a group? Which is usually followed by a few unintelligible words. Do you enjoy your job? You've been working all day. It's the rainy season, you're already digging gutters. You don't have this at home, do you? Eat it. The owner is talking to you. Why don't you answer him? Vikyr had been steadily ignoring him as a distraction from his work, but Ayin continued to hover around him, disappearing for a moment and then reappearing. At this point, it was hard to tell who was master and who was slave. Puck, 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 thud. With lie and a bat, Vikyr finished his laundry. Her experience as a pathfinder, herbalist, healer, cook, assassin, cleaner, washerwoman, launderer, cook, and everything else she hadn't done since she was the youngest in the field was coming in handy here. I know you keep using the Age of Destruction excuse, but it was just as fierce. Vikyr took a moment to reminisce about the old days while doing laundry. Khhhh. Beside him, Ayin, who had stepped forward to give a demonstration, hid her torn leather skirt behind her back as she watched. Meanwhile, Vikyr, who, due to his experience surviving the Age of Destruction, is pretty good at keeping to himself. But even he, who was quite content with a day in the life of a slave, much more so than he would have been in Baskerville or Underdog City, had one opponent who might be a little embarrassed. Cool. Her name was Ayin, princess of the barbarian tribe of Balak. She was urinating in the drainage ditch Vikyr had dug earlier. I've been holding it in for a long time. Master, are we supposed to watch you pee like that? Ayin was peeing with his legs open, right next to where Vikyr was working. Vikyr was dumbfounded and asked, "What are you doing?" Marking the territory. "This is my slave's house, so it's also mine. Doesn't cover it. It's not like there's any shame in defecating, we don't do that in my tribe." Ayin lifted her skirt further, as if to show him. Vikyr covered her face with her hands and turned away. He remembered seeing a research paper on barbarian tribes once. The barbarian tribes of the Red and Black Mountains practice free sexual intercourse among their members. Both men and women have no qualms about exposing their genitals to each other, as they must first know if the other person is fertile and free of sexually transmitted diseases before engaging in a relationship. Did I mention? It was a real thing, and a culture with its own reasons, so Vikyr tried not to be prejudiced. But don't be cheap, at least around the house. Why, didn't your empire just throw feces out the window a few hundred years ago? And you wore these things called high heels because the streets were covered in filth, and you sprayed yourself with perfume. It was true enough. Vikyr didn't know what else to say, so he kept his mouth shut. As they chatted, the chores were completed. Balak was a very laid-back place when he wasn't fighting or hunting, and the ever-diligent Vikyr couldn't help but think that life as a slave here was much more comfortable than it would have been in Baskerville or Underdog City, where he had to combine training and work. Ayin, however, had a strange look on her face. "Hey, don't you want to officially become a member of our tribe as soon as possible?" What was he talking about? Vikyr frowned, and Ayin scooted closer to him and sat down. She was still spreading her legs wide enough that he could see through her skirt, so Vikyr fixed his gaze upward. Ayin said, "Not bad for a slave, huh? Not bad. Well, you're getting a good education in speech, I suppose, but as a slave, I dare not complain." "No, it really isn't that bad. It can't be bad for all the hard, menial work." Ayin threw up her hands, not even wanting to think about cleaning or doing laundry. "Don't come with me. I will help you to help you fit in with this tribe. There's no veto when you're already enslaved." Ayin patted the leash still around Vikyr's neck. "If you're good, I'll take this off too. The offer is a bit tempting, as if I wasn't already annoyed by this noose around my neck." "What do I need to do?" Vikyr asks, and Ayin answers with a twinkle in his eye. "Hunting. Hunt, the big one. Apparently you go out hunting and catch big game. The Hagia or Balak are a tribe that accumulates food primarily through hunting. To feed their nearly 300 members evenly, they need to consume a boar weighing over 200 kilograms a day. That's if they're able to supplement it with mushrooms, berries, and edible roots. In recent years, he says, warriors in his tribe have been eating nothing but mushrooms and berries for days at a time because they haven't been able to find enough game. In times like these, if we can bring back a large chunk of meat, your immunity is not out of the question." A.I. Yan's words gave Vikyr a strange look. There's a bit of irony in the situation, coming from a barbarian and being called a cotton cloth, but it wasn't a bad offer. "All you have to do is assist me. Apparently you don't have much trouble getting around or carrying light loads." Ayin said with a gleam in her eye. It was impossible to tell if her intentions were truly to take down the big game, or if that was all she wanted. "All right, let's go." But Vikyr decided to go along with Ayin's suggestion for now. As a slave, he had no other choice. Vikyr nodded, and Ayin spoke immediately. "We will leave at dawn today." "I see, but why were you laughing so hard earlier?" "What? When did I laugh?" Ayin laughs self-consciously, but when he hears Vikyr's words, he turns serious. Something about his demeanor was a little suspicious. Chapter 55, Episode 55, Hunter and Prey 1. The Balak are a very warlike people by nature. It was clear that if you took war and hunting out of their lives, there probably wouldn't be much left. As Vikyr followed Ayin to the entrance of the clan, he reviewed what he knew about the Balak. Their language has only about 300 words and most of them are nouns. Verbs are gestural, and there is no distinction between them and us when it comes to possession. Men are ambo, women are akwati, love is aoki, death is Utica. The people of Balak viewed the empires as rude, devious, and pretentious. Conversely, the Imperials viewed the Balak as savages who shouted and punched at the slightest hint of anger. The people of Baskerville seemed to be somewhere in the middle, Vicyr thought, between the civilized people of the Empire and the savages of the jungle. I wonder if they're vaguely resembling both sides of the border, never fully belonging to either. As Vicyr pondered this to himself, the hunters of Balak gathered in a circle. Hunters, young and old, gathered in groups of 3 and 4, several mounted on the backs of wolves, bows and spears dangling. Only Ayin had no companions, just a wolf to ride and his slave. Vicyr, gather round, hunters, it's time for the ceremony. A gnarled old man came forward with a bowl of black charcoal, which he smeared on the faces of the hunter warriors. A series of tattoos peeked out from beneath his black robes, suggesting he might be a shaman. Go, all of you, with my blessing, or I will strike you down. The old shaman dipped a bowl of tan into the bowl and smeared it over the faces of all the hunters. The hunters of Balak feel guilty about killing their prey, so they smeared their faces with tar before killing, so as not to show their faces to the god of death, but the younger hunters, including Ayin, don't seem to appreciate the ritual. There you go again, that pesky nag. Leave him alone, the shaman needs to make his mark. By the way, aren't your fortune-telling skills a little off? That's why all they do nowadays are earrings for ears and nose rings for noses. All young people, regardless of time and place, dislike and despise old customs and superstitions. With a look of annoyance, Ai Yen stuck out her face and accepted the old shaman's charcoal black makeup. The old shaman rubbed the black paint on Ayin's face a few times before moving on, which was quite sloppy compared to what he did for the other warriors, and it was clear that he didn't like her. Next, Ayin slipped the spiked collar around his neck and handed it to Vicyr. I wear it to keep them from biting my neck. Vicyr nodded. One by one, the hunters began to leave the village. Knives sheathed, spears drawn, bows drawn, wolves herded, the tribe's hunters departed. Vicyr, the slave, had made his own preparations. While I'm here, I'll have to blend in with them. He needed to renew his mindset. Vicyr finally felt the urge and pulled down his pants to urinate. He was going to start with something as basic as this and blend into the culture. So, when the people of Balak saw Vicyr urinating, they began to freak out. The women covered their eyes and watched through their spread fingers, while the men gave him openly competitive glances. Vicyr was puzzled and asked, "What's with all the stares? Isn't everyone doing this?" Answers came from all over the place. "What are you talking about? Who urinates in the middle of nowhere like that? Is that how they do it in the Empire? That's barbaric. We use separate restrooms. Men over there, women over here. You're so ignorant. You should cover up. How barbaric. What about me?" Vicyr turned his head to look at Ayin. Ayin smirked, then quickly averted her gaze. Ayin climbed onto the wolf's back. "Hold on tight." On her back, of course, was Vicyr. Vicyr hesitated for a moment, unsure of where to hold on, then squeezed the wolf's fur. Then Ayin reached back and yanked Vicyr's arm out of his grasp, bringing it around her waist. "You have to hold on here tight. If you don't, you'll fall and break your neck." Vicyr grasped Ayin's pelvis with his hands. It was certainly wide enough to be comfortable to hold. But, boom, the wolf took a single leap and Vicyr was sent tumbling to the ground. In agony, Vicyr almost screamed. His bones, barely held together by Murcielago's regenerative powers, twisted again. Riding a wolf was quite different from riding a horse. For one thing, there was no saddle and no stirrups. Furthermore, wolves had a much narrower waist than horses, and they moved more dynamically. Ayin stopped the wolf and lowered himself to the ground. "Tusk, Tusk, you should have wrapped your arms around his waist like that and held him with both hands. He'll fall off if you hold him that gently." She smirked and patted her own waist, as if to say, "How am I supposed to vent without you holding it?" Vicyr was just about to rise from his seat. Thud! A figure stepped in between Vicyr and Ayin. Ahun, he was riding a wolf. Looking down at Vicyr, the atmosphere immediately turns chilly. Ayin crossed her arms in a look of disapproval. Balak's hunters compete for every moment. Ahun is a warrior who has always been fond of Ayin, and he will challenge her in this hunt. "This time," he says, "I'll bring home the bigger game. I'm going to captain the next joint hunt in my grandfather's honor." Why would you risk your grandfather's honor on a hunt when all you know how to do is witchcraft? It's your prerogative to do whatever you want. Ayan didn't confront Ahun. He merely jerked his chin toward Vikir across the room, urging him to come quickly. Vikir had just risen from his seat and was about to approach Ayan. Puck! Vikir's head snapped back. Ahun, riding on top of the wolf, had kicked him in the face with his foot. Vikir was still wounded, so he had no choice but to take the kick even though he knew it was coming. Thank goodness it wasn't an attack of great force. The next moment, Ayan was furious. "You bastard, what the—" Ayan stepped forward, but she froze in place. She glanced back and forth between Vikir, who had fallen to the ground with a strange look in his eyes, and Ahun, who had gained momentum. Ahun flinched for a moment at Ayan's reaction, then breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the fallen Vikir and sneered. "You're using this weakling as a hunting aid. Get a grip. Captain, you'll only get yourself in trouble. You should look at your own backside before you say that." At Ayan's sarcastic remark, Ahun looked down at his waist. There was nothing there where there should have been a quiver full of arrows. Ahun whipped his head around. Furious, Vikir had somehow gotten up with his quiver and arrows. He had just swiped it from Ahun before he collapsed. "You owe the age of destruction again." Before his regression, Vikir hadn't really had a job he hadn't done. The art of pickpocketing comes in handy too. Weapons are like lovers. You use them when they're taken away. Vikir's grave comment made Ayan burst out laughing and Ahun blush. You insolent slave." Ahun drew his bowstring and struck Vikir in the shoulder. Boom! With a loud crack, Vikir fell to the ground. As if that wasn't enough, Ahun climbed off the wolf's back. Boom! The bowstring swings out once more. Boom! Ahun's bow had to stop in midair. Ayan had drawn an arrow and blocked Ahun's bowstring. "That's enough. Whose slave do you think you're punishing?" Ayan's words were as cold and hard as frost. Ahun stammered out a retort. "He's a slave. How dare he insult a Balak warrior? You showed your pathetic self first. Nevertheless, he's a slave, and a slave can never insult a warrior," Ahun protested, citing the rules of the tribe. Ayan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, a slave is a slave, and if he does something wrong, he must be punished." "Yes, Captain, that's what I'm saying. But you have no right to punish him. He's my slave." The concept of private property is rare on Balak, but when it comes to slaves, the lines of ownership are pretty strict. When Ahun shook his head, Ayan drove a wedge. "If there is to be a punishment, it will be mine." With that, Ayan slid off the wolf's back and stood in front of Vikir. And then, snap! Ayan's hand slapped Vikir across the cheek. As Vikir fell to the ground, Ayan continued to beat him. His fists curled like snakes, targeting his abdomen, waist, and legs. Vikir crouched down and endured Ayan's fists in silence. After a few minutes of this, Ayan pulled back, breathing heavily. Then he glared at Ahun with a cold stare. "Are we done?" Ahun held his breath as if he was embarrassed by Ayan's spanking, then nodded in disbelief. Ayan looked Ahun straight in the eyes. "I know you have a lot of personal grievances with my slave falling off the wolf's back, not being able to catch Saxy. Yes. After this time, if you do anything to my slave in private, you will be beaten like this. Do you understand?" Blood drips from Ayan's knuckles. His eyes were dark and flesh-colored. Ahun nodded a few times, his expression uncertain, and then looked at Vikir on the floor with a fed-up gaze. Vikir, who hadn't screamed up until that point, merely squirmed quietly in place. With that, Ahun climbed onto the wolf's back and quickly disappeared. Only Ayan and Vikir were left here again. Ayan creeped over and squatted down in front of Vikir. Vikir pushed himself to his feet. He stroked Vikir's reddened cheeks with an unreadable, complicated gaze. "Were you hurt?" His tone had changed slightly, but maybe it was just his mood. Chapter 56, Episode 56, The Hunter and the Hunted 2. Vikir was speechless on the wolf's back. Ayan, riding in front of him, glanced up and down the length of his back, watching him closely. "Did it hurt? Are you angry?" Ayan turns his head all the way back to look at Vikir, to which Vikir only replies bluntly, "Look ahead." The wolf Ayan was driving caught on a root and lurched once. Ayan quickly jerked his head back to the front and drove the wolf on. All the while, he kept glancing back to see if Vikir was bothering him. At this point, it was hard to tell who was master and who was slave. Eventually, As the roots disappeared and a wide open plain emerged, Ayan slowed the wolf. He turned back to Vikir, still on the wolf's back, and spoke. I had no choice. Ahun is a small, relentless creature, and this was the only way to stop him from retaliating. Why aren't you talking? Huh? At his master's continued prodding, Vikir replied tersely. It hurts. And it did. The inside of his mouth is covered in crusts of blood, and it hurts just to open it. Then, Ayan's body flinched for a moment. She slowly turned her head to look at Vikir. Does it hurt a lot? Ayan looked at Vikir's neck. The white skin was smeared with red marks from the dog collar. Ayan stared at the mark for a moment. Then she bent her head toward Vikir and ran her tongue across the scar on his neck. Vikir jerked his head back in disgust, and Ayan, for a moment, realizing what she had done, backed away in anger. Vikir frowned. Do barbarians normally lick each other's wounds? Animals of the dog family do. Balak's warriors are friendly with wolves, so this behavior may be commonplace. But Vikir was a civilized man, and it was awkward. Besides, licking the wound with your tongue is dangerous, as it leaves room for infection. So Vikir was prepared to firmly refuse if Ayan tried to lick the wound on his neck again. However, Ayan doesn't say anything, just tilts her head. For some reason, the tips of his pointed ears were colored bright red. Like all Balak warriors, Ayan was basically a simple person. Her spirits were quickly lifted when Vikir returned to his usual behavior, save for being less talkative due to his illness. Now in a better mood, Ayan offered Vikir a gift to apologize for her earlier slap. Is there anything you want from me? Anything I can do for you that's within my power? Just tell me one thing. Vikir didn't hesitate to answer. Teach me how to shoot a bow. Hey, bow. I wondered if he had something else on his mind. The answer came back a little muffled. Ayan looked a little disappointed at Vikir's immediate response. Yeah, bow is good, bow. Ayan mumbled for a moment. Then a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good. Since we're out hunting, I'll teach you how to shoot a bow, too. You're probably better with a bow than a sword anyway. With that, Ayan moved behind Vikir and hugged him tightly against his chest. Ayan's body pressed tightly against his, the weight of it straining Vikir's spine. Vikir grunted through the pain. Do I have to learn in this position? It's best to learn everything with your body. Do you have a problem with that? It was hard for Vikir, with his broken body, to resist. Then, Ayan pulled out a spare bow and placed it in Vikir's hand. The unfamiliar feel of it in his hand brought back memories for a moment. Vikir was quite proficient with a bow. As part of the education of the young hounds of Ironblood Baskerville was an introduction to armory. And the swordsmen of the Age of Destruction actually knew how to use almost every other weapon to some degree. Not just swords, Vikir had already mastered the basics of archery. A minor, so to speak, but not enough to go out and show off. Before his regression, he'd been pretty good with a bow, but not to the point where he could actually use it in combat. At best, he could take down small game that could be cleaned and eaten immediately. But here in Balak, where all the people are masters of the art of archery, he might be able to reach new heights. Is it the desire to take down the big game? Ayan had been clinging to Vikir since the beginning, eagerly teaching him archery. We'll need the help of a wolf pup for this hunt. Ayan was eager for this hunt. Balak's 300 members need at least 200 kilograms of game to survive the day. What's more, the warriors' recent hunting performance has been poor, and there are many people in the tribe who are starving. Your life will be easier if you make your mark here. At Ayan's words, Vikir nodded. Just then, Ayan's wolf, Bakira, suddenly stopped running. It had spotted its prey. Ayan bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt from where Bakira was sniffing, a mixture of rotting sawdust and fallen leaves, moss and sand. The soil was slightly damp, and it smelled pungent and rancid. Ayan said with conviction, "It must be oxbane." Vikir knew the creature Ayan spoke of. Oxbear, danger rating, a size 5 meters, found in Ridge 7. Red and Black Mountains, a very large bear with 2 huge horns. A carnivorous bear, the strongest terrestrial predator and a perfect killing machine. It is considered the strongest and pinnacle of the Red and Black Mountains' 7th Ridge ecosystem. It has few natural enemies other than its own kind. The bear carries 2 water buffalo horns on its head. Its entire body is covered in thick muscle, fat and bristly fur. A monster I had encountered many times before during my training within the clan. However, The ones roaming around here now must possess a different level of strength and life force than the ones that were captured in the cages inside the clan, waiting to be killed. This must be their territory from here on out. Ayan turned his head to follow the direction of the scent. Oxbears deliberately sprayed their poisonous urine to discourage prey and warn rivals. The scent would have sent any lesser predator running for cover, but not Ayan, the hunting leader of the younger Balak. Vikir, too, had the calm demeanor of the worn and tattered hound he had been before his regression. Ayan smirked at the sight. Not scary, not really. It's good to see you've got some balls for a kid from the Empire. An oxbear is a threat to even the most seasoned of Balak hunters. Ayan seemed to like Vikir's demeanor all the more. Soon, Ayan and Vikir were facing the wind, tracking the scent. Ayan stalked his prey with animal instincts. Sometimes he could smell it better than Vakira, the wolf. Vikir, too, was skilled at tracking, but only when it came to fleeing humans. Good chance. Vikir looked over his shoulder at Ayan's seasoned demon tracking skills, and then, it wasn't long before they spotted their target at the top of a rolling hillside lined with tall bushes and short shrubs. I see a large oxbear making its way through the undergrowth. Two fiercely curved horns, fur far thicker and denser than I'd ever known, flesh and muscle clinging together in an impossibly tight-knit mass. The oxbear, which appeared to be very old, stood about 8 meters tall, larger than any oxbear Vikir had seen before his regression. That's enough to raise my risk rating. When Vikir muttered that, he was done talking. It's hard to go toe-to-toe with a creature of that size. It would have been better to back off now and move on to other prey, but Ayan didn't back down. Let's go after it. She clung to Vikir's side. Vikir pushed through the faint pain. A beast of that size will be hard to deal with. Apparently he's unusually strong for an oxbear. Fool, who said we'd catch him? Vikir looked puzzled at Ayan's comment. She replied with a smirk. If there's a sow bear, there's no shortage of bulls. Look. Before she could finish, a response came from beyond the thicket. Another oxbear had approached the original oxbear. Apparently, the giant oxbear that Vikir and Ayan had first spotted was a female. The new male oxbear was relatively small. It was barely over 4 meters tall at best, and must have weighed nearly twice as much. Could she be in heat? As she moves her massive body, the male oxbear sneaks up on her and sniffs her fur. Then he starts nuzzling her chest and back. Okay, that's the real prey. Ayan grinned and pressed Vikir's chest and back against the bush. Vikir watched the grooming of the male and female oxbears and felt the strength of Ayan's grip on his arms. Passasac, hidden in the bushes. Ayan's body pressed closer to Vikir's. Humid, hot breath brushed against his earlobe, crushing it. The skin of every inch of her body, toned and soft, pressed against Vikir's back. The pounding of her heart against his back makes him tense up like an archer. Naturally, Vikir could only think one thought. That's a lot of weight. Chapter 57, Episode 57, The Hunter and the Hunted 3, Ahun. He spat once on the ground and crossed his arms with a confident expression. In front of him now was a large dead boar. At first glance, it looked like it weighed over 300 kilograms. The Balak warriors gathered around Ahun and praised his feat with one accord. Wow, a piece of meat this size would feed the entire tribe. I only caught 3 hares. Ahun's boar must be the best of the hunt. The warriors spoke, each offering up their catch. Ahun's boar was the largest of the bunch so far. A hunt of this size, with almost every member of the tribe participating, was a game and a contest in itself. And within the village, aside from the chief, the greatest authority goes to the hunter who brings in the biggest and fiercest catch. Ahun shrugged. Even Captain Ayan wouldn't be able to kill something bigger than that. So you'll be the hunting leader from now on. HMPH. By the rules, I should say. Ahun gave a grim smile and blushed, but the man he was supposed to be bragging about hadn't returned to town yet. Only Ayan, the hunting leader of the younger Balak, had not returned. Ahun waved his hand as if there was nothing more to see. Even a captain can only hunt so much on his own. I don't think he'll be able to catch anything bigger than this. But the captain didn't go alone. Did he take a slave with him? What's his name? You fool. How is that going to help when he can't even walk on his own? Ahun snapped at his other friend. His face fell as he remembered the humiliation he had suffered before the hunt. Ahun thumped his fist on his chest, as if to emphasize his point. I'll see you later. You won't catch a single rabbit. That slave bastard will grab you by the ankles. The young warriors of Balak stood open-mouthed, nodding at Ahun's words. Whether he was right or wrong, it didn't matter. In any case, the man who had brought in the big catch had the last word. Meanwhile, shoot. A large waterfall cascades down into a gorge. Below it was a sharp rocky, and far below that was a wide expanse of white sand. The water in the valley was crystal clear. If it weren't for the foam and the sound of the water, you wouldn't even know there was water there. Bam! Several fat carp swam up the falls. Unable to overcome the turbulent waters, they plunged downward, impaling themselves on the jagged rocks below. Ayan and Vikir hid in the bushes by the waterfall and watched the scene unfold. "It's coming," Ayan said under his breath. Sure enough, the large female ox bear they had first spotted approached the mouth of the waterfall. Thick horns with countless scars, a thick pelt and muscles packed to the gills. This is no ordinary ox bear. He is the product of a superior bloodline, one that has survived through countless generations. He doesn't even bother to hunt, simply pulling fish from the sharp rocks and devouring them in a single bite. He doesn't drink the water, only the fish. The river's waters are salty, and much of what accumulates on the white sandbars is salt, which doesn't suit ox bear's taste for freshness. This is where the river meets the sea, which is why we have a salt river. Vikir nodded at Ayan's words. Now that he thought about it, the crayfish that had been crawling in the stream downstream were unusually large. They were lobsters, not freshwater crayfish. Meanwhile, even at this moment, the carp wanted to go over the waterfall and into the ocean. They say that if a carp succeeds in making it back here, it can evolve into a big beast. That's what my grandmother said. Ayan explained again. Vikir merely nodded, not particularly curious or asking. Regardless of whether the legend she told was true or not, the carp, some as big as her forearm, are still working their way up the falls, and most of them fail to make the climb and fall to the bottom. A few lucky ones, even if they fail to climb the falls, are able to land on the surface of the water, or on land close to the water as they fall, and make their way back to the water. But most of the unlucky ones just get impaled on the sharp rocks and flounder and die. And Oxbear is clever enough to pick out only those carp and eat them. It was as if he didn't need to move his body to hunt. Maybe it's because this place is so famous for hunting. In addition to the female oxbear, several other oxbears began to approach. They watched the first female, then settled down at the mouth of the stream to feed on the carp. There were no rocks downstream, so there were no carp stuck to the rocks, so they had to use their bodies to hunt. The giant female oxbear turns her head and looks down at her poor competitors with a pathetic expression. It was a mixture of contempt and superiority. Ayan glared at the oxbear with a determined expression. He growled lowly to warn off other predators that might approach, but he was exceptionally tolerant of the smallest and youngest members of his species. Several oxbears the size of puppies approach fearlessly and bite the carp on the head before fleeing. The female oxbear glances at the little ones, who she doesn't recognize, and ignores them. It was Vikir's first time seeing an oxbear cub, and he was somewhat intrigued. Ayan quickly realized the object of Vikir's attention and spoke up. "Is this your first time seeing an oxbear cub?" "I have. They're much smaller than I thought." Newborn oxbear cubs are even smaller. They're only mice. They hibernate, so there's no way to nourish them if they're too big. She carries them for 12 months and finally gives birth to them at that size. The mother must be terribly protective of her young. Of course, anyone within a 100-meter radius of the cub will be attacked. Even Balak hunters don't mess with pregnant females with cubs. Oxbears are heartless creatures who will eat their own kind if they're hungry, but their maternal instincts are admirable. Then, a male oxbear approached the female. It was a male oxbear and he was quite large. He wasn't quite as big as her, but he was well built for his age. His nostrils flared as he followed her scent. Her ears perked up as he approached, perhaps due to her old age and poor eyesight. Her hearing must be as acute as her eyesight. Croak! The female oxbear lets out an unexpected roar. The large male, who had been slowly approaching her, was startled and took a few steps backwards, eventually letting go. He didn't think he could win an all-out battle with a female oxbear. Vikir said, puzzled. She keeps refusing to mate. In fact, the number of males she's chased away so far is more than 5. Some of them were really big and strong, but none of them seemed to appeal to her. "How strong are they looking for?" Vikir muttered. And Ayan chuckled. "You're thinking about something wrong. That female is not looking for a strong male, quite the contrary." Ayan was right. Soon enough, a male ox-bear began to lumber toward her. He is a small, young male who was the first to approach the female ox-bear and was chased away for being too small. She was about 8 meters tall and weighed about 2 tons, while he was about 4 meters tall and barely over a ton. The male sneaks up on her and sniffs her fur. Then he started rubbing her chest and waist. The female ox-bear didn't seem to mind, so she let him smell her. Vikyr crossed his arms in confusion. "What is it? Why did you pick the weakest male?" "Because he wants a mate he can completely dominate," Ayan answered. "In ox-bear society, strong, older mates are surprisingly unpopular. Strong, experienced males often tried to kill their mates when they became agitated. And the opposite was also true. That's why ox-bears preferred mates that were younger and smaller. That way they wouldn't be attacked after the mating was over. Of course, we can't use someone with poor seeds. Those with good seeds but still young and small are the most popular mates, male or female." Ayan was right. The female ox-bear seemed to like the male ox-bear. It was evident by the way she gently gave up her spot at the top of the carp pond. Ayan smirked at the sight. Balak's warriors have a lot in common with the ox-bears when it comes to choosing mates. On that note, do you know what kind of mate is most popular? Vikyr wasn't particularly curious, but Ayan stuck to his point. An individual with excellent seed but young, and if he is wounded and weak, all the better. This was why when Balak's warriors went out hunting for husbands and wives, they would often leave the other half dead and hanging in a rope. Once you've created an idiot, they can't run away and they can't fight back. But that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have reproductive problems. In short, just pull the seeds out. Vikyr was silent for a moment, believing that the sparkle in Ayan's eyes staring back at him must be a mood thing. Just then, grrr, a strange sound came from the falls. Ayan and Vikyr quickly turned their heads. The female ox-bear was making a strange noise, unlike anything they had ever heard before. The male ox-bear stopped eating carp and lunged at her, nuzzling his nose into the back of her neck. She bit down on the nape of his neck, almost dragging him away. With that, the two ox-bears left the salted sandbar and began to make their way through the bushes and into the jungle beyond. Ayan urged Vikyr along. "We should go." Ayan's gaze, which had been fixed on the female ox-bear, now shifted to the male. Ayan glanced back at Vikyr with an amused smile. "That male is about to lose a lot of his strength." Then, Ayan picks up his bow and arrows, and Vikyr nods in agreement. It would soon be hunting time. Read first at Chapter 58, Episode 58, Hunter and the Hunted 4. When there are sows, there are no shortage of bulls. Vikyr understood now why Ayan had said this. Vikyr and Ayan are currently lurking in front of a den deep in the jungle. The den they are watching closely contains a large female ox-bear and a small male ox-bear. The two ox-bears have been mating non-stop for 3 days. The female's strength and desire were immense. She blocked the entrance to the nest with her huge beak and pushed down on the exhausted male to prevent him from escaping. He, too, had good seeds and was able to satisfy her intense thirst for a couple of days. But by the 3rd day he was running out of strength and often made dying noises. Females are the strongest of their kind, and their appetites are unusually voracious. She had a long hibernation ahead of her, so she didn't let go of him for a moment to make sure she was going to get pregnant and hibernate. When he gives it all out and spreads out, she climbs on top of him, grooms him all over and brings him back to his feet. And then she'd do it all over again, over and over again. Vikyr sighed softly. "I don't know what I'm doing." Vikyr's arms are filled with the carp, salmon, berries, mushrooms, and other things he's just caught. Ayan, too, had gathered up various supplies and laid them out in front of the cave. These were not for Vikyr and Ayan to eat. They were for the ox-bears mating in that den. They had been helping the ox-bears mate for the past 3 days. When a hungry female came out to forage for food, Ayan and Vikyr would provide her with these small bits of food so that she could mate as quickly and as often as possible. The female ox-bear would carefully examine them for poison, then take them back to the males and feed them to restore their strength. Ayan smiled wryly. "Those berries and mushrooms are a short-term boost, but in the long run, they're terrible for you. They raise the body's heat rapidly and then drop it rapidly again." Vikyr knew the benefits of those ingredients. Taking them makes you temporarily stronger, but it saps and burns your life force, which is not good for your health, and the female oxbear seemed to know this and still take them. The male oxbear also seems to recognize the benefits of these mushrooms and berries, but he can't do much to satisfy her needs right now. He can only eat. Sometimes during the feeding, if Vikyr accidentally left a scent or a trail, the female oxbear would come out of her den, alert and wary. She was old and had poor eyesight, but her ears seemed to make up for it. Crouch! She tore at the thick logs around her with her claws and pulled rocks apart. A giant tree that must have been hundreds of years old was snapped in half, and the rocks that supported the small hill were shattered. After ravaging the area for a while, the female, satisfied that there were no more signs of intruders around her, went back into the den and climbed on top of the exhausted male. Vikyr, hiding behind a bush, muttered quietly, "I don't know if it's a warning to the intruder or the male. Such a display of strength would scare off the intruder, but it would also make it impossible for a cowardly male to escape." Vikyr now understood why Ayan had chosen a large, powerful female to pursue first. The stronger and larger the female, the more likely she was to be able to keep the male at a distance. Meanwhile, lurking hunters need to eat. 2. Ayan calculated the direction of the wind and set about making a meal that would not carry the scent to the oxbears. Clear water boiled in a coconut shell with crayfish from the waterfall. The only other additions were a handful of salt and a bunch of dried seaweed. Ayan offered Vikyr some of his clear water. He pushed all the lobsters, even the plump ones, in front of Vikyr. It was a sight that made it hard to tell who was the master and who was the slave. "Eat a lot, so you can feel better." Ayan shoved a considerable amount of food in front of Vikyr's nose. Vikyr thought she looked a bit like a camel. Pow! The red lobster's body snaps in half. The hard shell cracked open, revealing plump white flesh. The yellow and blue guts were steaming hot. Vikyr chewed on the crayfish's head. By the way, they mate like crazy. For 3 days. The oxbears barely left their burrows. The constant vibrations of the burrow and the mingled moans of the males and females inside must have been exhausting for those who had been watching for 3 days. Ayan's eyes light up with mischief at Vikyr. "Isn't that what you deserve?" "What?" "I thought all Balak men were supposed to do that, but not Imperial men?" Vikyr frowned. Ayan's words were so unreliable after what had happened. Hadn't he once taken her word for it and pissed in the middle of nowhere and been humiliated by his tribe? But Ayan continues to tease Vikyr. "You can't do that." "Well, maybe you can't because you come from the land of the Sandman." "Who's a Sandman?" "Then can you do that?" "Can you do it? Can you do it?" Ayan was getting annoying. Vikyr knew that getting caught up in her pace would be a headache, so he chose to ignore her completely. What a cheeky slave. Just then, crack! A cry unlike any other erupted. The playfulness drained from Ayan's face. She bounced to her feet, quickly grabbed her bow and arrow, and began to peer over the bush. The playful 17-year-old girl of just moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Only the sharpshooting hunter remained. Grrrr, Bakira, Ayan's partner wolf, had bared her teeth as well. Vikyr, too, dropped his lobster claws and rose to his feet, crouching beside Ayan. A commotion was from the den containing the 2 oxbears. Gwuo, 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 the female, who had been gentle with the male up until this point, gagged a few times and suddenly changed her demeanor. She bared her teeth at him and threatened him with her hidden nails. The male was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor, but remained lying on the ground, apparently trusting his bond with her. He seems to want to stay in his big, cozy nest for a while longer, but she wasn't about to let him keep squirming and pressing against her. Bam! A dull noise. The female slammed her front paw with the force of several tons. Teeth snapped and blood spurted. A slap on the ear jolted the male to his feet. He scrambled out of the den on shaky legs. Ayan called out in triumph. "Looks like the female is convinced that she's fertile, now that she's successfully conceived. She doesn't need to squeeze the male seeds. It's a world of carnivorous bears. After mating, the opposite sex is simply a competing predator that has invaded their territory." Boom! The female roared once more at the fleeing male. The male is confused and scrambling for his life. The male scurries away from the female's lair in a daze. To avoid being eaten, he had to run away as fast as he could while she wasn't in a bad mood. His legs are shaking and his movements are slurred and slippery. Her fur was matted and had lost much of its shine. His nose and eyes were dry, and all the fat that had once been plump on his back, belly, flanks, and thighs had been burned away. His cheeks were already visibly puffy from the slap he had just received, and at the sight of such a male ox-bear, the eyes of Ayin, the hunter of the Balak, glittered. "Follow me, slave." Ayin, a male ox-bearer and Vikir, slave to his mistress. This was the beginning of the real hunt. Chapter 59, Episode 59. Hunter and the Hunted. 5. Ayin and Vikir tracked the ox-bear male with caution. It was obvious that his nerves were as sharp as his body was weakened. This was evident by the water scattered in his path. You have to take advantage of the moment when your target is as weak as possible. Vikir nodded as Ayin applied frog venom to his arrowhead. When is the enemy most fragile? It's when they're sleeping, especially after several vigorous copulations. Ayin looked at the ox-bear feces on the floor and nodded. Judging by the viscosity and consistency, he's in very bad shape. He'll probably sleep soundly tonight. Of course he will. He hasn't slept a wink for the past 3 days and is drained of energy. He'll probably retreat to a dark, deep corner where he doesn't normally go. Ayin was right. The ox-bear was aware of its condition, and it was heading deeper and deeper into the dense floodwaters. Dense jungle. Fallen trees hung between the living, creating a maze of trees. The leaves were turning red and yellow, making it difficult to discern direction. Tracking the animals was made even more difficult by the fact that their tracks could be washed away in as little as half a day if it rained. But Ayin never loses sight of his target. The way the branches bend, the way the grass is trampled, the depth of the soil, the chirping of the grasshoppers around him. To a seasoned hunter, these are all signposts. Where an ox-bear has passed, you won't hear a mouse or insect for a while. As if in agreement, the wolf Bakira lets out a low howl. Bakira had been tracking a scent from earlier, the faint scent of sweet-smelling berries, a faint scent that the human nose could not detect. The scented berries had been stuffed into the stomachs of carp and salmon by the Ayin and tossed to ox-bear as food, so that ox-bear would breathe it in and carry it with him everywhere he went. Meanwhile, Vikir had watched the Ayin's skillful tracking from start to finish. Some parts he didn't know, some parts he did. What he knew, he would review. What he didn't know, he would learn. Then, up in the trees, Ayin looked down at the forest at the bottom of the hill and stretched out a finger. Sure enough, there it was, a male ox-bear stumbling along. He could probably catch it if he pounced on it right now, but he was cautious nonetheless. "Well, we'll have to put off the hunt for a while." "Why is that?" Vikir asked, and Ayin grunted and frowned. "That ox-bear has crossed the borders of the swamp. There are scary creatures that live in the swamp, so we can't go in there." "Scary creatures?" Vikir was about to ask what it was. "Mate," Ayin's 2 palms flew out and slapped Vikir on both cheeks. The cheeks flushed red in an instant. As Vikir stood there dazed, Ayin smirked. "This is the creature." Ayin held out 1 palm in front of Vikir. In the center of his palm was a dead mosquito. Bakira, the wolf, growled lowly and pawed at the mosquito's corpse in warning. Ayin warned with a serious expression. "There are 3 types of mosquitoes in that swamp. One is the blood-sucking mosquito. These are not very threatening. But bone-sucking mosquitoes and flesh-sucking mosquitoes. You have to be careful." This was something Vikir knew as well. Of all the mosquitoes in the waters of the Red and Black Mountains, the bone-suckers were the most dangerous. They swarm over anything that moves, turning the body of a living creature into a leather bag of blood and guts in an instant. In fact, Vikir had seen what the bone-sucking mosquitoes had done to a colleague a few times before, so he understood the gravity of Ayin's situation. But there's one thing he doesn't understand. "But why won't you take your hand away from your cheek?" Ayin's other hand was still on Vikir's cheek. Ayin flinched slightly at Vikir's question, but then answered in a brusque manner. "Do I have to take it off?" Ayin was now openly pinching the flesh of Vikir's cheek. Vikir frowned. "What are you doing?" "Why? I'm the master. Do you have a problem with me touching mine?" Vikir's mouth was half open in disbelief. But it would be futile to rebel against Ayin now, not when he was so ill. "You're so soft. So I'll just have to put up with this humiliating childish treatment for a while." On the night, Ayin settled down on the cliffside directly overlooking Oxbear's burrow. "They'll strike at first light tomorrow." Oxbear is nocturnal, so fighting him now would be a disadvantage. It was wisest to strike when the sun rose and he fell asleep. Ayan and Vikir built a simple hut on a solid rocky area. A few branches, a leather cloth, and some broad leaves made a tent large enough for 3 or 4 people. Blow into it and white smoke billows out. This is what the indigenous people of Balak call the Cold Valley, a valley where even in May, the snow still hasn't melted. It's so cold here even the mosquitoes can't come. Ayan climbed into the tent and lay down. He lifted his leathers and turned to Bikir, who stood outside the tent. "Come in here." Bikir was silent for a moment. He looked around and saw the harshness of the environment. The ground is cold and the soil is bad. Trees couldn't grow much. So where they had grown and died, only bushes and weeds sprouted in their place. With short shrubs rising up like a grate, it was not a bad place to camp for the night, as long as you were careful of the cold. Russell, Vikir, stepped inside the tent. Ayan had dug a shallow pit in the new floor and piled leaves and sword fire in it. Crackle, a small fire blossomed. The light from the teepee warmed the confined space. True to its name, the valley became very cold at night. His face and arms were hot in front of the fire, but his back, head, legs, and toes were immediately icy. Beyond the crackling embers, Vikir thought of many things. The friends and companions he'd left behind in the age of destruction, all those faces. People he could see again whenever he chose, people he would never see again. Meanwhile, in the sea of fog outside the tent, dead trees like human bones rose and sank. Vikir is lost in thought over the dying embers of the fire. Boom! A sound breaks his reverie. He turns to find Ayan buried in Bakira's fur, inhaling something. It was a strong liquor, so strong that you could tell its strength by the smell alone. From a leather pouch, Ayan smoked a wide slice of jerky, slathered in white fat, and ate it as a late-night snack. It looked like buttered bread, but the flavor and calorie count would be far different. After a long pause, Ayan looked back at Vikir. "You should eat it, it's good for you." "I don't have jerky," Vikir replied, and Ayan waved his hand dismissively. "Oh well, don't worry, it is a master's virtue to provide for his slaves. I've even brought you your share." Vikir cocked his head. Ayan's leather pouch had contained only one piece of jerky. It had just gone into her mouth, just in time. Ayan cupped both of Vikir's cheeks in her palms, then she shoved her face into his. Vikir didn't even have time to protest. Ayan kissed Vikir on the mouth, spilling the liquor and jerky in his mouth. Gulp, Vikir swallowed the liquor and meat in one gulp. Phew! Only then did Ayan pull her face away from Vikir's. She stroked his chin with the back of her hand and smirked. "You can't chew this jerky with your current jaw, it's very tough." "I'm sure it is." Vikir frowns. The jerky that remained in his mouth was so tough that he had to draw on his mana to chew it. With Ahun's beating, Vikir hadn't been able to eat anything other than porridge or tree berries, so this was a nice nourishment. Suddenly, Ayan's eyes widened. Somehow she had ended up sitting on top of Vikir. In the cramped confines of the tent, Vikir could do little more than struggle beneath her. Ayan's face is flushed red from the firelight. She stares down at Vikir with an oddly heated smile. "You can't even rebel. Can you, because it's heavy?" "It's not heavy. I said it's heavy. I'm not heavy. I said I'm heavy." Ayan was silent for a moment, thinking hard about something, and then he said, "It's not that I'm heavy, it's that you're weak." With that, Ayan smiled a smile that seemed strangely pleased. Vikir saw it and gave up on the conversation. Maybe it's the language, but he can't read her emotions right now. "The first thing I need to do is recover quickly." He had to if he didn't want to be manipulated. "If I could regain my strength, I could easily subdue this little fellow and leave the jungle, and the best way to do that was to sleep." Vikir closed his eyes. Ayan leaned in close enough to touch his face with the tip of her nose. "Are you itchy? Put your hand here, it's the place with the most heat. In return, I'll put my hand on yours." As Vikir's hand slid between my chest and armpit, Ayan paused to drape her body over his. Ayan's expression quickly turns to bewilderment. "Are you asleep?" The answer came back. Too scared to speak. Doron. Vikir had fallen asleep in that brief moment. He can fall asleep in less than a second when he lies down, a skill that has been practiced by martial artists throughout the age of destruction. "Huh!" Ayan pouted her lips in disbelief. She slid off Vikir's body as if offended and lay down beside him. Then she rolled over and crossed her arms, her own hands trapped between his chest and armpits. "HMPH, how dare you be insolent? a dull slave inconsiderate of his master. Ayin continued to grumble. Only Bakira, the wolf with her ears to the ground, is looking at Ayin with a pitying gaze. "What is it? Why are your eyes open like that? Grrrr. What? I was just cold. I wasn't trying to do anything else." Just as Ayin and Bakira were about to argue, bam, Vikir, who thought he was sleeping, instantly jumped up. The momentum was enough to make even Ayin and Bakira flinch in surprise. You didn't sleep." Before Ayin could open her mouth, Vikir spoke. "It's coming." Something clicked in his senses that hadn't been there for a moment. Suddenly, Ayin's and Bakira's expressions stiffened. Suddenly, an inexplicable wail rips through the night. Krrrrrrrrrr. The oxbear male had attacked this way first. Chapter 60, Episode 60, The Hunter and the Hunted, 6, Alas. Vikir scrambled to his feet. His bones screamed at his unhealed joints. But he had no choice. If he didn't move now, he would be killed. Boom! The tent I had built shredded like tissue paper. It was the oxbear's powerful claws that tore through the night. Ayin chuckled in amusement. "You were lured, weren't you? You sneaky thing." A male oxbear. Even if he was only half the size of the female, he was still a very large carnivore, standing over 4 meters tall and weighing over a ton. This seasoned beast already knew it was being tracked. That's why it had waited to strike while it was weak. Ayin quickly grabbed his bow and arrows and retreated to the outside of the tent. Bakira, the wolf, crouched low beside her master, snarling. Ayin studied the oxbear before him. "I see you were chosen by the old female for a reason." The giant female oxbear before him had been very picky about her second year, and he was a little puzzled as to why she had chosen this one, who was unusually small among the many males, to be her mate. If it was simply because she didn't want to be attacked after mating, there were plenty of other smaller males available, but now I understood. She wanted his cunning intelligence to complement her superior physicality. Grunt! The oxbear lunged at her with 2 massive horns and both front paws. Ayin climbed onto Bakira's back and quickly knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Ping! 2 arrows fly, aiming for the oxbear's face. The oxbear ducked his head and lifted his horns up so they couldn't hit him in the face. The arrows then deflected in midair as if they were alive, striking oxbear in both shoulders. Indeed, Balak's archery was the best on the continent, and Ayin's was the best of all. Karak. Ayin strung multiple arrows from a single bow. Unusually, Balak's bow has multiple knocks. The arrows on each of these knocks can be staggered and fired back-to-back, or they can be fired all at once. Puff, 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 Ayin fired arrow after arrow, barely pausing to breathe. The time it took for the first arrow to fly, followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on, was a blink of an eye, a truly monstrous rate of fire. Of course, pulling 5 arrows at once requires a ridiculous amount of arm strength. The enormous tension required was covered by Ayin's low-level gradient mana. Grrrrrrr. The rain of arrows slowed Oxbear's charge. Each of Ayin's arrows was so powerful that even the oxbear's thick muscles and furry hide could not defend against them. What's more, Ayin's arrows didn't just travel in a straight line. She shot them upward, sideways, and sometimes even backward. Arrows that went up would fall in a parabolic arc and hit the top of the head, while those that went sideways would curve back and hit the side. Arrows that flew backwards even hit trees and rocks, sending grenades flying. Moreover, the arrows carried a powerful aura. Oxbear had no idea how troublesome this aura would be. Puck, puck, Oxbear ducked behind a bush to avoid the flying arrow. The brambles were quite thick, and he thought they would block the arrows, but a good arrow will pierce steel if it wants to, but it will not pierce a leaf if it does not want to. Ayin recalled a lesson she had heard from her mother and chief, Aquila. Next, she let loose an arrow which struck the high bush where the oxbear was hiding. Poof! Surprisingly, the arrow, traveling at such high speeds, didn't hit the bramble and bounce back. Instead, the arrow's aura left the arrowhead and soaked into the brush. And then, boom, the oxbear hiding behind the bramble spewed blood from its neck. Crunch! Penetration. The intangible energy from the arrowhead went beyond the barren tree and gouged into the oxbear's body behind it. Vikir gasped at the sight. Indeed, that is the archery of the Balak, a ridiculous archery skill, capable of killing even an enemy behind cover. But the skilled hunters of Balak actually do it. Vikir had moved mana to shatter a table and the glasses on it without destroying it, but he didn't know if it could be applied to flying arrows. If it can be done, it would allow for more precise aura control. Vikir lifted his head again and looked at Ayan, 17 years old and a gradient junior, even in Baskerville, where only geniuses live. I've never seen a prodigy this young. In terms of talent alone, he could probably rival or surpass even Morg's camo. But it was the oxbear that made even Ayan nervous. An immature, small male, weak after a prolonged mating. But even so, the danger rank a beast was strong. Ayan gritted her teeth as she realized she was almost out of arrows. Vakira, the wolf who had been his steady companion, was also exhausted. It's cold, the terrain is simple, and it's a moonless night, making visibility difficult. Now, with all the advantage, Oxbear is ready for the final blow. The Oxbear's typical attack pattern consists of a horn charge followed by a large swing of its front paws, but it's the tooth attack that follows these two moves that really makes the difference. Hiya! The Oxbear charged with all its might, opening its wide arms to embrace both Ayan and Bakira at once. Its dagger-like jaws were lined with teeth, ready to rip Ayan's head off. What do? We're running out of arrows. Do we retreat? Or do we make one last gamble? As Ayan contemplated his next move, something happened that neither Ayan, Vakira, nor even Oxbear saw coming. Move! Vikir, he had appeared, Vikir, an unwelcome intruder into the battle. He was perched on top of a tall branch. Then Vikir kicked off the branch and leaped, falling straight down to Oxbear. Ow, what are you doing? Ayan was horrified. What Vikir was doing seemed to her to be nothing less than suicide. But then, as Vikir leapt from the tree, he clutched a handful of arrows, and surprisingly, Oxbear didn't react much to the sight of Vikir falling. That's because Vikir's jump was to the left. Not long before, the male Oxbear had received a slap on the cheek while moping around in the female's den after mating, and his left eye was swollen shut. It was an exquisite dig to fill the blind spot. And then, poof, several arrows in Vikir's grasp pierced Oxbear's left eye at once, chee at the sound of fat boiling. The smell of burning meat was unmistakable. The arrowheads had been loaded with Ayan's mana not long ago and were heated to the limit. The hot shards of iron tore through the Oxbear male's swollen snowball flesh, popping his tender eyeball and sending the bundle of nerves inside scrambling. Ah! Oxbear's scream changed slightly. Its roar, once a mixture of hatred and contempt, was now tinged with fear. Vikir snatched the arrows out of her hand and dropped to the ground. Thud! The mere act of landing on the ground seems to shatter his entire body. The Oxbear loomed in front of him, its enormous body looming over him. Ayan gasped in horror. No! She quickly fired an arrow, but it only pierced some of the Oxbear's strong back muscles. Vakira the wolf lunged and bit her hind paws, but Oxbear was unperturbed. Arg! Blinded by rage and fear, Oxbear opened his mouth in a guttural roar. No horns, no front paws. Just teeth. The Oxbear's true breath attack flew toward Vikir, and the expression on Vikir's face as he faced it could not have been more serene. This is not a death wish. He's gauging whether his body can handle the technique he's about to use. Come out, Vikir ordered in a low voice, and the faithful hound bared its teeth. Poof! A black awl pierced the artery in Vikir's wrist. The magic sword Beelzebub had been unleashed, whirring, with the sound of a fly's wings. Beelzebub revealed his appetite for the giant hunk of meat in front of him. And with that, one of the powerful forces trapped within Beelzebub's 3 orbs exploded through the tip of his sword. The gluttonous fly, Beelzebub / all -1 slot, burned Cerberus, A+ Cerberus, the 3-headed dog that symbolizes hell itself. Roar, the oil-based flames, which could not be extinguished by water, combined with the aura of Beelzebub's blade and exploded. Fueled by the oils of hell, the flames burned endlessly unless their master's will was extinguished. The fiery hound's teeth sank back into Oxbear's gaping mouth. Cackle! Oxbear stopped charging, his eyes, blinded by rage and fear, finally opened to the reality of the situation. What the hell is that? I thought it was just some human blood, but it wasn't. What you see before you is a gigantic apex predator, the presence of a high-ranking demon that you dare not compare to, the fangs of a monster that belongs in the deepest hells of the netherworld. Wherever it has been lying in ambush, The creature that has just bared its teeth is upon you, bringing untold pain and terror. Quack! A short, guttural sound. The awl that sprouted from Vikir's wrist shot out and pierced the ox-bear's mouth. First it pierced the hanging tongue, then the gums, then the palate, and finally the brain and the skull. To make matters worse, the tip of the awl emitted a terrifying flame. The most terrible pain in the world, burning pain. It was boiling the brains in Oxbear's skull to a crisp. Gah! Oxbear let out a near-terminal scream. Vikir's attack was short, but intense. The ox-bear was still clinging to life with its characteristic toughness and regenerative powers, but that was all. No, that wasn't all. In the last moments of its life, ox-bear leaned its massive body toward Vikir. Vikir struggled to move from the pain he felt throughout his body. Even in death, ox-bear intended to use his massive body to crush Vikir to death. But, pow! At that moment, Ayan threw his whole body and grabbed Vikir. Bakira the wolf scooped up Ayan and Vikir with her fluffy back and stepped back. "Are you okay?" Ayan's eyes widened, scanning Vikir's entire body. Vikir nodded with difficulty. At the same time, thud, the ox-bear giant's head slammed into the ground, the last words of a male who, only moments before, had been frantically mating with a female in the cozy confines of his den. Could he have imagined such an end? In the jungle, where looting, death, and love mixed together. The downfall, Ayan pulled Vikir into a hug. She hastily tore off the few strips of cloth that covered them, shouting, tell me if you're going to die, we need to get the seeds out of it." Vikir couldn't help but sigh at the success of the hunt. Chapter 61. The Protagonist of Hunting 1, Episode 61. The Protagonist of Looting 1, The Plunder Festival. A great festival was held in the village of Balak. In fact, every day is a celebration for the Balak, but on a day like today, when meat is plentiful, it's unusually loud. When the vines are cut, clear water pours out in pools in a large stone pot. Into the boiling water were thrown lobsters, freshwater crabs, zaras, turtles, carp, catfish, venison, rabbit, squirrel, snake meat, caterpillars, beetles, ants, frogs, lizards, water grass, berries, mushrooms, and tree roots. A huge stone pot bubbled in the center of the village. All the small game that Balak's hunters have gathered is thrown into it, simmering into a rich broth. Everyone in the village gets a fair share of the broth. Larger prey, such as deer and boar, were roasted separately around the stone fire. Everyone would gather around these large hunks of meat, singing and dancing merrily. In the midst of all the noise and excitement, it was a huge hunk of meat in the center of the village, even bigger than the stone oven, that caught everyone's attention the most. An ox-bear, a giant, six-legged beast weighing a ton. Without the bones and fur, the pure meat weighs over 800 kilograms. This giant hunk of meat was the star of today's hunt. Naturally, the hunter who captures the ox-bear earns the respect, admiration, and gratitude of all the villagers. That would be Ayan and Vikir. How does it feel to be a hero? Slave? Vikir didn't say much in response to Ayan's question. She smiled and patted Vikir on the back. An ox-bear is a very honorable prey. They're strong and fierce, but they're also intelligent, unlike boars whose eyes are dark, whose movements are slow and simple, and who are so scared they shit and scream when they run. Ayan shouted as loudly as he could, hoping someone would hear him. Then he heard grunting and grunting from beyond the campfire where the meat was roasting. It was Ahun, who had killed a fairly large boar. Holy SHT, I don't know how a dying creature could have gotten away with this. He must have gotten incredibly lucky. Ahun spat once on the ground and glared at Vikir. Then Ahun picked up his knife and cut the ox-bear's meat into small pieces. The entrails and blood are perishable, so he immediately puts them in a pot of water to boil, and the flesh is cut into small pieces for fair distribution. Ahun then handed the meat to the villagers lined up in a row, and then to Vikir, who stood behind him. Vikir's expression frowned slightly as he accepted the meat. The size and weight of the pieces of meat given to Vikir were dwarfed by those given to the others, even less than what the frail old men and sniveling children had received. Vikir raised his head to protest. "What are you doing?" Then Ahun looked up. Annoyed, a puzzled look on his face, rather disgusted, he retorted, "What are you talking about, you slave? Why is my meat so little?" "What? No wonder, because your honor is so high," Ahun bellowed. Vikir gave him a puzzled look, and Ayan beside him broke out into a wide grin. "It is a Balak tradition. The one who contributes the most to the hunt takes the least. In return, he receives an amount of honor equal to the lesser meat. If you can trade honor for meat, you have a great deal. Ahun nodded in agreement. Damn, part of me wants to give you a lot of meat, too, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. Judging by his grumbling, he really does want to give Vikir a lot of meat. Well, the less meat he gets, the more honorable he is. Vikir decided that meat was better than honor that was worthless, but for now he could only nod. It doesn't really matter. Though the meat was scarce, there was enough food to fill his stomach if he so desired. In fact, the real harvest of this hunt was not meat. Gluttonous fly, Beelzebub / all -1 slot. Burn Cerberus A+, slot -2. Sacral spine oxbear A slot -3. Tight throat infernal buffalo A new skills gained from capturing oxbear. One of the 3 orbs of the magic sword Beelzebub is imbued with the hardy soul of the male oxbear you killed last night. The hellhound's soul is gone, and the spirit of the stronger, higher-ranked oxbear is Vikir's new slave. The skill of sacral spine was simple and effective. By holding your breath, you could increase your weight by nearly 1,000 pounds, 600 kilograms, in that time. It's a pretty versatile skill for close combat. Not only that, but the karma from killing the oxbear was infused into his body, restoring a significant amount of health to his entire body, skills, and experience. Vikir was mentally calculating the results of this hunt. Come on, Ahun, that's quite a kill, don't you think? Ayan broke Vikir's reverie. She had brought several kilograms of foreleg meat, a jar of blood, and the heart, liver, and gallbladder that were Vikir's share of the bounty, reserved for the best hunters. Ayan lifted the meat and waved it in front of Vikir's eyes, narrowing her eyes. She spoke with a burdened air. Just as important as the hunt is the preparation and preservation of the kill. Ayan wanted to use the grooming as an excuse to stick close to Vikir and interfere, but there was one thing she didn't know. Vikir had slaughtered countless demonic carcasses during the Age of Destruction, and his skill at removing their entrails, flesh, bones, and skins to preserve and cook them was almost masterful. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Chuckle, Vikir soaked the hides in water in a wide bamboo vat and scraped away the fat behind them with a sharp stone knife. The hides, which came off without a scratch, were set aside for tanning. When dry, the hides were as hard as planks, but softened after a few beats with oil squeezed from the scaffolding. The oxbear's flesh, guts, and blood were boiled in a pot, and the oils that floated to the top were skimmed off and used to light the lanterns. The bones, claws, and teeth were used to make weapons and jewelry. Meat as a whole was cooked in a variety of ways. Some cuts were made into jerky, some were boiled into soup, some were boiled into tang, some were lightly poached, some were smoked over charcoal, and some were hung to dry in nodal. Vikir was particularly good at smoking large pieces of meat whole. Some of the people who watched Vikir work on the meat were dumbfounded and left their meat to him. Among them was Ayan, who had come to learn how to handle the meat. Vikir tied the large chunks of meat to salted rope and hung them from a branch. He then dug a pit and let the meat dangle in the center of the pit, and at the bottom of the pit he piled pine needles and oak and apple wood and lit a fire. Once the fire was blazing, Vikir gathered branches, leaves, and mud to seal the opening of the pit. After a while, he broke the mud lid, which had hardened under the fire, and pulled the rope to reveal a browned, smoky chunk of meat. A whole oxbear hind leg was roasted. The Balak people raved about the deliciously smoked hind leg barbecue. Ayan's eyes widened in amazement as he cut into the meat. What the hell can't you do? Nothing too extraordinary, given the age of the soul, but certainly surprising, given that the body was no more than 15 years old. Vikir watched the younger children eagerly pick at the chunks of meat, blowing on them. The exuberance of young children is something that puts a smile on anyone's face, regardless of age. Vikir watched as the people ate the meat he had roasted. There was a slight quirk in the way the people of Balak shared their meat. Those with bad eyes ate the eyes of an oxbear. Those with bad lungs ate the lungs of the oxbear. Those with bad legs ate oxblood legs. Those with bad pancreas ate the pancreas of the oxberry. The tribesmen seemed to believe that they could cure their ailments by eating the parts of their prey. Strange superstition, Vikir thought to himself. Hey, slave, Vikir hears a voice calling to him from the side. Ayan, who had slipped away after the dismemberment had begun, was standing behind him when he reappeared. Cheeks burning, a large bowl of coconut in his hand. The steaming bowl was filled with a hot, bubbling broth of oil. Inside was a large chunk of meat, elongated and thick, making it hard to tell what it was. Organ? I asked, though I couldn't tell exactly what it was because it was floating in a cloud of grease. Ayan snorted and said, "I've taken what the shaman covets with the authority of a hunter, and this is for you to eat. By all means, I have already received a piece of meat, a jar of blood, and some entrails." "No, no, no. This is for you to eat." Ayan insisted on feeding Hansako Vikir the meat soup. Her logic was adamant. If your eyes are bad, eat the eyes of your prey. If your heart is bad, eat the heart of your prey. If your hands or feet are bad, eat the forelegs and hind legs of your prey. What part of the oxbear is this? When Vikir asked about the identity of the long, thick chunks of meat in the bath, Ayan only coughed and offered no explanation. HMPH. Seeing as how you've been sleeping around in the cold, you'll definitely need this. Eat some. Ayan mumbled the last part and swallowed it whole. Reaction erupted around him instead. "Woo, Captain, you're already taking what's yours. Who gives that to a slave for his own good? Ho ho, the season of long nights is coming soon." "That's too blatant, it's obvious what he's up to." The young women of the village booed Ayan in unison. "Shut up, girls, if you're not happy. You can go out with your lasso and get him." Ayan raises her fist, her eyes glowing, and the heckling dies down. Vikir frowned, not quite sure what to make of that. "Well, I'll take what I can get." Vikir gulped down the hot broth. He chewed and swallowed every last bit of the coarse meat that had sunk into his stomach as Ayan kept urging him on. "This is so tough." The texture itself was similar to the haggis she was used to eating in Baskerville, but it was much more savory and chewy than that. Gulp, Vikir's throat gurgled loudly once, only then did Ayan's expression soften. "I see, now you're going to give me an excuse." Vikir frowned slightly once more. "I think I've already given you more than your fair share of hunting." He couldn't quite figure out what more she wanted here. Chapter 62, the hunt ended with a feast. That night, the whole event ended with the selection of about 100 kilograms of the finest parts of oxbear meat. The men of Balak chose the best of the meat and hung it on a tall tree quite a distance from the village. When Vikir looked confused, Ayan explained, "It's a sacrifice to Madame Eight-Legs." Vikir nodded slightly. He had met Madame Eight-Legged once before, in the darkness of the jungle, an unspeakable beast, a creature of untold horror that no man could survive. The barbarians of Balak seemed to use parts of their dead prey or the bodies of their prisoners of war as sacrifices, nailed to high trees. Surprisingly, no creatures were interested in the meat the Balak men hung from the tree. Hyenas, eagles, and even the odd insect were not attracted to the meat. They didn't dare touch it because they knew who it belonged to. I wonder if the warriors of Baskerville and Morgue were also sacrificed to Madame Eight-Legged once upon a time. It seemed likely, given the non-cannibalistic culture of the Balak. The next day at dawn, Vikir awoke early and padded out of his tent. Along the way, he saw a group of drunken Balak warriors sleeping in the early morning dew. Vikir was careful not to step on them, and soon he was walking toward the outskirts of town. His body was healing faster with each passing day, and he would need more food if he wanted to recover faster. The meat, blood, and entrails of the oxbear were not enough, so Vikir traveled to the outskirts of the village to find food for himself. As a slave, he didn't expect to be allowed to leave the village, but the guards at the entrance were surprisingly willing to let him go. "What are you, a slave, wandering around all by yourself because you did well in the hunt?" The sentry, Ahan, frowned at Vikir's arrogance, but didn't restrain him. "You don't think you're scared of the jungle just because you've killed a dying bear, Kek. Get out and die." Ahan waved him off and Vikir walked out into the jungle, pacing. After a while, Vikir reached the tall tree where he had hung his offering last night. Vikir's eyes widened slightly. Sure enough, the 100 kilograms of meat that he had hung on the high tree was gone. The disappearance of the meat meant that its owner had come and gone, even though the wild animals, flying beasts, and insects that roamed nearby had not dared to approach it. The area was filled with white, dried slime and charred. Dead grass? That's a nasty demon. Vikir turned away from the spot and headed for a stream a short distance away, a river of muddy water. There was no boundary between water and ground. Only overgrown vines and thorny leaves marked the river's boundaries. Vikyr climbed a high branch and stretched out his line. He pulled out the longest, toughest strand of oxbear's fur and used it as a fishing line. At the end of it was a hook carved from the oxbear's scavenged bones. Vikyr bit the tip of his finger lightly to draw blood and sprinkled it into the river. The reaction was immediate. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. Judging by the bubbling bubbles on the surface of the tan water, it had worked. Vikyr threaded a frog that had been wandering nearby onto a fishing hook and cast it into the center of the foam. The bite was immediate. Tusk, a fish with teeth as sharp as saw blades, snapped off the line. Piranha natari, danger rating single individual, danger rating group. A size 30 cm found in Ridge 6. Black and Red Mountains travels in herds of at least a few thousand individuals. When alone, they are cowardly and shy, but in a group, they will charge at even the largest of enemies. They are sensitive to the smell of blood and will swarm in deep pools in rivers, and when they catch the scent of their prey, they will swarm away, leaving only the bones behind. The frog used as bait was torn to shreds, but the oxbear's fur and bones were intact, as were the line and hook. A fish with a black body and a red belly. As soon as Vikyr caught it, he threaded it onto a spiky branch. The next bait was a small piece of flesh from the fish he had just caught. The natari are even more eager now that they are using meat from their own kind as bait. 1, 2, 3, 4 fish kept coming. Some were over 70 centimeters long, with black or white bodies and red eyes. They're supposed to be hard to catch, Vikyr muttered as he looked down at the natari, their gills pierced by long reeds. They were originally sensitive only to human blood and the flesh of their kind. Human blood, especially if it has been imbued with some degree of mana, is a favorite. The hunters of Balak don't seem to realize this, so Vikyr simply stacks up the food in silence. Vikyr then roasted the natari over a low fire of fallen leaves and sticks. He ate some, smoked some, and used them to make fish balls. By the time he'd caught the freshwater crabs and zaras that crawled along the banks of the river and stocked up on food, the morning sun had risen. As I returned to the village with a sack full of food made of leaves, I saw a strange sight. In the center of town, in front of Chief Aquila's barracks, there was a long line of people. What was that? Vikyr scratched his head. There were at least 30 people lined up in front of the chieftain's barracks. Unusually, all 30 were young women. Is this some kind of ceremony? To get to the barracks, I have to pass by this line anyway, unaware of Vikyr's approach from behind. The young women chatter amongst themselves. I've been in line since the crack of dawn, thank God I'm in the front of the line. I actually spent the night here. Too bad, I should have gotten up a little earlier. Vikyr listened, wondering what was going on. There was something off about their conversation. Given your performance at yesterday's hunting festival, you're probably going to get off scot-free. Right, then surely you'll take a woman in the village as a saxy. I'll talk to the chief and make sure I'm the first to apply. I saw you cutting up the meat yesterday, and it was so hearty. You must be strong enough to hunt down an oxbear. What a handsome thing, Vikyr shuffled away. An instinctive warning goes through me before I can fully comprehend what's going on. Vikyr is just about to turn away. These are real, I hear a shrill cry. 30 or so women back away. Furious, where their gazes were directed, Ayan stood, his eyes glowing. She was carrying 3 freshly killed roe deer. She threw them to the ground and announced to the women of the village. What nonsense, she said to the women. I fed you yesterday to the point of decoction, and now you're trying to steal from me at the last minute. Then one of the women mustered up the courage to speak up. Then use it first, and then hand it over. Shut up. You're talking to a kid who's not even a slave anymore. Monopolies are vile. If you're so unjust, go out there with a noose and get him. I've been out many times and there's never been a kid like that. How far have you been out? The borders of the empire. You could go out to hell and back and find him, Ayan exclaimed, pulling his dagger from his inner thigh. Then the women in the line slipped backward. Even the bravest of Balak's women are afraid of Ayan, the hunting leader. No wonder, since quarrels with her go beyond hair-pulling and nail-clawing. Watching the women slink away, Ayan snorted hard. SHT at this rate. Someone's going to pick it up while I'm waiting for them to recover. I can't trust a bitch like Saggle. I need to get her well soon so she can give me an excuse. She turned away, muttering something to herself. Ayan and Vikyr's gazes met. Vikyr, who had been unintentionally hiding behind the tent, panicked. He hadn't done anything wrong, but he had been seen, but it was Ayan who was more flustered than Vikyr. "Look, did you see that?" No. Khhhh. An awkward silence fell between them. Finally, Ayan scratched her neck and strode over. She's nearly a foot taller than Vikyr. Ayan stepped closer and looked down at Vikyr. When she opened her mouth, he could smell the sweet scent of tree berries mingled with her warm breath. "Last night, Mother called a meeting of the elders. Among the many items on the agenda was your story, from what she'd told me before. It was traditionally reserved for those who caught and submitted the largest game in the hunting system to be freed from slavery. But now, it seems, the reward is more than just a piece of cotton cloth. Listen, you can ask my mother for something, as an honorable hunter of yesterday's slaughter." Ayan turned to Vikyr. "She will probably try to match you with a mate, an outsider, a bonded slave. The only way to keep such a useful person in the tribe is to know who they will be paired with. I wonder if that's why those women were lined up all morning." Vikyr sighed softly. Meanwhile, Ayan narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice, Do you have a mate in mind in this tribe?" "There can't be. His body is broken, and he's adrift in the middle of enemy territory, and he's been fighting dangerous creatures all this time." As Vikyr shook his head emphatically, Ayan's expression became subtle. It was a mixture of anger and helplessness, of relief and misgivings. "Tuck." Ayan threw his arms around Vikyr's shoulders. Her momentum was strong, but she gently lowered her hands when they reached Vikyr's shoulders. Ayan leaned close to Vikyr's ear and spoke in a low voice. "Later, when my mother calls for you, I will decide what you will ask of her." Her eyes sparkled. "What shall I ask for?" She looked as if she was planning some sort of trick. Chapter 63, Episode 63, The Protagonist of Hunting. 3. Vikyr sits in his barracks, stoking the fire in the fire pit. "Are you there?" a thin voice called from outside. As Vikyr walks out of his leaf insignia, he sees a girl with black hair and dark eyes looking up at him with a shy expression. It was the same girl who had risen at the crack of dawn the previous day and stood in line outside the chieftain's barracks. "The chief is looking for you. I've come to deliver a message." She must have come on an errand. Vikyr immediately started walking toward the chieftain's barracks. Then, hey, the girl calls out to Vikyr. When Vikyr turned his head, the girl was flushed red and stammering. "Hey, thank you for grilling the meat the other day. It was delicious." She must be referring to the roasting of meat in the hunting expeditions. Vikyr gave a quick nod and turned away. "The chieftain called me. I have to get going. Even the warriors of Balak, who roam freely in all parts of the jungle, are not allowed to act recklessly, especially in the presence of the chieftain Aquila." Vikyr enters through the curtain and immediately sees a mounted eagle at the far end of the barracks. Beneath it, in a large chair, sat Chieftain Aquila. A stern-looking woman, scars scattered across her face. She's not very tall, but her rich eagle-feathered cloak and the sense of power she exudes make you think you're facing a giant. In particular, the large scar over one of her eyes made the audience feel intimidated. Nicknamed the Night Fox, she is the current leader of the Balak and their strongest warrior. She has won back-to-back victories over Hugo Les Baskervilles, patriarch and swordmaster of House Baskerville, and Morg Adolphe, deputy and sixth-class master of House Morg. It is because of her that the Balak, who total only about 300 in number, are feared by the empires and are known as the strongest warrior tribe in the jungle. "Chieftain." Vikyr dropped to one knee and bowed his head in the manner of his training. Aquila, the Night Fox, the greatest archer said to have ever lived since Adonai, the legendary archer who led the Balak at their height centuries ago. She lifted her one and only eye and gazed upon Vikyr with admiration. Unlike imperial speech, which circles around its purpose in greetings and praise, Balak's is straightforward and raw. "I see you caught an ox bear this time. Thanks to you. We have delicious meat." Aquila spoke with a gentle smile that belied her first impression. His voice was as regal as Hugo's but without the edge and instead warm and gentle. "No, Chief, I was only doing what I was supposed to do. There is no need to be humble. A job well done is a job well done." Aquila smiled even more warmly at Vikyr's modesty. Vikyr was genuinely surprised that the terrifying Night Fox was capable of such a smile. Finally, Aquila spoke. In recognition of your deeds of yesterday, I am relieving you of your status. You are no longer a slave, but a member of our family. From this moment on, Vikyr was no longer a slave, but officially a member of the Balak family. Then, cough. A sound of hollow coughing filled with disgust. Vikyr glanced sideways to see a grizzled old man glaring at him with his mouth clamped shut. You must be the old man who used to smear ash on the faces of young hunters. Amen, the shaman of Balak. He was the most powerful man in the village except for the chief, Aquila. He is not well liked by the young, who dislike old traditions and superstitions, but all the older, more seasoned hunters put their trust in him. The saying, "There are no atheists in the trenches," is true. People who have been through the storms of life are always looking for something to lean on spiritually, and Amen understood exactly that. By the way, did I mention, Ahun was the son of that old man. Ahun, the young hunter who always wears his heart on his sleeve, looks uncomfortable over there, and I can see Amen's feelings echoed in his face. Apparently, he doesn't like Aquila's recognition of Vikyr, and there's no way Aquila doesn't know that Vikyr has noticed. "Hey, shaman," Aquila turned his head to look at Amen. "Yes, chief, you don't like that I've accepted that boy as a member of the tribe?" Aquila asked bluntly. Amen may be powerful in the tribe, but a chieftain's authority is absolute. He immediately recognizes the hint of vulnerability in Aquila's words and bows his head deeply. "Of course not. It's just that I'm a little concerned about blood of imperial origin being transfused within the tribe. That is not for a shaman to worry about. All you have to do is make sure the rains are good when they come. The prayers are good when the warriors go hunting, the fires are good when there's a war, the memorials are good when there's a death, and the wards are good when there's a plague." At Aquila's cut-and-dried words, Amen bowed his head deeply. Behind him, he could see Ayan clucking his tongue. Well, whatever. Aquila recognized Vikyr's contributions to the hunting festival and raised his status to official tribe member. Aquila glanced down at Vikyr's limp body. "You seem to have recovered quite a bit. I can't believe how quickly. Thanks to your care. It's done. I didn't take care of anything. If I have any virtue, it's in my daughter." Aquila glanced away and looked at Ayan, who stood against the wall. Ayan glanced away from her mother's gaze and whispered something else. Finally, Aquila spoke up. "Now that you are officially a member of the Balak, tell me what you want. You are one of my own, and I have not been able to give birth to and raise you, so I will give you something in return." When she had finished, Aquila spoke softly. "There are many eligible young women in the village. If you wish, I will find one of them and claim her as your mate, or a slave. If that's not what you need, I have quite a few girls from other tribes that I've captured as prisoners of war." There was a brief murmur from outside the tent. It was the chatter of the village women who had been lined up outside the chieftain's barracks since dawn, but Vikyr shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but the mate is fine." Wives and female slaves alike were being offered to increase birth rates, a ploy to capitalize on the human tendency to settle where children are born. When Vikyr rejected the offer, Aquila seemed to consider for a moment. You don't want a woman, do you? That's unusual. Most of the men among the outsiders want women." In truth, most of Balak's people were good-looking and beautiful. Their bodies were built for hunting and training, and their eyes and hair were unusually healthy and vibrant, unlike those of other tribes. The warriors of the Balak are unusually attractive compared to the other tribes of the barbarian. Thanks to the occasional transfusions of blood from the outside world, they've never developed inbreeding diseases. Perhaps that's why invaders from the outside often targeted Balak maidens. Of course, almost all of them are reduced to wolf's food by her arrows. Meanwhile, Aquila wrinkled the corners of her nose a little. She seemed to be thinking. "So, what do you want me to give you? Half of the oxbear hide you caught." Oxbear hides are a very valuable treasure. Vikyr almost jumped out of his skin when he heard the offer to cut it in half. Cutting an animal's hide in half reduces its value to 1/10 of what it is worth. And as someone who knows value, that's not something I want to see, just then. Vikyr felt a gaze shoot to his side. Ayan was glaring at him intently. "You didn't forget what I told you, did you?" That look, the look that spoke with her eyes. Aquila glanced sideways at her daughter, as if she were not used to seeing her like that. Ayan is still furiously sending signals to Vikyr, unaware that Aquila has seen her. Eventually, Vikyr speaks up. as Ayan had urged him to before. Material rewards are fine. However, I was wondering if you would be willing to take a bath in the Fountain of Valor before answering Aquila's call. Ayan had insisted that Victor mention this as his desired reward. For the first time, Aquila frowned. If even Aquila, who was quite friendly with Victor, could react like this. What about the others? Most of the old men swallowed their grunts in disgust. Shaman Aheman, who was in the front row, snapped. "You fool, who are you to speak in front of me?" As if he couldn't take it anymore. Aheman strode forward and knelt before Aquila. "Chieftain, for generations it has been only the proud warriors of Balak who have been allowed to bathe in the Fountain of Valor." The murmuring around them grew louder. Ahun, standing at the entrance to the barracks, spoke sarcastically. "The Fountain of Valor is only for those who have proven their strength. How dare you?" Ayan, standing on the other side, spoke up. "Victor has already proven his strength. He captured an ox bear and submitted it to this hunting festival. HMPH, I guess I was just throwing rocks at him from behind when he was hunting. And you have a back like that from being hit by a rock." Ahun's body began to shake as Ayan gestured to the bandages and casts wrapped around his waist. At Aquila's question, Victor thought for a moment, then nodded. "The Fountain of Valor, do you know what it is?" "It is a small spring that flows deep beneath the waters of Balak's holiest site, the Tomb of the Champions, where only the bravest and strongest of Balak's greatest warriors are buried. It was said to be blessed by the great ancestors, and to cure all internal wounds and traumas by simply taking a dip. However, the water level is very low. The water takes a long time to collect, and the effects are halved if too many people enter, so the Balak only allow access to warriors who have earned special recognition from generation to generation." "Patriarch, that's too much to ask for. How can you allow an outsider who's only just arrived to enter the holy grounds?" "Still, he's quite the prospect, having captured an ox bear, so it might not be a bad idea to motivate him for once." "Nonsense. Since when did the Fountain of Valor become a place where anyone can soak in it?" "Heh, but he doesn't look like he's even grown up, so we should be nice to him since he's part of the family." The elders around him are also arguing. Some looked favorably on the capture of the ox bear at a time of need for the entire tribe, while others did not. Aquila was secretly tempted to grant Victor's request, but she was certainly a little too weak to use the ox bear hunt as a justification. Some, including Aheman, were less than enthusiastic about having Victor as a member of the family in the first place, and were even more adamantly opposed to the Fountain of Valor. Aquila wanted to grant her daughter's petition if she could, but it was a bit of a dilemma with the shaman and his unfriendly forces so strongly opposed. Just then, ding, 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 ding. A loud bell suddenly rang out from the top of the watchtower that stood on the border of the clan's enclosure. The village, at the same time, a watchman shouted, "The outsiders have arrived!" Something had happened in the village. Chapter 64, Episode 64, Unfair Trade 1, Tink 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 Tink. Over the clanging of bells, the watchman shouts, "The outsiders have appeared!" Something seemed to have happened in the village. Victor scrambled to his feet. "Is it war?" beside him. Ayan turned to look at Victor with a puzzled expression. "Are you serious?" When Victor gave her a puzzled look, Ayan reached out and stroked her hair once. Roughly, she smiled. "There's no way in hell there's a bunch of lunatics in these lands who would challenge our Balak to a fight first." "That's right. No one would challenge Balak to a fight unless they were a high-level demon. Outside the borders, there was no one who could stand up to Balak, except perhaps the Baskervilles or the Morgans. Even the cannibalistic Licoro tribe was no match for Balak. How could a tribe of only 300 people declare war on the empire, much less their neighbors? It would not be an exaggeration to say that Balak had no one to look out for in the continent, except for Madame Eight Legs, who reigned as a local nightmare. "Then who is the intruder?" Victor asked. And Ayan rose from his seat and drew back the curtain at the entrance. "It would be quicker to see with your own eyes." As she spoke, Victor turned his gaze toward the outside of the barracks. There was a rather unexpected sight: white-skinned, blonde, jet-black, and blue-haired people. All dressed in clean clothes and speaking in a familiar language, they were clearly Imperials. Houses of bourgeois. Victor frowned, though only slightly. The 7 houses of the empire, the Baskervilles, represented by swords, the Morgue, represented by magic, and the other 5 are the 7 pillars of the old country, sworn to the emperor's service. The bourgeois family was a tycoon family that had amassed a great deal of capital through trade and commerce, and was one of the 7 families, along with the holy house of Quavades and the poisonous house of Leviathan. Then, "It's been a while since you've been here." Ayen's blunt words broke Vicur's reverie. Her expression was a slight frown. Merchants from House of Bourgeois are known for doing whatever pays the bills. They'd probably come this far under border with supplies to trade with the natives. Ayen didn't look too impressed with them. "This is actually not necessary. They are selling something that is not here. Psychologically, this makes us feel like we will regret it if we don't buy it. I'm not suited with those kind of merchants." And to a certain extent, Vicur agreed with her. Before the regression, Hugo had a saying about bourgeois families. "There are fools who think money is power. They've never known what real power is." There was an undisguised contempt and irritation in his voice. He didn't like the idea of the bourgeois who proudly boasting in the rich land in the capital of the empire, while the Baskervilles were fighting bloody frontier battles with barbarians on the borders of the empire. What's more, the fact that he's sneaking into their territory and trading with their enemies, the barbarians, doesn't make him look good. The other families were similar in their dislike of the bourgeois, but it was ironic that they had no choice but to do business with them. Diplomacy, trade, commerce, real estate, banking, and all other aspects of the empire's monetary economy were influenced by the bourgeois. But how did they get here? Vicur looked bewildered. If the bourgeois were to send merchants this way from their seats on the ecliptic of the empire, they would essentially have to pass through the territory of the Baskervilles or the Morgans. Especially to reach the depths of these border, they would need to procure large amounts of supplies, and that would be impossible without the help of the locals. There was only one thought in Vicur's mind: smuggling. They had trespassed on the Baskervilles' property and made their way to the border, and they had most likely smuggled themselves in via Underdog, the city closest to the border. They made their way to the center of town and began to unload their cargo while Vicur stood still and watched the merchants of Bourgeois Avenue. "Now, as usual, it's a 5-day market. We came here first before the other tribes." The merchant, who came from a bourgeois family, was a middle-aged man with a long mustache, Sir Smuggler. He had a gentle and kindly appearance, but the greedy gaze in his eyes was unpleasantly scanning the bodies of the young Balak maidens on display. Soon, the merchants began to pull various items from their packs and distribute them to the natives around them. They were cheap glass beads, brooches, whistles, perfumes, and cosmetics of shiny materials, and to my surprise, the Balak warriors accepted them with a twinkle in their eyes. "Here, free, free. Try these." The merchants gave away all sorts of goodies to the locals. The middle-aged women and older men were especially excited. "Here are some glass beads that you can put in your bed to help you have good dreams. Please take one. Here are some perfumes, ladies. There are also cosmetics. The glass beads not only sparkled, but also gave off a nice scent. Neither did the perfume nor the cosmetics. The natives were accepting them as well as me because they are hard to smell in the barren jungle. Soon, the merchants who had attracted people by handing out freebies began to sell their products in earnest. They were mostly grains and vegetables, things that could not be grown in the jungle. The prices the traders demanded from the native Balak, who did not use currency, varied. Animal skins, bones, teeth, rare parts such as gums and antlers, and forest products such as precious mushrooms, spices, and medicinal herbs. Sometimes gemstones or gold. When Vicur saw it, he thought to himself, "What a ripoff." Indeed, the natives of Balak were trading their diamonds for the merchants' corn. For the natives of Balak, it was a profitable trade, turning worthless rocks into edible grain, but for Vicur, who knew how much they were worth, it was unbelievable. Then, "Wait!" Ayen stepped forward. Her eyes flickered between the diamonds and the corn. Then she stood between the girl with the diamonds and the merchant with the corn. "This is an unfair trade," she said. "It's ridiculous to trade a diamond for a kernel of corn." As Vicur listened to her, he thought, right, Ayen had some bones to pick, and he should be able to stop this unfair trade. But, "You should get at least 2 bags of corn." After speaking, Ayen looked back at Vicur and gave him a victory sign with his finger. Vicur sighed lightly. She may be an accomplished warrior, but she knows nothing of the world outside the empire. The natives of Balak were a bit rough around the edges, trying to devalue the merchant's wares, but well, Vikir thought, this radish isn't very sweet. I don't think I can trade for a pearl clam, at least I'll take 2 radishes. Damn it, did you bring this cabbage too? It's wilted and bug-eaten in so many places. This is why I can't give you a whole pair of antlers, you'll have to take one. Do you know how hard I've been drying these otter skins? You should give me at least 2 more potatoes. Everyone is a haggler. In the Empire, the value of crabs, antlers, otter pelts, pearl shells, diamonds, wolf teeth, and bear bones are traded for sweet potatoes, corn, radishes, barley, cabbage, and more. Oh no, we can't afford to lose to Balak's warriors. Well, I'm afraid you can't keep raising the price of your goods like this, but I can't help it. I'll meet your demands this time. Nay, you're a good bargainer. We don't have anything to offer either. The merchants quickly take the natives' goods, even though they are grumbling. Soon enough, the agricultural products potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, cabbage, radishes, carrots, barley, and rice are gone, along with cheap glass beads, brooches, and perfume. In their place were deer antlers, mushrooms, sea turtles, ivory, bones, and skins of all kinds, peony, rice-he, matsutake, jewelry, gold, and the hatchlings and eggs of small and rare beasts. The merchants pretended to be calm as they looked at the goods piled high on their carts, but inwardly they were jumping for joy. I wonder how many tens of thousands of times this is. When the trade was finally over, the merchants' demeanor became arrogant. They saw more goods than they could carry in their carts, and now they began to accept goods based on their merit. Then, a girl stepped forward. She could not have been more than 12 years old. She was pretty with dark hair and dark eyes. She carried several plump caterpillars, carefully roasted on twigs. They were a delicious and prized food among the Balak natives. The girl held out the caterpillar skewers and said to the merchants of Bourgeoisie Street, "Excuse me, can I get a glass bead?" But the merchant's attitude was cold. "There's a glass bead, but what's that?" "This is the caterpillar of a sunbeetle." Several of the younger Balak children looked at the skewer of caterpillars the girl was holding and gave her an envious glance. The caterpillar was a rare insect that tasted unusually like a mixture of milk and egg yolk, and it was worth a lot of money. However, the merchants of Bourgeois Avenue looked at the girl's caterpillar skewer with disdain. "Wow, you're not giving this to me to eat, are you?" "Haha, kid, that's for you brown-skinned people. White people don't eat that stuff. That's why you're black as a dung beetle, ha. Why don't you give me something else instead of that, like showing me up your skirt?" They taunt, sneer, and sexually harass the girl in an imperial language she can't understand. Boom! One of the vendors shoves a skewer of caterpillars out of the girl's hand. She drops the caterpillars to the floor. She couldn't understand what the merchants were saying, but she could at least guess the meaning of their jeers, scorn, mockery, and lustful glances. Just then, a boy picked up a skewer of caterpillars that had fallen to the floor and devoured them in one bite. Vikir. He stood in front of the merchants, gulping down the caterpillars in his mouth. His face and body were covered in black charcoal dust, as if he had just spent the night in an open fire. The girl looked up at Vikir, panicking. Vikir patted her on the head, then turned to look at the merchants. He spoke in a fluent imperial tongue that stunned the merchants in front of him for a moment. "This trade is invalid." Chapter 65, "This trade is void." Anyway, it's invalid. The merchants flinched for a moment as Vikir spoke in imperial. It's natural to be surprised when a raggedy stranger suddenly speaks to you in a familiar language, especially when they had just been exchanging curses and foul language. Speak imperial. Did you hear what we just said? Oh, there might have been a misunderstanding. Let us explain these. These words are just... All of the people who were just having a nasty conversation about the color and sexuality of the Balak natives look away. Vikir's eyes widen as he realizes that if he gets caught talking about the color and sex of the Balak, he'll be in for a rough ride. Vikir's expression was nonchalant. "You mean insulting Balak's warriors with the color of their skin and sexually harassing a woman?" That, the merchants are flustered. Vikir kept his face expressionless. "Not that it matters now, indeed." The merchants were so surprised that Vikir spoke imperial that they hadn't thought about what he'd actually said. "Void, the whole deal is off." Luckily, the merchants' goods had all been stacked in one place to be sold, so the natives of Balak could return them to the merchants as they were. The merchants, in turn, can return the piles of forest products to their wagons. Upon hearing Vikir's words, Ayan sensed something and stopped all trading. Even the merchants around him looked bewildered. "No. What's going on here?" they asked. "We're not trading, why do we want to buy and lose money? We don't come here every day, how can we?" The merchants protested. Vikir dismissed them quickly. "Losses, well, if the trade doesn't happen. Who will?" Ayan gave him a puzzled look. She sidled up to Vikir and whispered softly, "Look, there are many people in Balak who are counting down the days until those merchants arrive." She was right. Among the natives of Balak, I see a girl crying, an old woman stomping her foot impatiently, middle-aged men and elderly women with wistful looks on their faces. They coveted the merchants and the goods they shared, glass beads, potatoes, corn, and harmonicas, not knowing when they would come again. Ayan was controlling the trade, as Vikir had said, and they all looked at each other in silent regret. "But it's a good attitude to take care of the villagers, but you need to look out for the other side first," Vikir's advice continues. Ayan's head snapped up at Vikir's words, and then Ayan's expression immediately turned to surprise, while the Balak's expression was one of lingering disappointment. That of the merchants on the other side was deadly. Extreme nervousness made their hands and legs tremble. Vikir spoke briefly. "All of your goods are short-lived. Most of their trade was vegetables and grain. Most of these would spoil or rot on the way back. The Balak, on the other hand, traded medicines, hides, spices, and other things that don't change in value over time. So if a trade fails, the people of Balak lose very little. The merchants, on the other hand, would have to carry back what they brought, and the value of their goods would have decreased dramatically in the meantime." The merchants shuddered and protested. "If you do this, we won't come here anymore. Be that as it may, you're not the only ones who want to come here." There was some truth to Vikir's words, for when he was well enough to return to Baskerville, he would use Cindy Wendy to secretly arrange trade with the natives of Balak. The merchants were caught between a rock and a hard place. As they stood there, bewildered, Vikir spoke briefly. "I know how much these goods fetch locally, if you bargain in good faith. We can resume trade." A glimmer of hope appeared on the merchants' faces. How could a mere child know the local prices? "Ha, the Empire's commercial laws are very strict. He's going to leave a lot of money on the table anyway, so why not leave a little less?" The merchants chuckle amongst themselves. They decide there's still room for a few more bargains. "But 4 gold, what? 4 gold? No, that's 4 gold." Vikir knew exactly how much the merchants' goods were worth. He also knew perfectly well what Balak's goods would eventually fetch if they were to reach the faraway capital of the Empire. He would. "I'm the one who set up the underdog city's commercial code." Vikir had been directly or indirectly involved in countless diplomatic and trade affairs during his time as deputy magistrate of the metropolis. Chess pieces made from the teeth of hellhounds usually fetch around 2 million gold apiece, with different prices for kings, queens, bishops, and knights, and billiard balls carved from the horns of oxen are all the rage in the ecliptic these days. They fetch 5 million gold apiece at auction. Natural red ivory, undyed, can't be had for 10 times that price. And then there's this goblin chanterelle mushroom here, which has recently become a popular ingredient in new medicines and is almost priceless. The merchants just stand there, mouths agape, as Vikir rattles off the exact local price, wholesale price, retail price, distribution margin, etc. of each trade item in fluent imperial tongue. And then, Vikir finishes his calculations. "I'll give you a price that's just right for you, after taking into account transportation, labor, and taxes." The asking price is indeed what the consumer wants. Vikir picked up a pair of antlers, a gnome, and a sea god from the pile of Balak trade goods and tossed them into the merchant's wagon. "This is as much as you can buy with what you have brought." Only a tiny fraction of the pile remained. The merchants' faces were red with anger, but they had little to argue about. Vikir's valuation had been accurate, and they'd actually made quite a bit of money. In other words, it was a fair deal, with no one getting the short end of the stick. But for the swindlers, who were expecting to make a fortune, it was a pie in the sky. I can't help but be upset that the natives of Balak were treated so poorly and only received a fair price. What? It didn't end there. "Okay, now we need to calculate the damages." Vikyr took back the deer antlers, gourds, and sea gods that he had just placed on the merchants' carts. Then he turned to the merchants and held out his palm. "Give me the money." At that, the merchants' faces went blank. Is this a ripoff? Look on their faces, but Vikyr's judgment is always based on facts. "I'm asking for severe punitive damages for selling adulterated food and distributing illegal drugs." The merchants looked stunned. "What did we do wrong? Don't you know?" Vikyr stretched out his finger and pointed at the grains and vegetables. Among the piles of produce were pockets of seeds. Vikyr reached into the pouch and pulled out the seeds. Thud, 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 thud. Dumping all the seeds on the ground, Vikyr picked up a few of them. "You lightly roasted them to prevent them from sprouting, didn't you?" Several of the merchants turned their heads in surprise. Yes, they didn't want the natives of Balak to farm and become self-sufficient. They don't want them to plant seeds and farm for themselves so that they can continue to bring them produce and exploit them. When the natives of Balak realized that these were seeds that wouldn't sprout, they started coming in droves, looking terrified, moreover. "And you're distributing cheap drugs that the Empire has labeled illegal. You're out of your mind." Vikyr pulled out the glass beads and brooches the merchants were giving away for free and crushed them in his hands. The glass beads were said to bring good dreams when worn to bed. Pasthais. Inside was a small amount of white powder. It leaked out naturally through the tiny holes on the surface of the glass ball. If you keep it by your side, you will naturally fall asleep and have good dreams. However, it is actually a low-grade narcotic that causes severe damage to the body if left for a long time. The glass beads, brooches, necklaces, perfumes, cosmetics, etc. were all made of similar materials. Vikyr's eyes flashed. Did the Morgue or the Baskervilles tolerate this? It was possible. He thought it would be good for the Empire in the long run if Balak's warriors were not only drugged and weakened by cheap drugs, but if they also produced deformed children in the next generation. But Vikyr had no intention of acting to benefit the Empire or the Baskervilles. It would be far more beneficial for Vikyr to join their side in order to stabilize himself here in Balak's village and learn archery. Vikyr smashed all the glasswork that leaked drugs and picked out all the boiled and roasted seeds. The merchants' faces grew bluer and bluer with time. Some of the merchants, including Lord Smuggler, were furious. "Who are you to interfere with this? This is a sacred trade, sanctioned by the god of the forest himself." "This is a sacred trade, sanctioned by the god of the forest. Even the shaman of Balak blesses us on behalf of the god of the forest." The merchants keep bringing up the forest gods, but that's only for the natives of Balak, and Vikyr's tan hides his skin color, but he's still an imperial, so it doesn't matter. "It is not the forest gods who rule here, but the forest department of Baskerville." The merchants all swallowed hard at Vikyr's nonchalant reply. It was true, but they hadn't expected to hear it from a native Balak. Vikyr poured himself another drink. "If you continue to whine about your ridiculous superstitions, I will have you brought before the judiciary of Underdog City." "There is no sound a barbarian can't make," the merchants retorted, stunned but steadfast. "We've already been inspected for food safety by Underdog City's Food and Drug Administration. That was done under the previous deputy, and with the new deputy, we'll have to get the revised laws and go through a new process accordingly. From what I can see, some of the items you're selling don't meet the current laws." "Yeah. Who the hell do you think you are to tell us what the law is?" the merchants shouted. Vikyr's eyes widened at that. "Do you think I don't know the laws?" "Of course you don't. How could you possibly know the new laws that have been added? They are very strict and demanding." Lord Smuggler, the head of the merchants, shouted back at Vikyr in a pouty manner. "What black barbarian knows about the Vikyr special laws?" Hearing that, Vikyr gave a single dry laugh. But since he couldn't reveal his identity here, he decided to just assume that his laws were still working just fine. "Anyway, this is the end of this trade. You may consider yourself fortunate that I have not taken your life and now leave." It was Ayin, not Vikyr, who had the last word. She was furious to learn that the secret plague that had been circulating within the village was not a disease, or a genetic disorder, or a curse, but a drug brought in from the outside. Some of the warriors were ready to shoot arrows at a moment's notice, and the merchants were forced to flee. Naturally, Vikyr became the most talked-about man in town for his role in this trade. It was a rare example of a slave-turned-hero. When Vikyr returned to his tent after the merchants had scurried away, boom! Something flew and landed in front of his tent. It was a smoked boar hind leg. Vikyr turned his head toward the direction the meat had come from. Curious, there stood an unexpected figure, his face flushed. It was Ahun. He tore his gaze away from Vikyr and looked at the distant mountains. Well, thanks for your help. Before Vikyr could respond, Ahun shouted, how long is he going to be out of shape? Get well soon so I can beat the shit out of him, or wrestle him. By the time he finished, Ahun was red up to his ears. Eat it all and get well soon. With that, he turned and walked away. He left behind a large piece of the boar he had killed. What's wrong with that one? Some mushrooms can cause intense visions and illusions when eaten. If Ahun had eaten it, he might have experienced. Take him somewhere quiet. No mice or birds will know, Vikyr was thinking to himself. Hey, slave! Someone taps him on the shoulder. He turns and sees Ayin standing there with a huge grin on his face. I'm not a slave anymore. No, you are a slave for life, my slave. Vikyr frowns at Ayin's insistence. Regardless, Ayin continued with what he wanted to say. Ahun, that bastard, he's not the same when it comes to his sister. He's a nice enough guy for a big brother. Sister, when Vikyr gave him a puzzled look, Ayin explained further. The girl you helped today is his sister. Her name is Ahul. After some thought, Vikyr remembered a girl named Ahul, the girl in her early teens who had lined up outside the chieftain's barracks at dawn to become Vikyr's wife. The girl who had been sexually harassed by Merchant when she had brought a sunbeetle larva to trade with the merchants today. Ayin continued. Ahul has always been weak. I was worried that she was getting weaker and weaker due to an unknown illness. But now that I think about it, it's probably because of the glass beads brought by those merchants. He had a point. If it hadn't been for Vikyr, Ahul would have continued to trade with those merchants, and his body would have gotten worse and worse. She would have become an idler, given birth to a deformed child, or even died. So Vikyr's actions in this trade could be said to have saved all of Balak. Damn it! I was a fool to let those merchants go. I let them go because it's a warrior's shame to kill cowards who don't resist. But in hindsight, I should have just killed them and gotten rid of them. Ayin gritted his teeth, just as Vikyr was about to part his lips to say something in Moorish. Hudidak, a Balak warrior, rushed over. A message from the chieftain. All warriors assemble. This seems pretty urgent. When Ayin asked what was going on, the warrior replied, it seems that the merchants we chased away during the day are up to something nefarious. They're coming for us at night. Then, Ayin's expression changed instantly. Vikyr hasn't seen her smile this brightly since he's been here. Chapter 66. It was a night when the dark clouds swallowed the moon whole. Lord Smuggler and the Merchant Alliance gritted their teeth and made their way through the jungle. Eek, damn mosquitoes, I'm sick of this damn jungle. They grunted in exhaustion. They made their way back to base camp, swatting at the mosquitoes with the palms of their hands as they clung to them with their freakishly long stingers. There, a group of rugged-looking men gathered, waiting for the traders. The furry man in the front row smirked at Lord Smuggler. By the looks of your wounds, it didn't go well, did it? Lord Smuggler didn't answer. Instead, shifting his pack nervously, the men nearby chuckled. See, the Balak are not to be talked to. What kind of business is it to trade with such beasts? Just kill them and enslave them all. Savages. They were a mercenary group of ex-convicts, escaped prisoners and deserters wanted by the Empire. Lord Smuggler warned the mercenaries. Don't take the Balak lightly. They're not easy to defeat in combat, and you're new to the region, so you may not realize it. Oh, never mind if you're so scared. Why did you bring us here in the first place? Didn't you bring us here to upset the deal if it went bad? No, well, we've got escorts from the demons, and we'd rather than go to all-out war with the Balak. Lord Smuggler pursed his lips in concern, but even he, who normally would not have dreamed of an all-out war with the Balak, could not resist the sight of the vast amount of trade goods left behind in the Balak's village. Even the mercenaries and some of the merchants who were new to the jungle began to raise their voices. You can't just waste money like this. I spent a lot of money in the Merchant Guild's auction to participate in this trade. Didn't we agree to pay for our protection as a percentage of the gross profits of the trade? Do you think I protected you from demons for a pittance like this? What's wrong with Balak? We ambush them in the dead of night, set them on fire, take their goods, and that's it. Veteran merchants who have traded with the Balak a few times know the fears of the Balak warriors, but even they were greedy for the goods they had left behind in Balak's village. In the end, the vote was close to majority with a few silent votes in favor. Lord Smuggler spoke, his sword half-sheathed at his waist. "Very well, now that it's getting dark, let's go quietly and take inventory. And I don't think I need to tell you who we're going to kill first." The faces of the mercenaries and merchants around him changed. They see it too, who ruined their trade today. "You mean that sneaky little bastard? Okay, we got it. I'll be the first to put a knife in that cocky black kid's ass." But he didn't look black to me. His palms were black. Usually black people have white palms, don't they? Maybe he's from the Empire. That would explain why he spoke Imperial so well. All the men, including Lord Smuggler, chimed in at once. Their spears and swords were sharpened, and they were ready to burn everything to the ground. And then, in the darkness, they performed their rituals. Not much of a ritual, really. Just a cigarette. Chick. The cigarette was lit. One of the mercenaries takes the cigarette in his mouth and strikes a match to the end of it. Next, the mercenary next to him takes the match and lights a cigarette. Soon, he's about to blow it out. The third mercenary reaches out and stops him, annoyed. "Oh, come on, blow out the match, there's still more to burn." "Come on, you're a newbie. You don't know what you're doing." The first mercenary and the second mercenary sneered at the third mercenary. "Don't you know that there's a saying in war that a single match shouldn't be shared by 3 people? What, is there such a thing?" "There is. A match can only be lit by 2 people. The third mercenary snorted. "I don't believe in that shit." He quickly puts the cigarette in his mouth to the match, fearing it will go out. The next moment the match that ignited the 3 cigarettes goes out. Puck, a dull sound echoed through the darkness. The third mercenary's cigarette was gone, and his head, too. The first mercenary and the second mercenary stood there, covered in a hot liquid that splashed into their faces. Blood, the blood of their decapitated comrades, before they could even realize it. Puck, puck, 2 more arrows flew by. The arrows were aimed at the cigarettes and struck the mercenaries squarely in the mouths or throats, separating their heads from their bodies. "Hick!" Lord Smuggler quickly threw the cigarette to the ground. Then, puck! The cigarette on the ground was instantly struck by an arrow. The arrows were powerful enough to blow up the surrounding area upon impact, and they rained down from the darkness of the water like a shower of rain. "Cigarettes! Drop the cigarettes!" An arrow lodged in the mouth of the mercenary captain, who was shouting instructions. The mercenary captain lost most of his head, saving only his uvula and lower jaw, and collapsed to the bottom of the floodwaters. Anyone else who screamed, even for a moment, at the suddenness of the situation was struck by arrows in the mouth and throat. The mercenaries, who had numbered over 100, were quickly cut in half, then in half again, in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, beyond the rain of arrows, Balak's archers grinded their teeth. First cigarette, position; second cigarette, distance; third cigarette, Huntmaster Ayan ordered. Ping! Ayan, who had just sent an arrow flying, turned his head and smiled. "So there it is, crazy bastards trying to fight us first." The Balak are basically a fighting people. There's no way they're going to avoid a fight on foot when they're the ones who started in the first place. Ayan sniped at the mercenaries and merchants in the distance, looking pleased, refreshed, and exhilarated. They had a knack for picking out the most faint of lights, the faintest of sounds. They had a knack for picking out the faintest of lights, the brightness of a cigarette, and driving their flesh into it. The same was as of sound. Whether the words have left the mouth, are still near the uvula, or have not yet departed the lungs, the arrow will always hit the spot where the sound resides. For a moment, Ayan fired her bow with joy, but then Vikir tugged on her arm. "Enough!" Ayan's eyes widened. "What? Don't kill them all, spare some of them." "Why should I?" Ayan frowned, then he spoke. "You don't mean forgiveness or tolerance, do you? Words like that. From a crumbling empire. Not that." Vikir held up a hand, cutting Ayan off. He stared coldly at the few lights flickering in the darkness. "I'm saying that because with a group that size, there's a good chance there's a backup group." Vikir had purposely left the survivors behind, planning to map out their escape route, and the location of any base camps that might be in the rear. Ayan paused slightly at Vikir's demeanor, which was far harder and sharper than her own. Then a smile forms at the corners of her mouth. "Good, I got in. I've never been able to figure out what she's giving passing marks for." Vikir thought. Vikir's guess was correct. An arrow pierced his shoulder, and Lord Smuggler scrambled to his feet and made his way through a narrow canyon between rock and boulder. Behind him, in a spacious campsite, were the remnants of the waiting mercenaries. 100 or so men emerged from the barracks to cover the defeated soldiers. "We're confident in a hand-to-hand combat. Arrows will be useless against our shields." Aura users. "Come out, mages assemble, shields to block the arrows." There were many mages among the mercenaries, and soon shields were set up to block the arrows. But, ping, this time, something rather strange began to fly. Several arrows fell from above in a parabolic arc, with ropes hanging from their nocks, and at the end of each of those ropes was a large wooden barrel. "Oil," the mercenaries muttered in despair. A few arrows join forces and bring the barrels down. One by one, boom, boom. As soon as they hit the ground or hit the shields, the barrels shatter, scattering wood splinters and spraying oil everywhere. Then a hail of flames began to ignite the oil. Crackle. In an instant, the inferno had completely surrounded the mercenaries' base camp. Even if they managed to escape the fire, their food, water, medicines, and weapons were all burning inside the barracks, and it was now impossible to escape the jungle alive. Dead. Those who are unlucky enough to be dead, and those who are even unluckier enough not to be dead already, share the same fate. Lord Smuggler was shaking with rage. Tying a rope to several arrows and sending a barrel of oil flying. Do these bastards have such brains? Lord Smuggler had seen Balak's archers fight many times, but this was the first time he knew they could fight like this. If only he had known how clever his enemies were, he wouldn't have picked a fight in the first place. Right then, as Lord Smuggler floundered in the flames, something entered his vision. Vikier, he could be seen standing still beyond the searing flames. Lord Smuggler gritted his teeth. "You bastard, did you set this up too?" "Should I say you have a keen eye?" Vikier said. Looking around, all around them were bodies, flames, death, and explosions. It was a mockery that if he had been quicker, he wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Lord Smuggler's eyes rolled back in his head as he heard the words. "I'll kill you, you bastard." At that moment, Vikier picked up something. It was a bow and arrow, ping, the arrow, which flew with some force, stuck into Lord Smuggler's lower abdomen. Aha! It hit him in an obscure spot, a spot that wouldn't kill him immediately but would still be quite painful and deadly. "Gosh, I wasn't exactly aiming for that." Vikier cleared his throat apologetically. He'd learned archery from Ayan, but he still felt he wasn't good enough. "Kirik, sorry is sorry, and regardless." Vikier draws another shot. Lord Smuggler stretched out his bloodied hand and waved it in anger. "Now wait a minute, you can't kill me or you'll be terribly sorry, I'm serious." "Why is that?" Vikier asked, and Lord Smuggler dug into his bosom and pulled out a bloody piece of paper. This is a prospecting permit from the city of Underdog. It's real, it's not a forgery. It has the stamp of the newly appointed deputy magistrate. I have the Baskervilles behind me." Lord Smuggler's words were true. For now, he was one of the researchers officially licensed to explore. Vikier paused for a moment, then said, "Bring it over here." Vikier gestured toward Lord Smuggler. Lord Smuggler winced in pain, but took the bloody license and held it out in front of Vikier. With his other hand, he reached for the dagger hidden in his waistband. Just then, tusk. Vikier wiped the tan from his face. At that moment, Lord Smuggler's eyes widened to tears. "Duh, are you?" Recognizing Vikier's identity, Lord Smuggler was so surprised that he dropped his dagger to the ground. Staring at the blade on the ground, Vikier smirked dryly. Then he said, "I take it back." He wiped his fingers across his face and drew an X across the stigma on the permit. The permit became legally invalid in real time before Smuggler's eyes, having revoked the permit's authority by tampering with it himself. Vikier finally throws it into the flames and burns it. At the same time, puck, an arrow hits Lord Smuggler right in the middle of his forehead, and then puck, 4 more arrows lodge in roughly the same place. Lord Smuggler's skull was split several times, almost beyond recognition. He was a sour one. Ayan snorted, coming to stand beside Vikier just then. "Captain, it's time to get out," Ahan called from behind the flames. Ayan quickly picked up Vikier and carried her like a princess. He climbs onto the back of the wolf Bakira, who is waiting behind him, and they are off like the wind. Behind them, the shouts of the surviving mercenaries and merchants echoed in the air. "The Balak are coming, they don't seem to be outnumbered, we have a chance if we give chase." "Ha, we're almost out of flames. The fact that they attacked with fire means they're not confident in their own strength." "We're alive, We just need to retrieve the rest of the supplies. We're going to counterattack the Balak." Hearing that, Ayan smirked in disbelief. "Idiots, they think we started the fire for them." "You'll find out soon enough," Vikir replied coldly, and then, "SSSSSSSSS," the water reacted, the sound of leaves in a wide area being swept in one direction in unison. Something huge was coming through the darkness toward them. Tsutsutsutsutsutsutsuts, a heavy blackness, even heavier than the darkness, casting its shadow across the water. Explosions, bright lights, and high-pitched shouting erupted from all corners of the merchants' and mercenaries' base camps, and there is one being here that seems to respond to the untimely commotion they create. The Madam with 8 legs, a legendary piece of tales. The moment an untold horror takes an interest in this side. Put out the fire. If you put out the fire, we can turn the tables. Counterattack if we counterattack. Wasn't there something on the other side? I just saw something big. Ayara, help me. The screams die down, one by one, fading away. Ayan and Vikir clung to Bakira's back and ran with all their might, until they could no longer hear anything behind them. Chapter 67. Vikir became a Balak hero that day. He had discovered the plague that was secretly weakening Balak's warriors was actually a cheap narcotic that foreign merchants were secretly distributing, giving them a huge advantage in trade that they had been losing. What's more, he took his flaming arrows one step further and developed an oil barrel arrow strategy, making him an instant hero. His hospitality was compounded by the fact that he had already earned favor with the tribe for solving their food shortage by hunting down an oxbear that only the bravest warriors could hunt. "Is that the reason? I will allow you to bathe in the fountain of valor." Chief Aquila was happy to grant Vikir's request. However, she wondered how she could grant her daughter's request when she was so persistent. With such a good cause, how could anyone say no? Even the cranky old men who had initially objected were now looking at Vikir with smiles on their faces. Only one of them, the shaman Ahaman, stroked his beard in disapproval. The shaman had a history of misdiagnosing drug-addled warriors as cursed. While Vikir's work has made the Balak tribe brighter and more energetic, it has also made things quite difficult for Ahaman himself. His position was much smaller and his voice much weaker than before. This is why he is unable to speak out against Vikir's decision to enter the Fountain of Valor. Ayan leaned in with a wide grin on his face and put his mouth to Vikir's ear. And then he says nothing. Vikir frowned and turned his head. "Do you have something to say?" "Nothing." "Then why are you putting your mouth in someone else's ear?" "Just. I wanted to." Ayan still smirked in an unintentional way. She opened her mouth again. "Well, while you're at it, why don't you say a few words?" "What?" "I'm thinking, that guy over there seems to be an imposter." "Why?" "I just have a hunch." Ayan's instincts, honed by hunting, were so sharp that he could sometimes predict outcomes without any evidence or foreshadowing. Vikir agreed with Ayan. The only difference was that she was able to use her reason, not just her instincts, to spot something fishy about Ahaman. He had described the drugs the merchants distributed as a plague, a curse that could only be cured by shamanic rituals. In this way, he established his authority as a shaman and grew his position. This was despite the fact that his granddaughter, Ahul, was suffering from complications from drugs. Also, Vikir still remembered what the merchants had said so casually the last time. "You don't know what you're doing. This is a sacred trade. This is a sacred trade, bowed to by the god of the forest. Even the shaman of Balak blesses us on behalf of the god of the forest." The last one cut off mid-sentence, but the sharp-eyed Vikir had already gotten a sense of what was going on. Vikir translates the merchant's words into imperial, and Ayan's eyebrows shoot up in unison. "We can't let this bastard get away with this. I treated him like a freebie, and now he's stuck with a foreign power. Calm down, you're still just mad, you don't have any hard evidence. Then you're just going to stand by and watch." Ayan's heart pounded, and Vikir spoke up after a moment of silence. Vikir spoke in a low voice and Ayan's eyes narrowed as he listened. "You want me to do that?" "Yes, if we wait a little longer. It will reveal its own tale." That doesn't sound like a bad plan." Ayan thought for a moment, but it was not in her nature to think for long. "I see. I suppose nothing is lost by doing as you say. Let's just focus on what's important right now." Vikir nodded at Ayan's words. As she said, getting her body back on track was the most important thing right now. Afterward, Night came, and a beautiful full moon rose. The jungle seemed to have forgotten yesterday's bloodshed in a single day. As the bright, round moon rose, Suhai opened his mouth as if to swallow it. SSSSSSS? A light breeze rustled the leaves. Then, with a strange shifting of the earth's crust, the rock cracked and hot water began to bubble up from beneath it. The fountain of valor, blessed by Adonai, the archer god of Balak's distant past. It is a holy place that few of Balak's warriors are allowed to enter. Vikir stood alone in front of it. In the depths of the hot, steaming waters, some sulphurous gas seems to be boiling. In the shallows, some small animals were the first to arrive and take a dip. They didn't move as Vikir approached. There seemed to be an unwritten rule that animals entering the hot springs here, regardless of their food chain, did not bare their teeth to each other. Vikir took off all his clothes. He closed his eyes, pushed aside the rabbits, hares, and hedgehogs that were crowding his body, and sat down. The effect was truly eye-opening. As I entered the hot spring water, my internal body was quickly stabilizing. That old shaman wasn't fussing for nothing. I guess he wanted to come in. His mana became more pure, and the bones and muscles in his body settled into place. Perhaps Baskerville had a similar effect to the river Styx flowing within it. The spring of the valor is only slightly less effective than the river Styx, but the better part is that there is no age limit on its use. The only downside is that it's only available once or twice a year on full moon nights. As Vikir soaked in the hot springs, he thought about this and that. It had been a while since he'd been here. I wonder how Baskerville is doing without him, how the underdog city is doing. Well, probably very well. Though Mr. Chihuahua is probably throwing a tantrum, Vikir smirked and turned away. At that moment, something completely unexpected came into view, something so unexpected that even the mighty Vikir was stunned. Surprised! Before he knew it, Ayan was soaking in the hot springs beside Vikir. She leaned forward toward Vikir, smiling broadly, not wearing a single thread of silk. Seeing this, Vikir thought to himself, even I, who have lived through the age of destruction, did not sense her approach. I must learn this stealthy move. It would serve him well in the future, while Vikir mulled over his strategy. Ayan sighed, disappointed at Vikir's lack of response. Have you become such a man that the sight of a woman's nakedness has no effect on you? Don't you go around naked all the time? Not quite. There's a difference between naked and barely covered. What's the difference? Vikir didn't know what to say in response, so he simply turned his head back in the direction he'd come from. Then, slipping up beside him and leaning back, Ayan held up a flask and spoke. Give thanks to Adonai, he found this hot spring. Adonai, I recognize him. Yeah, no wonder. She was the only one who could stand toe-to-toe with the Madame. Now that you are a young Balak, you should have respect for him, and be proud to be his descendant. Vikir was struck by the words in two ways. The first was that the Balaks viewed the concept of descendants not in terms of blood, but in terms of spirit. The second was that the archer Adonai was able to take on Madame eight-legged. An archer who can fight that monster single-handedly. How high a level does one have to be able to do that? Which is still a long way off for the current Vikir. Then, Ayan turned her head. The tip of her clever nose was within inches of Vikir's shoulder. Ayan spoke, her face flushed with alcohol. Those merchants. I knew they were going on a rampage. Ayan's face turned even redder as he remembered bargaining for diamonds and 2 ears of corn. I had a vague idea, but it's nice to get a good kick in the ass this time. I'm not used to getting my ass kicked. Even if you hadn't told me, I'd have flipped it at some point. I know, Vikir gave a small laugh, then Ayan frowned. Don't laugh, I knew it. It's common knowledge that diamonds cost more than corn in the Empire. How much more expensive do you think it will be? Vikir asked, and Ayan rolled her eyes for a moment. Then she spoke, sounding slightly unconfident. 1 diamond is worth at least 10 ears of corn, isn't it? Or 20? 30? Vikir laughed. When he told Ayan how much a diamond was worth in the Empire and how many ears of corn it was worth, Ayan was horrified. You're crazy, he said. A piece of stone is worth nothing and corn is edible. Isn't it pretty when it glitters? More sparkling than the dawn dew. It's hard, so it lasts forever. If you scratch it, it breaks. If you hit it, it splits. If you set it on fire, it burns. What is eternal? As Ayan spoke, even Vikir was at a loss for words. What is it that makes the difference between civilization and barbarism? Vikyr pondered for a moment, something he didn't usually do, on such trivial matters. Meanwhile, while Vikyr was lost in thought, Ayin was thinking about something else entirely. In fact, she was going to see this through to the end tonight. It's a bit of an ego thing to ask someone to pick you as a mate, so I wanted to do something naturally, in a natural place and in a natural atmosphere, and just go through the motions. He's cleaned up, his reputation in the village is good, he's not bad for a husband, and he's going to stay there today and heal his body so that he's good enough for his family. And then the rest will take care of itself. Her mother, Aquila, had given her similar advice, so Ayin had taken the plunge and brought her favorite drink to bathe beside Vikyr. But doesn't your presence have the mystical effects of the hot springs? Why did you come in? Surely the chief said only I should come in. Vikyr is now sitting there arguing about this. Ayin blurted out in disbelief. Does it matter now? A true Balak doesn't argue about such trivialities. It doesn't matter. But I'm just asking, not arguing, but just to be sure. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Vikyr replied with a nonchalant expression, and when he turned away again, Ayin's brow rose. Show me what it is to be sure. A moment. Boom, there was a splash. Ayin jumped to his feet and snapped at Vikyr. Vikyr's expression was still nonchalant, but his pupils were dilated with a hint of surprise. Seeing that, Ayin grinned wickedly and climbed on top of Vikyr's body. You shall remain still, slave. This master will take care of. At that very moment, a crackle, a crackle, a crackle, a myriad of splashes erupted from beyond the spring. A few shadows began to creep through the steam. Wow, it's the master, brother Vikyr. A group of children began to rush in from nowhere. Ayin looked up. Dazed, Vikyr, pinned beneath him, turned his head as well. Balak's children had been swarming into the hot springs for some reason. Each and every one of them was sick from the side effects of the drugs the merchants were selling. Naked, the children scurried toward Ayin and Vikyr. Master, let's play, Ayin cried out. Hey, you two. You're having the mystical effects of the hot springs. Who told you to come in here? The patriarcho, when the children replied in a stammering voice. Ayin slapped her forehead with the palm of her hand. He was being played by his mother, even by her mother. You're talking differently. You said earlier that a true Balak doesn't argue about such petty matters, Vikyr pointed out with a serious face. Ayin sighed deeply. The children were already playing with the rabbits, hedgehogs and squirrels that had come in earlier. Vikyr is soaking in the hot springs, just trying to recover. Ayin, having given up on everything, opened his arms to Vikyr. Welcome to officially become a member of the Balak. He doesn't know what else to say. Chapter 68, Episode 68, Flesh and Blood 1. The jungle's 4 seasons are quite distinct. Summer, scorching summer. Winter, brutal winter. Over the vast expanse of the floodplain, the seasons change countless times beyond the sea of trees. And here, in a tranquil meadow at the onset of changing seasons, thunk, a dull sound reverberated. A Balakin warrior in his late teens or so held his nose, which was wrapped in a cloth, and sat down. Ow, my nose! The man who was grumbling with blood dripping from his nose was Ahun. In front of him stood a man with an indifferent expression, his fist extended. Tall in stature, roughly cut black hair, cold eyes, and fair skin, Vikyr looked down at Ahun with an impassive expression. That's enough. Having finished the practice, Vikyr turned away without a word. Ahun grabbed the hand of a comrade who was helping him up. As Vikyr's figure grew more distant, Ahun spat in the direction he had left. Damn bastard! Since recovering, he's becoming more and more like a monster. Laughter rippled among the comrades around him. Well, he was impressive from the start, and I heard his archery skills are nearly on par with leader Ayin's, but seeing his punch just now, he's not that remarkable. Right, exactly, although blood came out of Ahun's nose. I could have done that too. The comrades laughed and exchanged remarks. Ahun spoke in a subdued voice. It didn't touch me. What? The punch, it didn't touch me. Only after a moment did the comrades, one by one, open their mouths in surprise. They were still dumbfounded, staring at Vikyr's back, which had become very distant and was now just a tiny dot. Vikyr had just turned 17 this year. His face had lost much of its youthful innocence. His height, once small, had rapidly grown with each passing day, and the plumpness of his cheeks had turned into a more defined shape. The 2 years spent in the floodplain had been immensely beneficial to Vikyr. Not only had his body fully recovered, but his physique and spirit had also become much stronger. Vikir realized that the stares from Ahun and other fellow young warriors had disappeared, and he decided to demonstrate his true power. Packing, the crimson sword Beelzebub emerged from the artery on his wrist. The blade was now thicker and longer. It could be drawn out to almost a meter. Vikir swung Beelzebub, testing out different slashing and thrusting techniques. Crack, squelch, the rock in front of him split in half and the one beside it had a hole punctured through. Generally, sending a sword technique in a thrusting motion requires more skill than sending it in a slashing motion. This indicated that Vikir had reached a significant level of swordsmanship. Right after shattering the rocks, Vikir proceeded to destroy an additional 4 rocks. 6 rocks were destroyed almost simultaneously. 6 rocks were torn, split, punctured, struck, and cleaved. The skill he used was the piercing fang of the hunting dog. Vikir had fully mastered Baskerville's 6th fang. After just pulling out the 6 fierce fangs a moment ago, Vikir wiped the sweat drenching his body. Mana, surging within him, formed 6 circles and spun rapidly. With this, Vikir reached the peak of a fully fledged graduator, but I still haven't overcome the barrier of a master. What's with the master? Being a fully fledged sword graduator was just an achievement he had recently reached. As it stood, he had completely surpassed his past life. Before regressing, he had remained a graduator throughout his 40-year life, unable to overcome the wall of a master. It might sound like a play on words, but there undoubtedly existed an intermediate barrier that must be surmounted between a fully fledged graduator and a sword master. Peak of sword graduator, gooey liquid aura, is the state of being able to manipulate the liquid aura that feels almost like a solid. To reach this level, he had to fully master his abilities from his past life. Moreover, he might be able to break through the wall of a master. However, apart from attaining the highest level of a graduator, Vikir had confidence in defeating even a top-tier graduator in actual combat. A step above, the ability to kill stronger opponents. This was possible due to the protection of the Styx River's blessing, the cursed sword Beelzebub, and the archery and assassination skills learned from the savage warriors of the Balak tribe. The highest output seems to reach the pinnacle of a top-tier graduator. Nevertheless, forcibly squeezing out this level of ability couldn't truly be considered his genuine strength. Additionally, his true aim was Hugo Le Baskerville, the head of the Baskerville family. Regardless of the outcome, Vikir needed to continue his diligent efforts. Eventually, Vikir returned to the village. At the entrance of the village, young hunters who were just about to go hunting were waiting for Shaman Ahuman's blessing. They still had soot smeared across their faces. This ritual prevented the spirits of the slain prey from remembering their faces. Ahuman stood there, late to arrive, with a discontented look in his eyes, gazing silently. However, even if Vikir were to simply go hunting, they couldn't deny him the blessing since he consistently achieved the best results. Besides, if Vikir achieved remarkable results even without the blessing, it would prove that the shaman's blessing didn't hold much significance. Eventually, Ahuman haphazardly applied soot to Vikir's face, revealing patches of his fair skin due to the lack of care in the process. "May the gods of the hunt shall be with you. Thank you." As Vikir also didn't particularly need Ahuman's blessing, they parted without any further exchange. Meanwhile, Ayin was receiving a report from the hunting group that had returned before heading out for the hunt. Unusually, she wore a serious expression as she listened attentively. Vikir approached Ayin and asked, "Not going hunting?" Later." It was quite rare for Ayin to express her refusal. Normally, she would approach him and suggest things before he could ask. Though Vikir was somewhat puzzled, he decided not to pry any further. Before long, Vikir, armed with a hastily drawn short sword, a bow, and arrows, delved deep into the floodplain without any accompanying wolves. Despite his simple attire and equipment, Vikir achieved far better results than other hunting groups with more members and equipment. Except for Ayin. That is, gone. After confirming that Vikir had completely vanished, Ayin turned her head again. A subordinate who had been reporting nodded and continued speaking. "Let me summarize the findings. Firstly, the rainy season is approaching. During their previous reconnaissance mission, they encountered a peculiar creature as they passed a stream. It was a fish called the lungfish. These fish had lungs, which allowed them to breathe air, enabling them to survive for a considerable time outside the water. By flapping their fins, they would crawl across mud puddles. During the dry season, they would dig rooms in deep, damp mud and sleep, then become active again during the rainy season when humidity increased. The fact that these creatures were around undoubtedly indicated that the rainy season was imminent. Since the rainy season could bring about floods and diseases, it was necessary to prepare in advance. Secondly, we discovered suspicious foreigners. As Ayan listened to the next report, her eyes narrowed. The individuals who entered the floodplain were Imperials with fair skin. I wondered if they were remnants of the merchants or mercenary groups that were wiped out 2 years ago, but of course, that wasn't the case. They entered quietly and left quietly, performing only one action, releasing something into various locations along the river, red liquid in glass bottles. These suspicious individuals poured it into the river and left the jungle just as quietly. Among the Balakin warriors, one was captured. He ingested the poison hidden in his mouth and took his own life. All they left behind was a single short sword with a large snake symbol engraved on it. Ayan held it in her arms. She planned to ask Vikyr later about its significance. If Vikyr, who knew almost everything, didn't know about this symbol, she would be surprised. Thirdly, the current situation of Rokoko. Her subordinate continued the report. Rokoko was a tribe that could be considered a rival of Balaks. Just as all members of Balaks were excellent archers, all members of Rokoko were shamans. Their curse and the price of their protection were known as black magic in the empire. Ayan furrowed her brow. According to the report, the Rokoko tribe had hardly revealed themselves in their territory recently. Considering that they had nearly 10 times the population of Balaks, this was quite unusual. Finally, the last report came. Fourthly, the morgue expedition. Ayan reacted most sensitively to this fourth report. They're here again? Yes. They're here a lot. Their commander, is it her? Yes, that woman again. Hearing the account from her subordinate, Ayan frowned. The morgue expedition had been tirelessly scouring the floodplain for the past 2 years, and as always, the commander of the forefront of the expedition was unchanged. Camus Morgue. She was approaching closer. Chapter 69, Episode 69, Flesh and Blood 2. Upon hearing the report, Ayan grimaced. That woman is still roaming around, huh? For the past 2 years, Camus Morgue had been consistently scouring various locations in the floodplain. The pretext was pacifying the barbaric tribes and searching for territories. But nobody knew her true intentions. Only one person did, Ayan. It's obvious. Even without asking, Ayan could empathize with her purpose. She was likely searching for a man who went missing 2 years ago, Vikyr. Ayan recalled the first time she met Vikyr, a small boy who rescued her from the cell on the verge of death. Since that day, she had never forgotten his face. But when they met again, that boy was holding another woman in his arms. The woman he held was Camus Morgue, and she had returned to this dangerous floodplain because she couldn't forget the man from before. With a glimmer of hope as fine as a thread, an expectation that couldn't be let go, and an ineffable longing, Camus Morgue was tirelessly searching for Vikyr. Her unwavering determination and willpower over the past 2 years were impressive enough to provoke Ayan's admiration. If you came to dig rubies, you should just dig and then leave. Such a headache. Ayan crossed her arms and fell silent for a moment. She was pondering whether to relay this story to Vikyr or not. In the jungle, Ayan retraced Vikyr's footsteps. She soon spotted Vikyr tracking prey ahead. Ayan rode on the back of the wolf Bakira and approached Vikyr. At that moment, Vikyr was measuring the depth of marks left in the mud. The floodplain snake, Mashasuha, a very old and large specimen. If we catch it, the entire village will feast for at least 3 days. Vikyr was analyzing the prey's size, weight, movement direction, location, age, health, and even its current mood. These were all things he had learned from the Balakin hunters. Ayan silently observed Vikyr's actions. Over the past 2 years, Vikyr has changed significantly. Cute traces still lingered on his face, but there was an air of maturity that pervaded him. He had always been resourceful and capable, even 2 years ago, but now he was even more experienced. In this way, the boy was undoubtedly growing into a man. Indeed, he must have been quite memorable for that Camus Morgue. Where else could you find a man like this? Ayan nodded in agreement. Although Vikir would become the next leader of a hostile faction, Ayan could still empathize with her as a fellow woman. Then Ayan spoke. For some reason, her voice was slightly trembling at the end. "Hey, slave." Even after Vikir's departure, Ayan had continued to address him with this title. Vikir, on the other hand, didn't mind it. Without turning around, he replied, "What?" In the face of his question. Ayan hesitated slightly before asking, "How was the place you originally lived?" Vikir fell silent at Ayan's question. The place he used to live, did that refer to Baskerville? Or did it mean the world before reincarnation? Vikir answered vaguely, lumping both places together. "It was hell." Ayan raised an eyebrow at his response. Soon after, she asked the question that had been on her mind. "Do you want to go back to where you used to live?" Vikir paused for a moment upon hearing her question. To where he used to live. Did she mean Baskerville? Vikir answered, his tone slightly wistful. "I won't go back," short response. At that moment, Ayan felt the tension that had been building up in her body suddenly release. Warm energy filled every corner of her empty and drained body. "Really?" "Yeah," Vikir nodded. "Why return? It was to fully reclaim his previous life's power, at the very least. He had to do so before he could completely conceal his strength and avoid drawing Hugo's attention." "And what about that woman?" Vikir furrowed his brow for a moment. Was she referring to Camus Morgue? If so, it was a good thing. It meant that the favor of saving his life was still remembered. "She's more loyal than I thought, or is this part of some diplomatic affair?" Vikir closed his eyes and pondered. If Camus Morgue was searching for him, it meant they were still within the territory of Baskerville. The alliance between Morgues and Baskerville seemed to have grown stronger as well. It made sense for them to conduct searches periodically, formally or informally. Vikir thought that he should venture outside the floodplain soon. At that moment, Ayan, in a much lighter tone, spoke. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I'll let you know about." She pulled out an object from her pocket. It was the mysterious dagger mentioned in the previous report, with an unknown symbol left by the intruders. "Do you know anything about this symbol?" It was a dagger with the image of a large snake. Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing it. "I know, it's a fairly well-known emblem." It represented one of the 7 major imperial households, the Revirden. Along with the blood-sword clan Baskerville, the magic artisan clan Morgue, the faithful clan Quavadis, and the industrial clan Bourgeois. Among others, why was it discovered in the floodplain at this time? Vikir's mind began to race. "Can I keep this?" "Do whatever you want." Ayan nodded in agreement. Vikir put the dagger with the snake symbol back into his pocket. Then, from somewhere, an unpleasant cry could be heard. "Groak!" Vikir and Ayan turned their heads toward the source of the sound, which came from the vast mangrove forest filled with mud. Among the twisting roots, a massive creature was wriggling its way towards them. A lungfish is a fish with 2 lungs that breathe on the surface. Despite its smooth, scaleless body and slimy mucus, it crawled on the mud, emitting an unpleasant sound. With its body over 8 meters long and its grotesque appearance and cries, it was a fish so repulsive it was considered inedible. Ayan grimaced as she looked at them. "Looks like the monsoons is coming, given their behavior. If the big ones are on the move, it means the monsoon will be lengthy this time." Vikir nodded in agreement. The mud was marked with clear traces of large lungfish crawling about. Ayan pointed to a fallen tree. "During last year's monsoon, the water even reached up there. This time it might rise even higher. When it rained, the water rose at an astonishing speed. The lungfish were aware of this, so they crawled out from the mud in advance." Suddenly, Ayan's keen eyes spotted something. Something was protruding from the massive lungfish that had just crawled by, a harpoon. "Look at this." Ayan acted quickly. She shot an arrow through the head of the lungfish, then pulled out a knife and slashed its belly. A half-digested human figure emerged from the upper part of the lungfish's stomach. Ayan's expression froze. "These are the members of the Rococo tribe, courageous humans who lived by consuming bears' blood and milk. They were rivals of the Balak tribe and the second strongest tribe in the floodplain. All tribes in the jungle feared confrontations with them, except for Balak's." Vikir spoke nonchalantly. "Does their presence in Balak's territory mean war?" "Well, I don't think so." Ayan peered at the harpoon lodged in the lungfish's body. The harpoon wasn't stuck from the outside in. It was protruding from the inside out. This meant that the lungfish had attacked the hunter before the hunter could hunt it. Vikyr said briefly. The weakened one must have been in such a dire situation that it ventured out to hunt. It was speculation. The hunter who went out to hunt might have been weakened due to external factors. However, there were no signs of trauma on the skeleton. Although there were marks of resistance within the lungfish's esophagus and stomach lining, it seemed to be a feeble effort. Not a good feeling, huh? Ayan instinctively felt something was amiss. Soon, Vikyr and Ayan began to search their surroundings. Considering the extent to which the bodies had been digested and the lungfish's movement speed, traces would still be around. Gradually, traces left by the Rococo tribe's hunters began to emerge. In life, the hunter had wandered the area with unsteady steps. Unaware of this was Balak's territory. He moved in a disoriented manner. Traces of attempts to find small prey like weak animals or tree fruits were also found. These were in stark contrast to the usually brave Rococo hunters, who primarily hunted large animals. Why? What turned the aggressive Rococo hunters into this? Vikyr and Ayan continued to retrace the traces. By the time they approached the Rococo territory, both of them noticed something. Several Rococo hunters were gathered at a makeshift campsite. With the mixture of ancient dark elf blood, every member of their tribe was known for their beauty. Proficient in black magic, sorcery, curses, and command arts, they had a unique, somewhat eerie atmosphere combined with their stunning appearance. This made them particularly vulnerable to slave hunting. However, what surprised Vikyr and Ayan wasn't their appearance or atmosphere. It was the fact that all the Rococo hunters were all dead. Chapter 70, Flesh and Blood, Part 3. Chapter 70, Flesh and Blood, Part 3. All the Rococo hunters were dead. Vikyr and Ayan approached the corpses, overcoming the putrid smell and heat emanating from them. This is... Ayan's eyes narrowed. Despite being dead, the Rococo hunters were still vocal. They were shouting out the reasons for their deaths. Signs of vomiting and diarrhea were evident, as were traces of attempting to warm their bodies by the fire and leaves. And most importantly, red spots on their skin. Ayan swallowed hard. Warriors who went out to hunt looked like this. Only the relatively healthy ones would have ventured out for the hunt. That left them wondering about the condition of the people left in the village. Let's go see. Vikyr led the way. Vikyr and Ayan continued straight into Rococo's territory through the floodplain. Normally, they marked the boundaries with symbols like skulls or corpses to warn intruders. Strangely, these marks had not been renewed. The corpses left untouched for a while were now covered in moss and fungus, making them difficult to identify. Definitely something has happened in the village, Ayan said. Her forehead creased. Ayan broke through Rococo's borders and headed towards their main settlement. Inside, not a single light was visible. Despite the time for meals passing, no smoke rose. And soon, as they entered the village entrance, both Vikyr and Ayan halted. The problem wasn't the absence of sentries. There was no one inside the village. The rundown huts were empty and overgrown with weeds. Scavengers roamed aimlessly. Where has everyone gone? Ayan's brow furrowed as she entered a hut and pulled aside a curtain. Then it happened. A swarm of enormous flies burst out of the hut, carrying with them a nauseating stench of decay and the smell of putrid flesh. Inside the tent were 3 children and a woman lying down. They looked as if they had died not too long ago. Vikyr examined the flags of the nearby huts. It's the same as the others. Rococo's indigenous people had been massacred in their huts without even being able to come out. Most of the corpses were decomposed beyond recognition. However, on the relatively well-preserved bodies, there were unmistakable red spots on their skin. What kind of situation is this? An epidemic? Ayan shivered, her voice tinged with horror. Jungle warriors were particularly sensitive to epidemics. Given that, Ayan's extreme reaction was understandable. Vikyr remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced. Something he had heard about before this incident. Red Death, was it? The more he probed his memory, the clearer it became. That's right, the Red Death. An eerie epidemic that had indeed occurred around this time. The Red Death was a devastating Grade 1 infection that had wiped out almost all savages and similar races in the jungle. It left an individual bedridden, unable to do anything, slowly succumbing. The slow metabolism meant the process of dying was drawn out. Red spots would appear all over the body, accompanied by vomiting and diarrhea, followed by weakness and pain, until the victim died. The infection spread unusually quickly, even a mere glance could transmit it. People had shivered at the thought. How was this disease cured? Vikyr tried to recall more. The memory was a bit fuzzy, given how long ago this was. At that moment a voice broke through, "No, slave." It was a hand tugging at Vikyr's clothes. Turning, he saw Ayan urgently crying out, "Quickly, we need to get out of here." "Why? Why, it's a curse. This is a divine curse." She was unusually frightened. Vikyr smirked and grabbed her wrist. "Don't worry, it's an epidemic." "What? That's even worse. We need to get out of here immediately. This place is cursed. Those Rococo people, always practicing vile sorcery, this is what they get. Calm down, it's not so easily contagious." Vikyr looked around the Rococo village. Ayan was startled, but she didn't run off alone. She just held onto Vikyr's clothes and followed behind, trembling slightly. Is this really a curse? If you're that scared, go back. What if you get cursed and die?" "If I die, I die." Vikyr's casual response prompted Ayan, who had been following closely, to exclaim, "Who said you could decide that?" Though Vikyr thought, "Of course, it's my decision," he didn't say it out loud. Well, anyway, after circling around the Rococo tribe's village, Vikyr realized that the Rococo tribe hadn't been wiped out entirely. They seemed to have left the dead and the sick behind and moved somewhere else. Well, who knows, if carriers were among the survivors, wherever they fled to, the outcome would be similar. Vikyr understood the refugees had little choice. However, there was no guarantee that they would be safe from the Red Death. Still, this presented an opportunity to learn about the hidden aspects of the Rococo tribe's lifestyle. Vikyr searched through the huts, collecting a few books and items that seemed important, and packing them into a bag. He thought it might contribute to future research on the primitive tribes and the tribes of the Black Mountain. Just then, from outside the hut, Ayan's scream pierced the air. "Kaya!" Vikyr swiftly dashed out of the hut, as Ayan's desperate scream became more distinct. "It's a curse! The child is cursed!" A profound fear of the terrible disease was characteristic of all natives of the floodplain. Vikyr silently shifted his gaze to where Ayan was looking. Outside a small, shabby hut at the outskirts of the village stood a child. The child didn't seem to be from the Rococo tribe. Perhaps around 5 years old, with black hair, red eyes, and pale skin like snow. She didn't appear to be a native of Rococo. She stood barefoot next to the crumbling hut, seemingly reluctant to leave. Behind the hut was a simple stone grave that seemed newly made, adorned only with a few purple flowers that looked freshly picked. It's a ghost for sure. A cursed child sent by the forest deity. We have to run, Vikyr. You go first. I'll follow up soon. My legs are." Ayan was trembling and on the brink of tears. Seeing this side of her after 2 years of living together, Vikyr couldn't help but chuckle. However, regardless of that, it seemed important to figure out who this child was. "I guess I'll find out about the last remnants of the Rococo tribe's atmosphere." Vikyr walked forward and sat down in front of the child, adjusting his height to match hers. Though the girl looked terrified, she didn't shy away from Vikyr's hand on her head. "Who are you?" When Vikyr asked, the child only lowered their head instead of answering. Vikyr asked a few more times, but the child didn't respond. They just listed a few words in a hesitant tone. "Rococo, slave, kitchen worker." A mix of Rococo and Empire language. Because of this, Vikyr could only deduce context from the sequence of words. "So, you were a child living as a slave in Rococo. What's your name?" "A Pomeranian." Upon the girl's response, Vikyr nodded. It seems her mother gave her an Empire-style name. Pomeranian wasn't a common name, but it wasn't too unusual either. Either way, it was the moment when it became clear that the girl was from the Empire. Without any hesitation, Vikyr moved on to the next topic, just as he was about to ask about the events with the Rococo tribe. The words that followed from the girl's mouth froze Vikyr in place. "La Baskerville." In that instant, it was as if Vikyr's body had been struck by lightning and stopped. La Baskerville, and La, a middle name reserved only for direct females. Not many within the family received middle names like Le or La. As Vikyr opened his eyes wide in surprise, the girl, as if frightened, tried to hide behind a pillar. No sound came out of her mouth for a moment. when someone is extremely surprised. That can happen. Vikier couldn't hide his bewildered expression and raised his hand to rub his face a few times. After splashing his face with water, he finally regained his senses. "Come here, child." The girl hid behind the pillar and only slightly poked her head out, not coming out fully. Vikier pondered on how to comfort the girl. Then, a young alien who had entered and left the hut suddenly threw something towards Vikier. "Hey, there's something like this inside. It shouldn't be a shifting curse." Right, Vikier accepted what Ayan had thrown. It was a small pendant made of gold. On the brock, there was a pattern in the shape of a fang, the symbol of Baskerville. Ayan remembered the pattern of Baskerville due to the potion bottle she had received from Vikier before. "Isn't this your family's symbol?" The girl's words added more credibility. Vikier traced the Baskerville pattern on the pendant with his finger. The pendant seemed to have been made in an old-fashioned style, a type of accessory that might have been trendy around 30 years ago. Clank! Vikier opened the pendant to see its contents. Inside was a meticulously drawn miniature portrait. "What's this?" Vikier squinted his eyes and examined the portrait. The painting depicted a young woman and man of unknown names, along with a young teenage girl. The young woman had beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes. The young man had Baskerville's distinctive black hair and red eyes, and the teenage girl between them also had black hair and red eyes. At a glance, Vikier recognized the young man in the portrait. Hugo Le Baskerville. No way. This was undoubtedly Hugo from his younger years. Chapter 71, Episode 71, Flesh and Blood 4. Why is this guy on the portrait? Is this what he blurted out? Vikier had an astonished expression as he gazed intently at the portrait for a while. But no matter how closely he examined the details, the person in the photograph was undoubtedly Hugo. Black hair, sharp eyes, a nose like a blade, a strong jaw, and a yet-to-be-grown mustache. Who wouldn't recognize this face? What could it be? Why is Hugo's portrait here? While Vikier was perplexed, Pomeranian approached discreetly and grabbed the pendant chain. With a bit of effort, she tugged at it, as if indicating she wanted it back. Vikier handed the pendant back to Pomeranian and asked, "Who are the people in the painting? What's your connection with them?" Pomeranian seemed startled by Vikier's stern tone, as if he was interrogating a criminal. Vikier softened his tone slightly and asked, "Who are the people in the painting? What's your connection with them?" Though the wording differed, the tone remained the same. Pomeranian trembled anxiously under the firm tone. Then Ayan stepped forward. "If you ask like that, the kid won't be able to answer. What did I do? You should ask with a smile." Vikier hesitated for a moment at Ayan's suggestion. Finally, he managed to form a gentle smile at the corners of his lips. "Who are the people in the painting?" Pomeranian lifted her head with a less frightened expression than before. "Indeed, it seems to be effective. Your words are correct." Vikier turned his head toward Ayan. In an instant, Ayan's blank expression entered Vikier's eyes. She looked at Vikier's face, then after a brief moment, she seemed to regain her senses and said, "Slave, I didn't know you can smile like that." Vikier furrowed his brow. Well, he hadn't smiled openly like that ever since he was born, so it was understandable to be mocked. Then Pomeranian answered, "Mother, grandfather, grandmother." Vikier's mouth closed briefly upon hearing those words. His mind spun quickly. Decades have passed since the pendant and the faded portrait were made visible. Hugo Le Baskerville, an unidentified young woman and a little girl. Pomeranian's mother, grandmother, and grandfather, as she said. Could it be? Vikier deduced something. The young Hugo in the pendant. The young woman beside him was probably his wife, and the daughter born between them, their firstborn. If that firstborn daughter was kidnapped by the Rococo tribe, and the child born here ended up as Pomeranian. Come to think of it, I heard that Hugo's personality wasn't always as cold as it is now. When Hugo Le Baskerville was in the imperial capital before coming to the frontier, Vikier wasn't born yet, so he didn't know much about that time. However, there was a rumor that Hugo used to be affectionate and homey, which Vikier once heard vaguely from the old Barrymore caretaker. At that time, I thought it was absurd and didn't give it much thought. Vikier briefly recalled the history of the Baskerville family. The Baskerville family used to have their home near the imperial capital, but moved completely to the west of the empire, this borderland with the red and black mountains, not due to political disgrace. Hugo Le Baskerville had stepped forward before the emperor. suggesting that the entire Baskerville family relocate to the borderland. The reason was the savage tribe that had kidnapped his first wife, who died during childbirth, and their beloved first daughter. Because of this, Hugo developed an intense hatred for the tribes beyond the Red and Black Mountains, and after that, he barely cared for his second wife and their children. Following those incidents, he became a cold-blooded killing machine, slaughtering demons and savages alone, living only for that purpose. The emperor believed that this ruthless Hugo was capable and entrusted him with expanding the empire's borders, leading him to further engross himself in his work to forget everything. This was how the Baskerville of the Ironblood Sword clan came to be. And now, a lone stray hound from the Ironblood Sword clan, having been left behind, unexpectedly formed an unanticipated connection here. Pomeranian Le Baskerville, Hugo's most, or rather only beloved woman throughout his life, Roxana, their daughter Penelope, and Penelope's daughter, Pomeranian. In other words, if the assumption is correct, the girl in front of him would be Hugo Le Baskerville's direct granddaughter. Does that mean I'm an uncle? It was a peculiar feeling. Even though he didn't know if nieces were being born somewhere at this very moment, there were no girls among them. The Baskerville family, which prized daughters greatly, didn't have a single daughter within Hugo's direct lineage. In fact, there were no daughters throughout the entire family. Sons were abundant, though. After all, Hugo, that man, is only interested in seeking sons or grandsons who can contribute in battles. Hugo, the extreme war fanatic, the battle demon, someone who only saw his children as tools. What kind of expression would he make if he saw this small, delicate granddaughter? Vicyr shook his head. No matter how much he thought, only negative thoughts came to mind. Moreover, since there was mixed blood from the savage tribe, she might not be received warmly. Vicyr reached out his hand and placed it on Pomeranian's head. Pomeranian flinched slightly, but this time she didn't dodge like before. In a soft voice, Vicyr said, "It seems even the Rococo tribe didn't treat you well. Come with me." Since the Rococo tribe suffered significant losses due to an epidemic and left, Pomeranian couldn't stay here either. However, Pomeranian clung firmly to a pillar in the barracks. Vicyr lifted his head and found the reason Pomeranian didn't want to leave. It was because of the humble stone tomb behind her. While Vicyr was unsure of what to do, Ayan stepped forward. After bowing her head slightly at the stone tomb, she said to Pomeranian, "Our ancestors shed their earthly faults and became stars in the sky. Your mother is the same. What's inside this stone tomb is just the shell. Your mother's soul has become a star in the sky, watching over you. I hope you'll quickly leave this scary place." Upon hearing this, Pomeranian lifted her head. She seemed to understand not only the imperial language, but also the language of the Balak people. After contemplating something for a while, Pomeranian released her grip on the pillar. Then, she took a step towards Vicyr. Black hair, red eyes, Pomeranian closely resembled Vicyr. Looking at Vicyr, Pomeranian said, "Mother, hair, eyes, color, they're the same. Yes, the Baskervilles all look quite alike." Vicyr embraced Pomeranian. It was the first meeting between uncle and niece. Afterwards, Pomeranian came to Balak's village. "Uncle, where are you going?" She clung tightly to Vicyr's leg and didn't seem willing to let go, but for Vicyr, who had grown accustomed to a solitary life, this was quite a challenge. "Hi, young. There's a meeting you need to attend. The chief is calling for you." Uncle, let's go together." Pomeranian seemed afraid to be alone, leaving her mother's tomb. She must have realized that she was truly on her own now. She seemed to rely even more on Vicyr, who looked just like her mother in terms of hair and eye color. "There's no other choice." Vicyr hugged Pomeranian tightly and carried her on his back. As he looked around for something suitable to use as a carrier, he spotted a thick and tough oxbear fur. He had received this rare and expensive fur from the chief as a reward for a successful mission. Now, it served as a makeshift carrier. Vicyr carried Pomeranian on his back and headed outside. I should ask Chihuahua for a favor later. He couldn't raise this girl in Balak's village. Even if he didn't send her to Hugo, she should be raised somewhere beyond his reach, at least where the Empire's civilization reached. Vicyr planned to temporarily leave the village and go to the city. It wouldn't hurt to stop by Morgues too. It was necessary to gather intelligence about the ongoing alliance with the Baskervilles. while Victor was lost in various thoughts. He soon arrived at Chief Aquila's barracks. Inside, Chief Aquila, Aeon, and other elders were present, all with serious expressions. On this day, both Aeon and Victor attended the meeting as witnesses. Chief Aquila asked, "So, there are rumors of an epidemic spreading." Aeon and Victor nodded in agreement. Details were provided about how the Rococo tribe had met its end, the current state of the remaining village, and more. Other hunting parties also testified to seeing the bodies of orcs, lizard men, and other indigenous beings with red spots on them. Chief Aquila's expression grew graver. It's going to be a big problem with winter coming soon. If an epidemic was indeed spreading, the damage would likely be even worse. They needed to find a way to prepare for it. Then someone spoke up. "Chief, it's not an epidemic. It's a curse." Shaman Ahuman stepped forward. He claimed that the Red Death was not a disease but a kind of curse that could be resolved through rituals. Some of the older elders agreed with his assertion. They argued that it was the perfect time for a grand ritual and clearly sought to bolster Ahuman's authority and power through it. On the other hand, the younger generation argued that the Red Death was a disease and insisted that the village should be abandoned immediately. The old and young clashed fiercely between superstition and practical solutions. It didn't seem easy to determine who was right. What should we do about this?" As Chief Aquila looked troubled, someone silently raised their hand to speak, the one who first coined the term Red Death. "I know how to stop this disease." It was Victor.